Chapter 44-48. When the voice sounded, Wu Peng was the first to go out. He was the first to go outside and saw a group of people outside. When he saw this group of people, Wu Peng's face sank slightly. There was a hint of fear in his eyes. The strength of this group of people was not weak, and the leader was a disciple of the sky-reaching sect at the early stage of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, he looked at Wu Peng arrogantly. Wu Peng, ask your junior brother Su Qianxing to come out. If he doesn't come out, I will scold him. He owes me a lot of spirit stones. It's been almost a year. Is he not going to pay me back? That's just too unreasonable. It turned out that this group of people came to ask for money. The last time he was here, Su Qianxing made a bet with this person, but he lost and owed a lot of spirit stones. In the end, he couldn't pay them back. He hid in the mountain and didn't go out. Today, he was finally blocked. Wu Peng didn't like this person very much, but his master was powerful. And Wu Peng himself was in the nascent soul realm, which was one level higher than him. The only fortunate thing was that for direct disciples like them, the mountain peaks that their masters were at, were not places that outsiders could enter. Otherwise, it would have been a mess. You have to go to junior brother Su Qianxing for this matter. What do you mean by blocking the entrance of the mountain like this? Wu Peng didn't want to offend the person in front of him, so his words were not so harsh. Instead, it was a bit restrictive. The person who came was called Su Zhending, which also had the word Su in his name. However, this Su Zhending was not the same as Su Qianxing. As for why there was a conflict between Su Zhending and Su Qianxing. Because the two of them had always been opponents. They came from the same place. After a long time, it was naturally hard to tell who would win. I don't care where Su Qianxing is. If he doesn't hand over the spirit stones today, I'm going to start scolding him. I'm going to scold him for 10 days and 10 nights, or even half a month. Wu Peng naturally didn't want this to happen. If that was the case, then they would really lose their reputation in the sky-reaching sect. Maybe they would become a big joke. How many spirit stones does my junior brother owe you? Tell me, I will give them to him. Su Zhending laughed and said, you pay for him? Can you afford it? 80 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding the previous 50, it's a total of 130 mid-grade spirit stones. Adding on the debt, it's now 200 mid-grade spirit stones. When Wu Peng heard this, his face darkened again. If it was a few dozen mid-grade spirit stones, then he could still afford it. However, 200 middle-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. It was definitely not something he could produce in a short amount of time. After all, the disciples of the sky-reaching church were not rich. Middle-grade spirit stones were not that easy to obtain. They were not like those disciples with powerful backgrounds who could casually take out hundreds or even tens of thousands of middle-grade spirit stones. For them, it was not easy to earn even a single middle-grade spirit stone. You can't take it out, right? Let Su Qianxing come out himself. Su Zhending laughed. At this moment, two figures flew out. One of them was Su Qianxing. Su Zhending, you're too much. I didn't say that I won't return your mid-grade spirit stones. But in such a short time, it has risen to 200 mid-grade spirit stones. You're too much. Su Qianxing opened his mouth and scolded. Su Zhending snorted coldly, now that you've returned the money, you've already passed the deadline. Naturally, the spirit stones will rise. I'm already giving you face by giving you 200 mid-grade spirit stones. If you're not a disciple of the sky-reaching church, it's already 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Su Qianxing was also angry when he heard this. However, he did not dare to go out. Su Zhending was an expert at the early stage of the Yuanying realm. If they really fought, he would not have any chance of winning. He could only be beaten up. On the way, Lin Fei also learned what was going on. It's just 200 mid-grade spirit stones. I'll give it to you. Lin Fei laughed. Wu Peng next to him was also a little surprised. It was 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Did Lin Fei have a powerful background? From his tone, it seemed that he could casually take out 200 middle-grade spirit stones. Su Zhending looked at him coldly. Who do you think you are? You said 200 mid-grade spirit stones. Do you think you're rich? Lin Fei laughed and said, I don't have much, but I have a lot of mid-grade spirit stones. It's just 200. Here you are. Lin Fei waved his hand, and 200 mid-grade spirit stones flew out. Su Zhending and the people behind him also saw it at a glance. It was really 200 mid-grade spirit stones. They did not expect this guy to be so agile. Su Zhending was a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he would have called for 300 or 500 mid-grade spirit stones. Now he was really at a loss, but he had to put away the mid-grade spirit stones first. However, when he was about to put away the mid-grade spirit stones, a burst of power instantly broke out. It directly hit Su Zhending's body. Layers of ripples appeared on the armor on his body. In an instant, he was knocked back. The people behind him did not get any benefits either. One by one, they were hit by the spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the group of people outside was knocked out one by one. They could no longer see anyone. As a disciple of Master, someone dared to curse in front of our door. Naturally, we have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, who would take us seriously? Lin Fei snorted and laughed. Wu Peng also felt comfortable. He did not expect junior brother Lin Fei to be so strong. He used mid-grade spirit stones to repel these people. Especially Su Zhending, who was an expert in the early nascent soul realm. Junior brother Lin Fei, are you at the peak of the gold core realm? After all, it was not easy to reach the peak of the gold core realm. Even in the sky-reaching school, there were not many of them. However, any one of them was very eye-catching. He did not expect that Lin Fei next to him would be at the peak of the gold core realm. Lin Fei said with a smile. Yes, I am at the peak of the gold core realm. That's why I came to the sky-reaching school to go further. As a fellow disciple, what I can do is to protect Master's face. After all, he is also one of the 10 great elders. Lin Fei said seriously. As soon as his voice fell, Su Zhending flew back. His face was livid. How dare you plot against me? Just now, he was attacked by dozens of mid-grade spirit stones in an instant. Wave after wave of energy caused him to be battered and exhausted, and he almost lost his balance. This time, he was angry. No matter what, he had to teach this kid a profound lesson. Oh, you are quite good at talking. You said that I plotted against you. When did I plot against you? Didn't I just give you mid-grade spirit stones? You couldn't catch them. Who can you blame? It's also your fault. Lin Fei said with a smile. If you still think that 200 is not enough, then I will give you 50 more. Lin Fei waved his hand. Another 50 mid-grade spirit stones flew out. Chapter 44-49. There was no surprise. This time, Su Zhending still couldn't withstand the attack of these spirit stones. He was sent flying again. However, compared to the last time, Su Zhending was even more miserable this time. Because there was blood all over his body, all of which were pierced by the spirit stones. He was in a daze. He stared at this person. He couldn't believe that there was such a powerful opponent under Guang Yuanzi. Who are you? I don't remember Elder Guang Yuanzi having someone like you. Su Zhending was indeed a bit sullen. This person didn't even fight, but he was injured by the other party. Especially when he was a nascent soul realm expert. This was the most unacceptable. But he didn't know this person. If you ask me if my face feels good, it definitely doesn't feel good. Lin Fei didn't speak, but Su Qianxing said, Senior brother Su Zhending, this is our new disciple called Lin Fei. What do you think? You're a nascent soul realm cultivator, but you're not his opponent and you're even injured. How did you cultivate? I have to say a few words to you. Don't come here for no reason in the future, or else you'll suffer. At this time, Su Tianxing was like a fox borrowing the tiger's might. He had suffered a lot in Su Zhending's hands. But now, he could finally hold his head high. Following Brother Lin was really different. It was awe-inspiring. He didn't even dare to think about it before. Lin Fei, so you're the guy who passed the Tower of Babel. Su Zhending immediately thought of this person. After all, many people went to the Tower of Babel, but there were definitely very few who could go beyond the 50th floor. And this kid in front of him had gone through a lot of floors. Although he wasn't as dazzling as the two little kings, he had some strength. He didn't expect him to be so strong that even he wasn't his opponent. This made it hard for Su Zhending to accept. So it's Lin Fei. I'll remember you. Let's have a good fight next time. At this time, it was difficult for Su Zhending to make a move. After all, he was in front of Guang Yuanzi's mountain. If he really made a move, he would really lose face. Therefore, Su Zhending gritted his teeth and left. Brother Lin, you are so powerful. Su Zhending bullied us because he was in the nascent soul realm. He suffered a loss this time. Even Wu Peng, who was next to him, laughed and said, yes, it's so satisfying. I haven't seen Su Zhending angry for a long time. It seems that he won't dare to come again. Wu Peng was thoroughly convinced by Lin Fei as well. To be able to make Su Zhending leave on his own accord was definitely something rare. Moreover, his strength was at the peak of the Golden Core realm. People like him were worthy of Wu Peng's respect. Because in Tong Tian Tower, the most important thing was strength. If your strength isn't enough, then everything else will have to be pushed aside. But if you were strong enough, you would be respected. Lin Fei said with a smile, you must be joking. You are my senior fellow apprentices. As my junior fellow apprentices, since I have such strength, I will definitely help you vent your anger. In the future, we should work together so that we can stand firm in the sky-reaching church and not be bullied by anyone. After all, our master is one of the top 10 elders. Lin Fei said seriously. The news that Su Zhending came to Guang Yuanzi to pick on Su Tianxing and suffered a loss in the end could not be concealed at all. After all, many people around saw it. Especially when they saw that Su Zhending had been sent flying by a spirit stone and had even been injured, this news immediately spread among the prodisciples. After all, there were quite a lot of gossips. Until now, they were still a little surprised. As a prodisciple, Lin Fei, who had just joined, had a bad temper. He actually dared to hurt Su Zhending. Everyone knew that Su Zhending had a strong background. In particular, many of his senior fellow apprentices on the mountain peak were in the Yuaning realm, and they were extremely powerful. Therefore, Su Zhending had a good time in Tong Tian Tower. Even though he was not a junior heavenly king, other junior heavenly kings had to greet him politely. Unexpectedly, he suffered a loss because of Lin Fei's disciple, Guang Yuanzi. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. Maybe he would take revenge on them. Of course, Lin Fei was not interested in these things. After becoming a disciple of Guang Yuanzi, Lin Fei began to learn about the sky-reaching church. As his underling, Su Tianxing had been running around and looking for quite a number of books. Therefore, in just half a month, Lin Fei did not go out at all. On the contrary, he got to know more about the sky-reaching church. Su Tianxing also became more confident. Of course, he was still a little flustered. After all, Su Zhending was not easy to deal with. Therefore, he would inform Lin Fei immediately if anything happened in the sky-reaching church. Half a month later, Lin Fei had a very clear understanding of the sky-reaching church. It could be said that there was nothing he did not know. Elder brother Lin, I just received a message. It seems that Su Zhending is up to something. Su Tianxing pushed the door open and came in hurriedly. Lin Fei put down the book in his hand. What happened? Su Tianxing not only collected these books for Lin Fei, but also inquired about them. Therefore, he knew the news in the sky-reaching church very well. Just now, he learned something that annoyed him. After half a month, Su Zhending finally took action. It would not be a big deal if it happened at other times. However, Su Zhending plotted against elder brother Lin at this time, which made Su Tianqing very dissatisfied. He came back to tell Lin Fei at once. I just got the news through my people. Su Zhending assigned a difficult task to Lin Fei through his connections. It can be said to be a hellish task. He deliberately made Lin Fei fail that test. At the mention of the test, Lin Fei knew what was going on. As a personal disciple of the sky-reaching church, he had to go through 3 practical tests. Moreover, each trial was quite difficult. Only after going through 3 practical tests could he become a real personal disciple. Otherwise, he would be knocked down and become an inner disciple. His status would also be affected. Therefore, any personal disciple would attach great importance to these 3 practical tests. They would never take them lightly. It seems that you know what my task is. Tell me about it. I want to know what kind of gift Su Zhending gave me. Lin Fei was very calm. Su Tianqing admired Lin Fei's calmness. If he were in Lin Fei's shoes, he would have been flustered. Su Zhending is very vicious. He asked elder brother Lin to go to the demon desert to kill 5 demon leaders. Don't you think it's annoying? I want to argue with him. Chapter 4450. Of course, Lin Fei knew about the demon desert. In the entire spiritual realm, it was a dangerous place. Demons lived in this place. These demons were transformed from demonic beasts. In other words, the demonic beasts were more powerful. They evolved from talented demonic beasts. These demons were similar to humans. They had the ability to cultivate. At the same time, their defense was very strong. In the same realm, the demons were stronger. The leader of the demons was equivalent to a nascent soul expert. Killing 5 leaders of the demons was indeed not a small matter. It was no wonder that Su Tianqing was so annoyed. This was not an ordinary task. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was a hellish task. It seems that Su Zhending thinks highly of me. He actually arranged such a task for me. Lin Fei laughed. Brother Lin, this task is too difficult. How about changing it to another one? This is a task with a slim chance of survival. After all, there are thousands of demons in the demon desert. There are even demon generals and demon kings. Each of them is not easy to deal with. Lin Fei shook his head with a smile. If Su Zhending can arrange a demon task for me, he can also arrange a second task for me. I think this task is better. I heard that after completing the assessment task, you will get points as a reward. Su Tianqing nodded. Yes, as long as you complete the assessment task, you will get points as a reward. There are many points for such a task. At least 1,000 points. Usually, there are only dozens of points. In the sky-reaching church, it was very difficult to get points. Usually, there were only a few to dozens of points. Some of the more difficult ones only had 100 points. It was absolutely rare to see a task with 1,000 points. It could only be obtained during training. I have to thank Su Zhending for giving me such a task. Well, I will go and accept the task now. He had not left the mountain gate for half a month. Lin Fei also felt that it was time to go out and exercise. He could also experience the power of the spiritual realm. Therefore, Su Tianqing accompanied Lin Fei to the merit hall. The merit hall was the place to accept tasks. After Lin Fei showed his identity card, he got his task. It was indeed a quest to kill 5 demon leaders, and it was indeed a very difficult quest. The reward was 1,300 points, which was 300 points higher than what he had expected. Lin Fei was very satisfied. After coming out of the merit hall, Lin Fei ran into Su Zhending. This guy seemed to have been waiting here for a long time, with a proud smile on his face. Junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, I heard that you're going to take an experiential learning task. You'd better be mentally prepared. This experiential learning task is very dangerous. You might die. Many disciples of our heavens-reaching church have died in this experiential learning task. Ever since Su Zhending returned last time, he couldn't take it lying down. After pondering for a while, he decided to take revenge. Of course, this kind of revenge could not be done openly, so he used this kind of method. To let Lin Fei die on his own, there was no one more satisfying than him. The demon desert was a dangerous place. Although there were many good things in that place, few people would go alone. Because it was not worth it. If anything went wrong, he would die there. This time, Su Zhending had used his connections to change Lin Fei's quest. Killing 5 demon leaders seemed easy, but in fact, it was very difficult. This was the first gift that Su Zhending had given to Lin Fei. He would not let Lin Fei return to the heavens-reaching church. Unless he died outside. Su Tianqing was very annoyed when he saw Su Zhending. Su Zhending, you're really awesome. I really despise you for using this kind of method. Su Zhending laughed. I don't understand what you're talking about. I just heard that junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei had taken a mission, so I came to remind you. After all, we're all disciples of the heavens-reaching church. What do you think? When Su Tianqing wanted to say something, he was stopped by Lin Fei. Actually, I really want to thank you. There are not many experiential learning tasks like this. Do you know that? After completing a task, I get 1,300 points, which are enough to exchange for a lot of good things. How should I thank you? Lin Fei raised the corner of his mouth and looked at Su Zhending with a smile. Su Zhending originally had a smile on his face. However, when he saw Lin Fei's expression and that smile, he instantly felt as if he had punched cotton. This made him very unhappy. Why aren't you afraid? There are 5 demon leaders. That was the strength of the nascent soul realm. Not to mention going there, the leader of the demon race and the demon warriors were enough to make them suffer. If you want 1,300 points, you have to be alive. I believe that junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei can come back. After all, you're a genius who is not inferior to the junior heavenly king. Although you don't have the potential of Zhu Chen and Bei Tianxian, I still think highly of you. Lin Fei said with a smile, I'll definitely keep it in mind. When I finish the task, I'll definitely thank you. Su Zhending was getting more and more unhappy. He snorted and left. He decided to let Lin Fei know how powerful he was, so he decided to give the second gift to Lin Fei in advance. After receiving the task, Lin Fei left the heaven-reaching church. This was also the first time he went out since he came. He took out the supreme flying ship of the heaven-reaching church. This was a flying treasure that could be propelled by spirit stones. It was still very fast. This was much better than flying by himself. It was also very convenient. Lin Fei sat on the sky-piercing flying ship and headed straight for the demon desert. The demon desert was 3 counties away from the heaven-reaching church. It was quite a distance. It would take more than half a month to get there. This was also because the supreme flying ship was fast. Of course, it could also be teleported through the transmission formation, but it was too expensive. One teleportation cost 1,000 medium spirit stones. Although Lin Fei didn't care about these spirit stones, he still felt that it was better to tour the spiritual realm. After passing through a county, Lin Fei had to pass through a forest. No, it was a huge mountain. This mountain was called the 100,000 Mountains. It was also a dangerous place. There were also many demons living here. Lin Fei had read the ancient books and records. Naturally, he knew that the spiritual realm seemed calm, but it was actually turbulent. Not to mention anything else, the biggest opponent of the cultivators in the spiritual realm was the demons. Although the humans had occupied 10 counties, the demons were not simple either. They had also occupied a large territory. It was almost equivalent to the size of a dozen counties. The demons and the humans had been living in harmony. There was not much movement. It was rumored that the powerful figures of the spiritual realm and the demons had made an agreement after a great battle. After arriving at the 100,000 Mountains, Lin Fei had to be careful. Chapter 44-51. Just below the 100,000 Mountains. In an inconspicuous valley, someone was using a treasure. He could see everything in the sky clearly. "Brother Tiger, this is the guy. He's worth 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones. I didn't expect him to really come." There were quite a few demons in this valley. These demons looked like normal people, but they had devil chi on them, which was very eye-catching. At this moment, these demons could see everything clearly through the sky. Especially one who looked like a rat demon, who was talking. The one called Brother Tiger was a tiger-type demon. "That's right, it's this guy. I heard he's a new disciple of the Sky-Reaching Church. His name is Lin Fei. He's going to the demon desert this time, but we're lucky enough to meet him halfway. Let's kill him first and get the reward." This tiger demon was called Hu Lai. He was a tiger-shaped demon in the 100,000 mountains. And the strongest ability of a tiger-shaped demon was its great strength. They were even invulnerable to swords and spears. What these duck demons liked to do the most was to accept all kinds of bounties. The targets of the rewards were basically experts of the human clan. Such an expert of the human clan was worth 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones, which was indeed a lot. It was worth it for them to come out and do it. With 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones, they could buy a lot of things. Therefore, the demons had always been very enthusiastic about killing the disciples of the Sky-Reaching School. Of course, in addition to the disciples of the Sky-Reaching School, they would also kill the disciples of other sections. As long as they did not have a particularly powerful background, they would not cause too much trouble. After all, the disciples of any sect had to go through a trial before they could grow up. And if they did not go through the trial, it was useless. Therefore, the disciples who went through the trial would encounter all kinds of dangers. The number of people who died at the hands of the demons was uncountable. For the higher-ups of all the sects, this was already something that they could turn a blind eye to. Everyone was clear about it. "Let's do it. Let's drive this guy down first. No matter how powerful he is, he can't stop us." Hu Lai laughed. At this moment, Lin Fei, who was in the sky, suddenly felt that something was wrong. The power of 10,000 tons was like the pressure of a mountain. It crushed down from the sky. The pressure caught him off guard. The sky-piercing flying ship swayed for a moment before plummeting to the ground. There was a loud rumble. It smashed into a forest. Lin Fei frowned slightly as he stepped out of the sky-piercing flying ship. He couldn't control the flying ship in time. The sky-piercing flying ship would be rendered useless. It smashed directly onto the ground. This was something that he had not expected. Perhaps someone had set their eyes on him. The mountain-like pressure once again crushed down on Lin Fei's body. His feet sank slightly, and the ground began to crack. This is a demon's mystique. I must have encountered a demon. Lin Fei's mind worked very quickly. He immediately understood what was going on. He had encountered a fiendish demon expert. Only a fiendish demon expert would have such an ability, because some powerful fiendish demons had fiendish demon mystiques. These divine abilities were all augmented with various attributes. For example, Lin Fei felt that he must have encountered a fiendish demon and been attacked by the demon's mystique. "Stop hiding. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, then show them. Otherwise, I'll be leaving." Even though he was being suppressed by the demon's mystic ability, although he was being suppressed by the demon's mystique, it wasn't much pressure to Lin Fei. This bit of pressure couldn't cause any harm to his physical body. He just wanted to see what kind of demon was ambushing him. After all, his trip to the demon desert was considered a secret. There were very few people who knew about it. Now that he was being targeted by a demon, it proved that there was something fishy going on. Lin Fei immediately suspected Su Zhending. This guy really had some tricks up his sleeves. One move wasn't enough. To think that he had set up another move and used this demon. No wonder he heard Su Qianxing mention that anyone who went out for training would meet with danger. And there were countless cases of people from the same sect plotting against each other. Now, he finally understood. It seemed like the competition within the 10 great immortal sects was intense. To encounter such danger in just a training trip, it was really a training trip. Just as Lin Fei's voice fell, 20 to 30 figures rushed out. Lin Fei instantly felt waves of demonic energy. He was very sure that these were demons. The fiendish demons that rushed out surrounded Lin Fei in an instant. Kid from the sky reaching church, you're unlucky to have barged into the 100,000 mountains. Kill them for me. Hu Lai laughed as soon as he came out. He waved his hand. The demons behind him all pounced on him. Unlike other experts in the spiritual realm, demons were melee fighters and had different weapons in their hands. They directly slashed at Lin Fei. The power that was crushing Lin Fei didn't restrict them at all. So in the next second, these knives and axes were about to fall on Lin Fei's body. And these weapons seemed to be very sharp. This kind of fighting style was really rare. At the very least, if one's body wasn't strong enough, one would suffer a big loss in a head-on clash. So you're the only one that's stronger. I thought there would be more. You're so disappointing. I wonder how many spiritual stones you can get for killing me, Lin Fei. Lin Fei stood tall and straight, and a beam of sword light swept out. The weapons were sent flying, and the fiendish demons fell to the ground in unison. None of the demons could stand up. The smell of blood filled the air. You actually killed all my subordinates. Hu Lai was shocked. These were all the elite subordinates that he had brought with him. But what happened? They were all killed with one slash. Was this guy really that strong? Hu Lai also began to doubt whether there was a problem with his information. This wasn't a golden core at all. He was stronger than a golden core. But no matter what, this guy killed his subordinates, so Hu Lai had to do something. As for the price of killing you, I'll definitely tell you when you're dead. Hu Lai directly pounced on him. At the same time, the pressure on Lin Fei's body increased a lot. It came crashing down with a rumbling sound. Hu Lai was using a pair of gloves. There were spikes on the gloves and they were quite extraordinary. After the punch arrived, a series of tiger silhouettes appeared, pouncing towards Lin Fei. Lin Fei knew that it was this tiger demon that was attacking him. The one that used the demon's god powers was this tiger. I don't have this sky-reaching flying ship and I still lack a mount. You're good. Lin Fei slashed out with his sword. Hu Lai was furious. Chapter 44-52. With a single strike, the fierce tiger demon experienced the true terror of life and death. He used all his mystiques but still couldn't block the slash. He was sent flying with one slash. The sword will landed directly in his body. One after another, they exploded like mountains weighing tens of thousands of tons. Hu Lai couldn't even stand and returned to his original form. It was a tragic sight. Spare me, senior, don't kill me, I surrender, Hu Lai spat out. He had no choice. The other party's sword technique was too strong. With one slash, he broke through all his defenses. He couldn't resist at all. He almost died. This also made him curse the person who posted the bounty countless times. This was simply digging a huge hole for him to jump into. For a moment, he felt that he had been tricked by another demon of the same race. Otherwise, how could it be so coincidental? Lin Fei had indeed only used one slash, but this slash wasn't something that this demon could block at all. Tell me where you came from and how much the bounty is this time. If you hide anything, I'll chop off your head. I haven't eaten a tiger in a long time, so I can have a good taste of it. Hu Lai was so scared that his face was trembling. Don't kill me, my meat is too old, it's not tasty at all, I will tell you now. Hearing Hu Lai's words, Lin Fei finally understood. Someone actually offered 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones as a bounty on him. It was really a big deal. After all, 200,000 middle-grade spirit stones weren't that easy to earn. He didn't expect to find a demon to do it. Unfortunately, this demon was a little weak and wasn't a match for him at all. Even if there were 10 or 8 of such tiger demons, Lin Fei would still kill them with one slash. After all, Lin Fei's foundation was still very strong. Where did you get the bounty mission from? Lin Fei asked. Hu Lai said, my bounty mission was accepted by the Dusk Tavern. The Dusk Tavern is the #1 assassin organization in the spirit world. As long as it is a mission, they will accept it. I received the mission from the Dusk Tavern. Hearing the words Dusk Tavern, Lin Fei also understood. After all, he had read many books, and one of them was about the Dusk Tavern. At the same time, he also understood one thing. The gays he had met back then might have been sent by the Dusk Tavern. Because he killed the son of the Heavenly Lion, then the Heavenly Lion nascent soul expert might pay the price to kill him. Unfortunately, after coming out, Lin Fei did not feel any signs of being watched. Otherwise, he could still go and ask. Lin Fei flipped over and sat on Hu Lai's body. If you don't want me to kill you, that's fine. But you'll have to give me some contribution points. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to skin you alive. Hu Lai was so scared that he shivered and shook his head repeatedly. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I know where there are good things. I promise it's what you need. Although Lin Fei was going to the Demon Desert on this trip, it would be best if he could get some good things on the way. For Lin Fei, as long as his strength could continue to improve, this was the key. So if this tiger demon could make a contribution to him, then he would naturally spare his life. On the other hand, if he couldn't make this contribution, then Lin Fei didn't mind killing this tiger demon. I know a place with a 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb, but it is occupied by many demons. I guess Senior must need this thing. Hu Lai didn't care so much about it in order to survive. He had to get the enemy out first. Lin Fei was really surprised when he heard that there was a 500,000-year-old medicinal herb. This spiritual world was indeed worthy of being called the spiritual world. There were actually 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs, which was rare. However, on second thought, these Hu Lai lived in the 100,000-year-old mountains and even occupied a huge territory. Naturally, he knew a lot of things. Are you sure you're not mistaken? It's not that easy to find a 500,000-year-old medicinal herb. If you're lying to me, I'll cut off your flesh piece by piece and roast it to eat. It's a great tonic. Lin Fei chuckled. This caused Hu Lai to tremble in fear. Senior, don't worry. I only found out about that place secretly. Not many people know about it. Those guys have been guarding there. I heard that they will only pick it when it's ripe. I calculated the time and it's not far from ripening. Lin Fei believed Hu Lai's words this time. In this life and death crisis, he wouldn't lie to himself at all. Then, this 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb definitely existed. There was no way to lie about this. Hu Lai led Lin Fei all the way through the 100,000-year-old mountains. And this time, Lin Fei came out for training. The mission had 3 months, so it was more than enough. No matter how strong those demon leaders were, they could be solved in a few days. Therefore, he had to get the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb first. Then, he would look around to see if there were any good things. After traveling through the 100,000-year-old mountains for a few days, there was an area of black fog in front of him. After seeing the area of black fog, Lin Fei knew what this place was. This was the so-called forbidden area. There were many such places in the spiritual world. As for how the forbidden area was formed, everyone said that they didn't know. Some people said that this was a forbidden area left by the dead experts. Because they were too strong, it was difficult to digest their strength, so it formed a forbidden area. There were even rumors that there were still experts alive in the forbidden area, but so far, there were no experts in any forbidden area. But to be able to see a forbidden area here, Lin Fei also knew that there were probably 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herbs inside. Senior, the treasures of heaven and earth are in here. I only found out that they are in here when I accidentally barged into this place. Hu Lai had been very careful these past few days and was on tenterhooks. He was afraid that a sword would fall and destroy it. The person in front of him was really too strong, so strong that he couldn't resist for a while. He regretted taking on that mission. But now, he had to survive first. This was the most important thing. Since it's in this forbidden area, then you can lead the way. Lin Fei came down from Hu Lai's body, and Hu Lai turned back into his demon form. It was just that he looked a little weak. Senior, follow me. This place is a little hard to find. After entering the forbidden area, Lin Fei felt that the power of this forbidden area was actually penetrative. It could bewitch people. But Lin Fei's body was very strong, and it was difficult to penetrate. It was a piece of cake for him to handle it. Not long after, they reached the depths of the forbidden area. There wasn't much danger in this forbidden area. Of course, other than the strong penetrative power of the energy, there was really nothing else. Senior, it's inside. There are traces of them outside, and there are also formations. We have to be careful. Chapter 44-53. Lin Fei could indeed sense the existence of an array formation in front of him. This array formation was extremely obscure. If he wasn't paying attention, he wouldn't be able to detect it at all. Lin Fei casually tossed a rock over and the array formation shot out a wind blade. It split the rock apart immediately. Moreover, the power of this wind blade was extremely great. Only after sweeping through that small area did it vanish into nothingness. This was indeed a rather powerful array formation. Furthermore, Lin Fei didn't think that it would be easy to block off a wind blade like this. If anyone were to go up, they would be surrounded and attacked by dozens of wind blades in the first exchange. This was something that Lin Fei was fairly certain of. However, since he was already here, Lin Fei didn't intend to return empty-handed. Therefore, he was prepared to see just how capable this array formation was. He took a step forward. Hu Lai, who was following behind, also gathered his courage. After all, the last time he was here, he was nearly killed by this array formation. If not for the fact that his physical body was stronger, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it at all. Lin Fei didn't try to destroy this array formation. Instead, he casually walked in. Just as he had imagined, the moment he entered, a sky full of wind blades came slashing at him. Every single attack landed on Lin Fei's body. When these wind blades were about to come into contact with Lin Fei, they were blocked by a series of ripples. Those ripples were filled with elasticity. It wasn't something that these wind blades could break at all. Just like that, Lin Fei passed through it effortlessly. Hu Lai, who was behind, was a little stunned by what he saw. How could a human's fleshly body be so strong? He wasn't even afraid of these wind blades. On the other hand, he was the one who was tormented badly the last time around. He was nearly killed here. Just wait outside. Remember, you have to send me to the demon desert. If you leave, I don't mind giving you a stab and letting you experience the feeling of death. Lin Fei looked at Hu Lai indifferently. You can wait outside. Remember, you have to send me to the demon desert. Hu Lai nodded his head. Senior, don't worry. I'll definitely be outside. I won't let anyone barge in. Hu Lai was extremely serious. He had seen how powerful this senior was. It would only take them a few minutes to kill him. Whoever thought that he was a new disciple of the heavens-reaching church was absolutely wrong. This was not the combat power of a golden core cultivator at all. Lin Fei walked in just like that. And Hu Lai really didn't dare to leave, because he didn't have the guts. Although Hu Lai could have taken a gamble at this moment, he gave up in the end. After all, this senior would not kill him. That way, he would be able to leave alive, which was better than being hunted down by the other party. The 100,000 mountains were huge, but he was not confident that he could hide from the other party. Thus, he obediently waited at the back. After Lin Fei entered the passage. Then he walked forward. All sorts of traps were thrown at him, but Lin Fei resolved them all. The deeper he went, the more his tree of life moved. Clearly, he had also sensed the existence of the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. Lin Fei should be even more certain of what Hu Lai said. There was indeed something he wanted in there. Hu Lai is a bit smart. He has good eyesight and knows what he wants. This was a common problem among the cultivators in the spiritual realm. As long as it was an aged medicinal herb, it would be a good thing. It could be used to refine all kinds of elixirs. The older it was, the harder it was to find. It was definitely very rare to find a 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb as easily as Lin Fei did. After passing through this passageway, Lin Fei saw another passageway in front of him. It was like a spider web. However, with the guidance of the divine tree of life, Lin Fei was able to easily determine which path to take. Then, he walked in. Soon, he smelled a trace of medicinal fragrance. It was a sign that it was about to mature. There were sounds coming from the front. It seems that we only need to wait for 2 or 3 days. This medicinal herb will be very mature and we can sell it at a high price. At least 1 million medium spirit stones. It's not easy. We didn't waste our time waiting for 3 months. When the time comes, we won't sell it for 1 or 2 million medium spirit stones. At the end of the passage, there were obviously 3 voices. Lin Fei heard it clearly. There were indeed people guarding inside. It was not far from ripening. Hu Lai did not lie to him at all. If he came 2 or 3 days later, he would have missed the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. Lin Fei also felt a wave of relief. Who is it? Just as Lin Fei walked forward, another formation was activated, and like an autumn wind, it landed on Lin Fei's body. There was a cold snort from inside. 3 figures rushed out at random. They locked onto Lin Fei. He is a disciple of the heaven-reaching church. Lin Fei had a medal on his chest, so the 3 fiendish demons recognized him immediately. Their faces couldn't help but darken. After all, he was one of the top 10 immortal sects. At this moment, there were disciples of the heaven-reaching church here. They naturally wanted them to hand over the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. That was absolutely unacceptable. After all, it was worth 1 or 2 million medium spirit stones. It was not easy for demons like them to earn so many middle-grade spirit stones. Therefore, they did not want to be disturbed by anyone. I want the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb. If you don't want to die, you can leave. This is the chance I'm giving you, Lin Fei said faintly. Once I make my move, you won't have a chance. The 3 demons had set up a lot of tricks here. But they did not expect that this person could actually break in. After looking at each other, they made their move in an instant. The 3 fiendish demons charged at him. One of them directly spat out a mouthful of black fog. This black fog was accompanied by a black ball. Wherever the black ball passed, the void began to corrode. This ability could be considered not bad. Lin Fei glanced at it coldly. Don't blame me if you don't know what's good for you. With a flash of sword light, the black ball was split open. That demon took a few steps back and blood flowed out. He had suffered a backlash. When the other 2 demons saw this scene, they were so scared that they broke out in a cold sweat. They had not seen how to make a move at all. Their companion was actually seriously injured. That was a demon's Niden. Ordinary means could not break it, but they did not expect it to be split open by this person's sword. I'll give you 1 more chance. Are you leaving or not? Lin Fei said coldly again. The 2 fiendish demons looked at each other again, then retreated. If we can't get the 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herb, don't even think about getting it. It turned out that they were going back to destroy it. How could Lin Fei let them succeed? After letting out another cold snort, his figure was even faster than them. At the same time, another sword light slid past them. Even that hard shell could not withstand Lin Fei's sword. With 2 thuds, they fell to the ground. Who can destroy something I've taken a fancy to? Chapter 44-54. Lin Fei killed 2 fiendish demons with 1 strike. It was a piece of cake. These 2 fiendish demons weren't very strong. His physical body's defense was decent, but it was nothing in front of Lin Fei. At the same time, he saw the 500,000-year-old medicinal herb. The remaining fiendish demon was already vomiting blood. When he saw that his 2 companions were killed with 1 strike, he simply lay on the ground and didn't dare to move anymore. It was really terrifying. When did the sky-reaching school have such an expert who used the sword? He actually killed 2 of his companions with 1 strike. Even if his 2 companions were surrounded by experts in the Golden Core perfected realm, they wouldn't be able to kill them. But the person in front of him was terrifying. He might as well pretend to be dead first. Lin Fei saw that the medicinal herb was really not ripe. Although it could be picked at this time, the effect would be very different. So in the end, Lin Fei stopped and didn't pick it. It would be a pity and a waste if he really picked it. He might as well keep it for another 2 or 3 days. Stop pretending. You can go out and call Hu Lai in now. When the fiendish demon heard Hu Lai's name, his heart shook. He finally understood the reason. It turned out that Hu Lai had betrayed them. Now, even if he was unhappy and annoyed, he had to get through this first. And Hu Lai had been outside. When he saw the fiendish demon that came out, he knew what was going on. Hu Lai, you're good. You actually schemed against us. Hu Lai smiled bitterly. You can't blame me for this. Who asked me to meet such a person? If I didn't give you a useful clue, I probably wouldn't have the chance to stand here now. We're about the same. Aren't you still alive and well? Although Hu Lai didn't see the other 2, he knew that they were definitely dead. With the strength of this senior, he definitely wouldn't leave the other 2 fiendish demons alone. So the best conclusion was that the fiendish demon had been killed. Hearing Hu Lai's words, the fiendish demon that came out had nothing else to say. He also understood what was going on. This really couldn't be blamed on Hu Lai. He wants you to go in. Hu Lai followed the demon in and stood in front of Lin Fei. Hu Lai, your clue this time is not bad. You've given me something I'm satisfied with. Hu Lai lowered his head, not daring to look directly at him. This is what I should do, as long as Senior is satisfied. Lin Fei was quite satisfied with these 500,000-year-old heaven and earth medicinal herbs. After all, it was quite old. Although there were older ones, they were definitely not easy to find. To be able to find a medicinal herb worth 500,000 in this place was not an easy thing to do. I've never been polite to an obedient fellow like you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei threw out 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. These spirit stones are nothing, but you deserve them. Hu Lai had never thought that he would be able to receive such benefits. 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Even the demons at the side were tempted. After all, 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones were enough for him to cultivate for a period of time. This Hu Lai was really lucky. He was not killed and could even get 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Senior, feel free to tell me if you have any instructions. Hu Lai was smart at this moment. He also knew that these 100,000 mid-grade spirit stones were not that easy to get. Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Not bad, you're a little smart. I quite like these herbs. If you can help me collect them in these 100,000 mountains, these spirit stones won't be a problem. The same goes for the demon beside you. As long as you can help me collect these herbs, everything will be fine. Moreover, I can also give you benefits. Of course, it's fine if you know the news. Lin Fei did not have time to waste too much time in these 100,000 mountains. He could leave 2 spies in these 100,000 mountains. At least he could still receive news in the future. After all, this was also a way. He could not always rely on the sky-reaching school, so Lin Fei decided to open up a new route. Hu Lai and the demon beside him were slightly stunned. They did not expect this to work. However, it sounded quite easy and there was no need to take any risks. Of course, you may feel that these mid-grade spirit stones alone are not enough. However, since you're working for me, there will always be some good stuff. Lin Fei flicked his finger and a drop of life energy was directly injected into Hu Lai's body. Hu Lai was quick-witted, and he actually became excited. In the blink of an eye, his body became much bigger. It turned out that he had actually broken through a realm just now. Now he was almost at the nascent soul realm, which was the so-called leader of the demons. Because the strength of the nascent soul realm was similar, it was the leader of the demons. And above it was the void realm of the demons. The fiendish demon at the side was also a little envious as he watched. He actually broke through in such a short time. When did the disciples of the sky-reaching school have such means? If it was him, he would also be tempted. As long as you work for me well, it's okay to help you improve your strength. What do you think? Hu Lai knelt down. I, Hu Lai, will be Senior's man from now on. I will do whatever Senior wants me to do. Isn't it just collecting herbs? I will definitely help you find them and won't miss a single place. 100,000 mountains might not have many things, but it had a lot of herbs. Hu Lai was also very straightforward. Although he also had some strength, it was too difficult to break through. Especially for the demon race, it would take a long time. But now, a special energy actually made his strength break through in an instant. Although he had been stuck in this realm for some time, he might not be able to break through at this time. Therefore, he was very grateful to Lin Fei in front of him, so he volunteered. The demon beside him also knelt down immediately. I am also willing to work for Senior, I will not let you down. The life energy was extremely rich, even a drop could benefit the demon endlessly. Of course, for him, there was not much difference between one drop and one drop. After all, his immortal divine body was too powerful. If he wanted to recover, a drop of life energy could not satisfy him. He needed a lot of life energy, so he still needed someone to collect it. After waiting for 2 days, the heaven and earth herb finally matured, and was directly taken away by Lin Fei. It was also refined at the first moment. Lin Fei would not keep such things. After all, it was hard to guarantee that someone would notice it, so it was better to let the tree of life refine it. As expected, after being refined, the tree of life underwent many changes. A 500,000-year-old heaven and earth herb still had a certain effect. Chapter 44-55. Lin Fei set off after making the necessary arrangements. Of course, the mount was still Hu Lai. After all, this guy was very familiar with the demon desert. If he didn't go, who would go? Who asked him to destroy Lin Fei's sky-reaching flying ship? The speed of the sky-piercing flying ship was fast, but its quality was a little lacking. Lin Fei felt that he could complain when he returned. How could he use it with such poor quality? No wonder many disciples of the sky-reaching school bought their own flying ships. And these flying ships were not cheap. The worst one cost hundreds of thousands. And the better ones cost millions or even tens of millions. That was worth a lot of money. Right now, Lin Fei only had a few million middle-grade spirit stones. He wasn't considered to be very wealthy. Some powerful magic treasures cost millions or even tens of millions. Lin Fei still had a long way to go to get rich. Fortunately, he had opened up a path. It depended on whether Hu Lai and the others could help him do it. He believed that after seeing his means, whether it was Hu Lai or the other person, they would all be serious. It was too difficult for demons to improve their strength. Although humans and demons were not allowed to collude. Especially the 10 great immortal sects. Lin Fei didn't care about this. On the surface, they seemed to be above board. In fact, there were still many people who secretly cooperated with demons. These were all things that he turned a blind eye to. Lin Fei just hoped to get more medicinal herbs. After having Hu Lai as a mount, half a month passed. Lin Fei finally came to the outside of the demon desert. After passing through a large stretch of forest, a demon desert shrouded in dark clouds appeared in front of them. A demonic aura soared to the sky. Even before entering the demon desert, Lin Fei could feel that there were many experts in the demon desert. No wonder Su Zhending would use this method. He wanted him to die in the demon desert. Of course, in front of him was the demon desert. This demon desert was divided into the periphery, the middle area, the advanced area, and the core danger area. The danger in each layer was different. Hu Lai had already transformed into his human form and spoke. The leader of the fiendish demons that you want to kill is in the high-class area. You need to pass through the outer area and the middle area. Hu Lai was very clear about this place, and his explanation was clear and logical. Seems like this demon desert is quite interesting. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth raised slightly. All right, you can go back now. When you get some heaven and earth herbs or important clues, you can send me a message. Remember, don't send it unless there's nothing important. Hu Lai nodded his head seriously and then left. Now that he was a loyal follower of Lin Fei, as long as he did things well, it would be easy for him to improve his strength. He had never thought that it would be so easy to increase his strength, unlike them who had spent a long time to increase their strength. If they were unlucky during this period, they might even be killed by human experts. That would be the biggest loss. Now, working for the Lord was truly relaxing. It was safer to work in a demon's territory. Lin Fei looked at the fiendish demon desert and floated down. It was time for him to properly deal with this demon. He wanted to see if there was anything good in here. Now, the only things that interested Lin Fei were these treasures. To improve his strength. As for the others, he really wasn't interested. Those in front are disciples of the sky-reaching school. Just as Lin Fei was about to enter, a group of people came from afar. There were 6 people in this group, both men and women. They weren't dressed like the sky-reaching school, but they seemed very enthusiastic. Lin Fei glanced at them and recognized them. They were also from the 10 immortal sects. After all, the demon desert had always been a place for training. Hence, many people from different forces would come here to train. Of course, they all came in groups. There were very few people like Lin Fei who went alone. So they are disciples of the Sky Immortal sect. The Sky Immortal sect's influence among the 10 immortal sects was no weaker than that of the Sky-reaching school. This was because the Sky Immortal sect sent out more immortals than the Sky-reaching school. It was said that the Sky Immortal sect had the means of immortals. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. Anyway, it was fine as long as they were very powerful. Lin Fei was quite surprised to see people from the Sky Immortal sect in this place. Of course, it was just a surprise. At the moment when Lin Fei stopped, those people also came up. Daoist friend from the Sky-reaching school, I wonder if you are also entering the demon desert to train. If so, why don't we team up? I heard that the demon desert hasn't been very peaceful recently. A young man with an imposing appearance came up and cupped his hands. Lin Fei didn't know much about the situation in the demon desert. I'm not too sure about that, but I don't really care about forming a team. I'm used to working alone. Lin Fei had always liked to act alone. This way, he could reduce the exposure of secrets. When the disciples of the Sky Immortal sect heard this, they were a little surprised. This was the first time they heard a disciple of the Sky-reaching school say such a thing. After all, the demon desert was different from other places. Once they entered, they would be surrounded by demons if they weren't careful. It was very dangerous. Under normal circumstances, once they met the disciples of the 10 major immortal sects, they would basically enter the demon desert together and work together. However, such a situation was really rare. We will meet again if fate allows it. Just as they were about to come back to their senses, Lin Fei had already turned into a stream of light and entered the demon desert. This guy is interesting. He entered the demon desert just like that. I'm afraid he's another arrogant guy. When the time comes, he'll be in trouble. The disciples of the Sky Immortal sect shook their heads and decided to look for him again. Their strength was alright, but it was still very difficult to enter just like that. When Lin Fei entered the demon desert, he saw a black fog floating in the void. This black fog was actually corrosive. With a flash of sword light, the surroundings became an absolute vacuum. This demon desert is really interesting. No wonder the disciples of the Sky Immortals don't dare to enter without permission. Just as Lin Fei had this thought, more than 10 figures rushed out from the sand below. They were all demon bandits. As soon as they came out, they attacked Lin Fei with a flash of sword light. They were extremely fast. Only the sword light could be seen. Their figures could not be seen. It was still very powerful. However, when these sword lights landed on Lin Fei, they were all blocked. After a round of sword light, these demon bandits could not withstand the power of Lin Fei's sword at all. They fell one after another. The strength of these people in the outer region is not weak. They are actually almost at the golden core level. They are even better at sneak attacks. I have to be careful. Chapter 44-56. Lin Fei walked through the demon desert. From time to time, demons would appear. However, these demons were very weak, so it wasn't difficult to deal with them. Of course, with Lin Fei's strength at the peak of the golden core realm, it was more than enough to deal with these demons. He passed through the periphery. Then, it was the middle area. Then, he entered the high-level area. The high-level area was still a bit big. The only difference was that the black fog was stronger. Many of them had the strength of the golden core realm. It was seeping in all the time. Even if one used sword intent to defend, it would constantly consume one's energy. No wonder everyone is so afraid of the demon desert. It's really not a good place to stay for long. After arriving at the high-level area, Lin Fei found that the biggest difference was that there was more black fog. At the same time, these demons were in groups of 30 to 50. For example, Lin Fei had killed a group of 30 to 40 demons. These demons were really a bit different. They were very strong. Although they were all at the golden core realm, their defense was very strong. Especially since these demons knew all kinds of cooperation methods, it was really hard to resist them. Of course, Lin Fei killed them with a few swords. But it was also obvious that he was capable. No wonder the experts from the Sky Immortals sect would ask him to team up with them. It was really hard to guard against them when they came in. Often, when they weren't paying attention, a demon would appear. These fiendish demons were very strong, and Lin Fei had to give it to them. Now, what Lin Fei had to do was to find the leader of the demons. After all, it was still a bit difficult to deal with 5 of them. The high-level area was bigger than he had imagined. Hence, Lin Fei decided to find a lair first, which was where the demons gathered. He would start at a place with more demons. That way, he would know where the leader of the demons was. He couldn't just search blindly. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Fei didn't dare to fly into the sky. Instead, he kept moving in the desert. His movement technique came in handy. Not long after, he found a place with a strong aura. Obviously, there was a strong demon there. Lin Fei went over without saying anything. As expected, the closer they got, the more demons there were. It seemed that they were still patrolling. Lin Fei also saw a huge mountain with many demons on it. Clearly, this was a stronghold. Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of demons, but he was afraid of not being able to find the whereabouts of the demons. However, before they even got close to the mountain, they saw many demons running out in unison. Lin Fei frowned slightly. What's going on? It can't be that someone beat us to it, right? It wasn't easy for him to come across such a place. Lin Fei didn't want to be beaten by others. No matter what, he had to understand the situation first. When Lin Fei got close, the demons scattered in all directions. In the direction of the mountain, there were a few figures fighting. There were fiendish demon experts among them. This aura was very strong. At the very least, it was at the level of the leader of the demons. If Lin Fei wanted to kill the leader of the fiendish demons, he still had 5 more of them. This place was so huge, and it wouldn't be easy to find one. So he definitely couldn't let others take advantage of him. Without saying a word, Lin Fei charged up the mountain. At this moment, on the mountain, there was a rough city made of stone. However, the city was filled with the corpses of demons. There was a leader of the demons holding 2 blades, defending against the attacks of a human expert. That human expert's methods were quite strong. Magic treasures kept smashing down. It was a pure act of violence. However, this demon used his two blades to block time and time again. Young man, you want to kill me with your strength? It won't be that easy. Let me show you what the chain blade technique is. The leader of the demons was a bull demon. He had two horns on his head, and when he swung his blades, it was like a huge tornado that covered over. The young man snorted coldly, killing you is easy. I'm just warming up. He raised his hand, and a mysterious floating light appeared, forming a huge fixed word. It froze the leader of the demons with bull horns. The moment the magic treasure smashed down, it was smashed into a pile of mud. See, killing you is so easy. When the demon with bull horns died, there was a round core on the ground. This was the inner core of the leader of the demons, which was also known as the demon core. Who is it? Just as the young man was about to retrieve the demon core, his eyes turned cold. He smashed the magic treasure over, and the entire void turned into a layer of ice. At the same time, Lin Fei charged out from the ice. Kacha kacha. I didn't expect you to kill the leader of the demons. Lin Fei recognized the leader of the demons the moment he came up. He felt that it was a pity. To think that he was a step too late. Someone beat him to it. When the person saw that Lin Fei was holding onto a magic treasure, he recognized Lin Fei's emblem as well. So it's a disciple of the heaven-reaching sect. You're quite bold. It seems like you want to snatch the demon leader from me. Lin Fei chuckled, so it's an expert from the heaven-reaching sect. You really have quite a lot of people here. I met a batch outside, and now I've met another one here. That's right. This young man was actually a disciple of the Heaven Immortal sect. He seemed to be even stronger since he dared to come in alone. At least for now, this was the first person that Lin Fei had seen who had made it to this high-class area. No wonder he had the strength to kill the demon leader. The young man glanced at him indifferently. You're only at the Golden Core realm and you're able to make it here. That means you're quite capable. But now, scram. Scram as far as you can. Don't bother me. This young man was an early-stage nascent soul realm expert. Of course, he wouldn't be interested in someone at the Golden Core realm. It was already quite difficult for him not to attack. Initially, Lin Fei had been prepared to leave as well. However, when the Tree of Life caught sight of the Yao core, it seemed as though it had taken an interest in it. This was something that hadn't happened before. It seemed like the demon core of the demon leader would be helpful to the growth of the God Tree of Life. Lin Fei was naturally interested. As the saying goes, whoever sees it has a share. My original target was the demon leader. Since you killed the demon leader, I'll take the demon core. It's useless to you anyway. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony at all. Because the most important thing to kill the demon leader was to take back the demon core. That would be the best proof. As for the other things, they didn't count. Therefore, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't stand on ceremony. When the expert from the Heaven Immortal sect heard this, he was a little surprised. You actually dare to target my demon core. It seems like you're really not afraid of death. Lin Fan had wanted to avoid the other party. But it seemed like he didn't need to anymore. Chapter 44-57. The expert from the sky-reaching sect was infuriated. This disciple from the sky-reaching sect really had a temper. He actually dared to snatch his monster core. He didn't take him seriously at all. Therefore, he decided to teach this disciple a lesson. No one had ever dared to snatch the monster core in front of him. He had spent a lot of effort to get it. Just as the expert from the sky-reaching sect was about to make his move, Lin Fei had already made his move. He dashed towards the monster core. He grabbed at the monster core with his 5 fingers. The expert from the sky-reaching sect's face darkened. He used a spell and a lotus flower bloomed, wrapping around Lin Fei. The lotus flower disappeared as quickly as it came. A torrent swept out with the lotus flower as the center. It crushed Lin Fei's body. This could be considered a very powerful technique. However, Lin Fei's body was unbelievably strong. That attack didn't budge in the slightest. His hand had already grabbed the monster core. This made Song Fan even more furious. An arc of light slashed at Lin Fei's arm. However, layers of ripples appeared on Lin Fei's arm and he deflected the arc of light. His arm didn't budge at all. The monster core was retrieved by Lin Fei and landed in his hand. I'm sorry, I've got the monster core. It seems like your strength isn't that great. You have to cultivate well in the future. Otherwise, if you meet someone strong, your days will be tough. Lin Fei smiled and kept the monster core. He didn't let the tree of life refine and absorb it. Song Fan felt a chill down his spine. The monster core was snatched under his nose and he was even mocked by the other party. It seems like I have to show you my true strength so that you know who is the strongest. Song Fan was completely enraged. No one had ever dared to do such a thing in front of him. This disciple from the sky-reaching sect was the first, even though they were all from the 10 great immortal sects. The relationship between the sky-reaching sect and the sky-reaching sect was alright. However, even if it was alright, it couldn't hide Song Fan's anger. No matter what, he had to beat this guy up until he could rest for 7 or 8 years. Not everyone could provoke Song Fan. Fix it for me. A gigantic word appeared. The void froze and the entire void became quiet. This was Song Fan's trump card. It could subdue all living things. Those who were weaker than him were instantly frozen. After that, it was time for him to unleash his killing move. After the gigantic fix word appeared, Song Fan summoned a fire dragon that coiled around him. Everywhere the fire dragon passed by, the void began to collapse slowly before melting away and turning into a black hole. He did not believe that this kid could withstand the attack of his immobilizing spell and fire dragon roar. Whoosh! The figure was completely destroyed by the fire dragon. Song Fan's anger was completely vented. You want to fight with me? Why don't you take a look at your strength first? As soon as he finished speaking, a faint voice was heard. Your immobilizing spell is quite effective. However, its power isn't that great. Even I can't be frozen. It seems like you haven't learned it well enough. Leave it to me. After Lin Fei laughed out loud, he went in front of Song Fan. He spread open his fingers and sent a slap straight at Jiang Xian. Song Fan looked at Lin Fei in surprise. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Fei to break free from his immobilizing spell. That's impossible. How could you break free? You're just a golden core cultivator. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. Song Fan's entire body was slapped to the ground. A crater appeared on the ground, and with this slap, cracking sounds could be heard. It was unknown how many bones had been broken. Song Fan was stunned by the slap. He felt as if his entire body was falling apart. That slap had seriously injured him in an instant. The person who attacked him was a young man and a disciple of the sky-reaching church. He found it hard to believe. Lin Fei came to Song Fan's side and stepped on his body. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. I told you that you would be fine if you gave me the monster core. Why did you have to show off? Are you stronger or am I stronger? Look at you now. You're like a dead dog. Song Fan kept struggling, but he was suppressed by the other party's foot. Even though there was a glow on his body, it was still shattered. I'm from the sky-reaching church. If you dare to touch me, you'll have to pay the price even if you're from the sky-reaching church. Lin Fei was someone who wasn't afraid of threats or intimidation. He was very interested in the immobilizing spell. It was quite useful. Since you're not going to listen to me, I'll have to do it myself. Lin Fei was not afraid of anything. Why would he be afraid of this guy? He punched Song Fan's head and killed him instantly. Anyway, Lin Fei had no taboos and he wasn't really a disciple of the sky-reaching church. So what if he killed a disciple of the sky-reaching church? Let me see if you have anything related to the immobilizing spell. Lin Fei opened the storage ring domineeringly. After searching for a while, he laughed. This guy actually left behind the cultivation method of the immobilizing spell. It turned out that the immobilizing spell was a powerful secret skill in the sky-reaching church. It wasn't easy to cultivate. Song Fan was quite talented and had mastered the fixed body art. With this fixed body art, if he met someone weaker, he would be able to freeze them in place with one move and then kill them. However, it consumed a lot of energy. Usually, he wouldn't use it easily. He was lucky to have met Lin Fei. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to break it. They were both in the Golden Core realm, but how could they be stronger than Lin Fei? Furthermore, Lin Fei's physical body was not something that Song Fan could hold down. Looks like I, the leader of the Yaoma demons, managed to obtain a secret technique before killing them. Lin Fei started to comprehend it without saying anything. Although it was difficult to cultivate, it wasn't as difficult as Lin Fei. Only 6 hours had passed since the beginning. Lin Fei started to cultivate the immobilizing spell. The power it displayed was stronger and lasted longer than Song Fan's. If Song Fan knew about this, he would probably crawl out of the Yellow Springs. This guy killed the demon leader. It seems that I can only continue to look for him. Lin Fei shook his head slightly and activated the Tree of Life to sense. He was able to sense a few directions with his senses. The southeast direction was the busiest. Lin Fei headed in that direction without saying anything. Since he was looking for someone, he had to find someone stronger. It would save him a lot of trouble. It would be best if a few demon leaders gathered together. Chapter 44-58. Along the way, Lin Fei saw quite a few fiendish demons. However, these fiendish demons were only average in strength. He didn't think much of them at all. He wasn't interested in these things. What he needed to find now was the leader of the fiendish demons. However, this leader wasn't going to be easy to find. Apart from the mountain at the beginning, no other fiendish demon leaders appeared. Fortunately, the Tree of Life didn't change its direction. Therefore, Lin Fei felt more and more assured. He believed that there would be a surprise waiting for him ahead. Half an hour later, Lin Fei finally realized that something wasn't right. Because there were so many fiendish demons here. So many that Lin Fei suspected that he had come to the wrong place. It seemed that the number of fiendish demons here had suddenly increased. He had already killed quite a few groups of fiendish demons. However, these fiendish demons seemed to be patrolling the area, densely packed. No matter how many Lin Fei killed, they would arrive in no time at all. This caused Lin Fei to frown slightly, but at the same time, he was pleasantly surprised. Looks like there should be a fiendish demon leader ahead. However, if I just kill my way in like this, I'll alert the enemy. I might as well go and see what's going on first. Lin Fei decisively retreated. After confirming that there weren't any fiendish demons around, he immediately used the transformation art. This was a high-level secret art. It wasn't something that just anyone could use. Lin Fei could only use it after he recovered his strength. It consumed too much energy. As Lin Fei chanted the incantation, his entire body began to transform. At the same time, not only his soul, but his entire body was filled with the aura of a fiendish demon. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei had turned into a fiendish demon. Even if other fiendish demons came, they wouldn't be able to tell that this was a real fiendish demon. It was a fake one. It's been a long time since I used it. Looks like this transformation art is pretty good. At least it's not outdated. Lin Fei looked at it from top to bottom and was very satisfied. With this identity, he could definitely go in and take a look. If there wasn't anything major, he could just kill all the fiendish demon leaders. If anything were to happen, he could still take advantage of the demon's identity. Lin Fei felt that he was too smart. Once again, Lin Fei blended into the group of magical beasts. But this time, there was no movement from the group of fiendish demons. These demons could not see through Lin Fei at all. Lin Fei was now a bona fide fiendish demon. Unless it was those top experts, no one would be able to see through him. As for the possibility of encountering a top-notch powerhouse, it was almost impossible. The deeper Lin Fei went, the more demons he saw. There were a lot of them. It's everywhere. They were densely packed all over the place. Lin Fei pondered for a moment. There were at least 100,000 fiendish demons here. Just thinking about it was a little scary. If a golden core expert encountered these 100,000 fiendish demons, they would be torn to pieces directly. It was no wonder that the fiendish demon desert had always been the domain of the demons. It really wasn't a place that just anyone could barge in. It was even more impossible to go alone. Lin Fei was also glad that he did not barge in forcefully just now. If he had, it would have taken a lot of effort to kill these 100,000 fiendish demons alone. He might even have exposed his foundation. If he was targeted by the top experts of the demons, it would be a little over for him. The identity of the fiendish demons was different. The deeper Lin Fei went, the higher the level of the fiendish demons. It was difficult for Lin Fei to go in. Fortunately, he finally saw what the situation was in front of him. It turned out that there was a big stone platform in front of him. There was a huge cage on the stone platform. There were many experts in the cage. These experts were all trapped. Not far away from them, Yi Shiwen's expression changed. The ground cracked. A blood-colored tree of God grew out. There were fruits hanging on it. These fruits swayed with the wind and made a weeping sound. It made one's scalp go numb and one's mind tremble. If it was someone weaker, they would have been defeated by this sound. Lin Fei was different from ordinary people. Therefore, his tolerance was still acceptable. But he was also attracted by this tree. He finally understood why the tree of life had such a huge reaction. Perhaps it was because of this tree. After all, the tree of life was the #1 tree. The other trees were no different from the tree of life's underlings. Initially, Lin Fei thought that there would be many demon leaders here. But it seemed like these demon leaders weren't the strongest. Lin Fei had already seen many demon leaders. There were at least 20 to 30 of them. However, these demon leaders weren't the strongest. This was because there were whole void demons above them. Lin Fei was very sure that these were whole void demons. This was because whole void demons had a unique aura. This was unique to the hollow realm demons. In the words of the spiritual realm, this unique aura was the aura of the great Tao. Only those who had cultivated a great Tao could be called whole void experts. Why were some whole void experts so strong? It was because they had cultivated a powerful great Tao, and some of them had even cultivated 2 or 3 great Tao. At the end, they would merge. They would become stronger and stronger. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't force his way in. To think that there were whole void demon experts. Moreover, there were a total of 3 whole void demon experts. This was definitely a rare sight. Especially since this was only a high-class area. No one would believe it if he told others. Just as Lin Fei was guessing what tree it was, the tree of life actually sent a message. Lin Fei was a little surprised. So this was called the Heavenly Ghoul Tree. This Heavenly Ghoul Tree wasn't ranked very high. It was just around the 100th place. However, it was still very strong. This was because these trees could give birth to powerful sky ghosts. However, the Heavenly Ghoul Tree in front of him was too weak. However, these Heavenly Ghoul Trees could give birth to Golden Core experts. If they absorbed and refined all the sky ghosts, they could instantly create an whole void expert and understand the great Tao of Sky Ghost. This message was sent to Lin Fei by the Tree of Life. Otherwise, Lin Fei wouldn't have known about the background of this Heavenly Ghoul Tree. It seemed like it had a rather impressive background. The demons sure have some tricks up their sleeves. To think that they would plant a heavenly ghost tree here. They are trying to create a cave void demon. However, this cave void demon seems a little strong to be able to bring along a great Tao of its own. No wonder there are 3 cave void demons guarding this place. Seems like they are taking this seriously. Lin Fei also received another piece of news. If the Tree of Life could devour this Heavenly Ghoul Tree, the situation would be completely different. If it could strengthen the Tree of Life, Lin Fei's undying god body would also recover 1/5 of its original strength. This was definitely a huge improvement. Chapter 44-59. This discovery made Lin Fei extremely excited. This heavenly ghoul tree was really a good thing. Now, Lin Fei had to think of a way to snatch this heavenly ghoul tree. According to the news from the God Tree of Life, as long as he uprooted this heavenly ghoul tree, the God Tree of Life would absorb and refine it completely. However, snatching this heavenly ghoul tree did not seem to be an easy task. Didn't they see the 3 whole void demons? With the 3 of them around, they would definitely be the most troublesome to deal with. Lin Fei felt that it was better to wait for an opportunity to strike. After all, this heavenly ghoul tree was not fully mature yet. This was especially so for the sky ghosts. This heavenly ghoul tree would be at its weakest after they descended to the ground. As for the people locked up in the prison, Lin Fei was not in the mood to rescue them. It had nothing to do with him. All he wanted now was this heavenly ghoul tree. Everything else could be put aside. Experts from the human race were constantly being thrown down the heavenly ghoul tree. An invisible whirlpool seemed to form around the heavenly ghoul tree. Any expert that was thrown into the whirlpool would be sucked dry, leaving nothing behind. This made Lin Fei secretly take a deep breath. This heavenly ghost tree actually had its own strength. It was probably as strong as an insightful emptiness realm expert. Although it was not very strong, ordinary people would not be able to take down this heavenly ghoul tree. As more and more people were fed, the sky ghosts on the heavenly ghoul tree became more obvious, as though they were about to mature. It seems like this heavenly ghoul tree will mature soon. I have to make some preparations and see if I can snatch this heavenly ghoul tree when they are not paying attention. This was also Lin Fei's only chance. Once this opportunity passed, the heavenly ghoul tree would recover from its weakened state. At that time, it would be even harder to deal with. Who asked the God Tree of Life to be so weak? Otherwise, Lin Fei would not have to go through so much trouble. The 3 whole void demons looked grim. Of course, there was also a hint of joy on their faces. No one knew better than them that when the heavenly ghost tree matured and gave birth to a heavenly ghost, it would allow a demon to advance by leaps and bounds and become a whole void demon. If a whole void fiend demon were to devour this heavenly ghost, his strength would increase by leaps and bounds, reaching the strength of a great whole void demon. The insightful emptiness realm was divided into 3 small realms. The first realm was called the minor hollowness realm. As the name suggested, it meant that one had grasped the great Tao. As for the second realm, it was the great hollowness realm. At this realm, one would have completely mastered the great Tao. As for the third realm, it was the heavenly hollow realm, also known as the heavenly hollow realm. After reaching the level of Tian Dongshu, it was no longer as simple as a great Tao. In order to enter the heaven paradise, one must have 2 great Taos. Only after merging the 2 great Taos would one be able to step into the next great realm. When it came to the heaven insight realm, it was extremely difficult. Not everyone could make a breakthrough. Most people were stuck at the great insight realm. It seems like no one can stop the rise of us demons this time. If another heaven paradise appears, we will be able to attack those cities. One of the monkey-faced demons laughed. The other snake-faced fiend demon also laughed. That's because after we have the heavenly cave void, we will be experts with 2 great Taos. Then, we can attack. This is the strongest weapon of war. At this time, we have to be more careful in case the experts of the human race come over. After all, we have discovered a heavenly ghost tree here. Although we have sealed off the news, it is hard to guarantee that experts will not come in. The 3 whole void demons were not talking loudly. Of course, the people around them could not hear them. However, Lin Fei heard them clearly. His heart skipped a beat. These guys actually want to build a war machine. No wonder they want the sky ghost. In other words, the demons already have a vessel that can cultivate a heavenly hollow without a will. If it's not a war machine, what else can it be? That's right. Lin Fei had seen such war machines in ancient records before. Therefore, he understood how frightening these war machines were. If they had such a heavenly insight realm expert, it would be a great weapon to attack those big cities. At the very least, it would not be easy for the human race to kill such a heaven paradise expert. They might have to pay a huge price. Since the demons could nurture a heaven paradise war machine, they could nurture a second one. This was because the heavenly ghost tree was not like other trees. It required a long time to grow. As long as there was enough blood essence, the heavenly ghost tree could continue to grow and give birth to another heavenly ghost. This was the most troublesome thing to deal with. The sobbing sounds were getting louder and louder. It reverberated endlessly in the air. At this moment, without any warning, a ray of light shot over. The monkey-faced demon laughed. Finally, someone is here. A ray of light blocked the ray of light. Instantly, the sky was filled with sparks as it landed in the midst of the demons. Countless demons were incinerated into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Even the demons beside Lin Fei suffered heavy losses in the blink of an eye. The scene was a little chaotic. Ho Tianxing, do you really think we don't know that you are nurturing heavenly ghosts here? Today, we will destroy this heavenly ghost tree. Let's see how you can nurture a war machine. A sharp voice came from between the heavens and the earth. A flying boat flew over. As soon as the flying boat appeared, it spat out countless flames and landed in the midst of the demons below. In the blink of an eye, the demons suffered heavy losses. Not a single demon survived. Lin Fei took the opportunity to get closer to the heavenly ghost tree. He also saw the flying boat in the sky. He was stunned for a moment, then shocked. It was a flying boat that cost 10 million spirit stones. No wonder he had such a combat attack method. Because only flying boats that cost more than 10 million spirit stones had the ability to attack. This was definitely something that only the rich could afford. Lin Fei could only watch. Fortunately, he was already close to the heavenly ghost tree and a few demon leaders. So that monkey-faced demon is called Ho Tianxing. I heard that he is an expert in the great hollowness realm. Ho Tianxing's information quickly appeared in Lin Fei's database. After all, when he came from the demon desert, Lin Fei had read some information. Some of them were about the experts in the cave area. Among them, Ho Tianxing was one of the more famous ones. No wonder he was here. If I'm not wrong, that snake-faced demon should be called the Black Cloud Demon, and the other one is called the Heaven Eye Demon. Chapter 4460. Lin Fei recognized the three insightful void demons immediately. After all, the three insightful void demons were very capable. Therefore, it was normal for him to recognize them. On the other hand, the human experts seemed to be very strong too. They were also insightful void demons. Lin Fei immediately realized that he might have a chance to snatch the heavenly ghoul tree. Because this was the best opportunity. It would be best if he could snatch and absorb the heavenly ghoul tree before it matured. Lin Fei kept moving forward. The heavenly ghoul tree was getting closer and closer. At this moment, the three insightful void demons did not notice the situation at all. They were all looking at the flying boat. At this moment, 4 experts rushed out of the flying boat. These 4 experts were all at the insightful void realm. The lineup of 3 men and 1 woman was not small. However, one could see one thing from the side. That was, the insightful void demons were indeed very strong. They had sent out 4 insightful emptiness realm experts. It seemed like this was the only way they could fight against 3 experts. So it's you, Tian Kuei. I didn't expect you to bring your team here. It seems like the sky-reaching church is going to intervene in this matter. Ho Xingxing recognized a burly man among the 3 men and 1 woman. The insightful void realm expert named Tian Kuei was an expert from the sky-reaching church. The other 3 were all at the small insightful void realm. Compared to the 3 demons, they seemed to be about the same. Lin Fei also understood when he heard the 2 words Tian Kuei. He was an elder from the sky-reaching church. He heard that elder Tian Kuei was a vengeful person. Throughout his life, he loved to search for demons the most. It could be said that he was on the road to search for demons. He was not in the sect all year round. Lin Fei did not know much about the insightful Void Realm experts of the human race. After all, he knew very little about the experts in the cave area. It was good enough that he knew about Tian Kuei's insightful Void Realm. The people from the other sects didn't know them, but they were sure that the other 3 insightful Emptiness Realm experts were from the 10 great immortal sects. Since you know that I, Tian Kuei, am here, I advise you to surrender and let me destroy the heavenly ghost tree. You fiendish demons won't be able to do that. Tian Kuei's voice was very clear and resonant like a large bell. Ho Xingxing laughed. If you want us to give up on the heavenly ghost tree, then you need to have the means to do so. Elder Tian Kuei waved his hand, and in an instant, the 4 of them moved. He directly attacked. More than a dozen experts rushed out from behind them. These experts were all at the peak of the nascent soul stage, and they immediately pounced toward the heavenly ghost tree. It turned out that they were here to restrain Ho Xingxing and the other 2 fiendish demons. The remaining Yuanying stage masters were the main combat power this time. After all, it was extremely difficult to determine a winner between insightful Emptiness Realm experts so quickly. But it was different between nascent souls. At this moment, Ho Xingxing also waved his hand. Go and hold them back. Once the heavenly ghost tree matures, they won't be able to do anything. He also went up to meet them. The insightful emptiness demon and the 4 insightful emptiness experts clashed. It looked like the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. The Yuanying stage masters also faced the familiar leader of the fiendish demons. It was a shocking scene. Rays of light flashed past. The fiendish demons were slashed to the ground, unable to block the attacks at all. Their strength was on a completely different level. Lin Fei was also attacked by a few rays of light. However, this was nothing to him. On the contrary, he was getting closer and closer to the heavenly ghost tree. It seems like the heavens are helping me this time. Who would have thought that the heavenly ghost tree would be in front of me? Although its defense is strong, if I were to attack instantly, there is a high chance that I could snatch the heavenly ghost tree away. With the divine tree of life absorbing it instantly, even they wouldn't be able to react in time. Lin Fei was getting closer and closer to the heavenly ghost tree. He could feel the unique aura of the heavenly ghost tree and the excitement of the divine tree of life. At this moment, Lin Fei did not make a move. This was because a nascent soul full circle expert had summoned an earth wall in front of him, trapping the heavenly ghost tree. This was to prevent anyone from getting close to the heavenly ghost tree. Lin Fei was cursing. He was about to get close to the heavenly ghost tree, but he was blocked by an earth wall. Moreover, this earth wall seemed to have a strong defense. It seemed like it would be difficult to break through it. This made Lin Fei rather unhappy. Other than that, a series of earth spikes pierced through the ground, turning the entire area into a zone of death. No demon could get close at all. The moment they did, they would be pierced through by the earth spikes and die. From the looks of it, it seemed like a human expert was suppressing the leader of the fiendish demons. Lin Fei could tell that this was only a temporary advantage. Once the fight dragged on, they would lose their advantage. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. He would make use of this opportunity to kill 5 of the leaders of the fiendish demons first. Otherwise, he would be in deep trouble when he returned. Since he knew how to transform, there was nothing to worry about. Even though these whole void human experts were strong, it was still rather difficult for them to see through his tricks. At the very least, Lin Fei could not guarantee that they would be able to see through his tricks. At the very least, they would not have the chance to. Instantly, Lin Fei was near one of the leaders of the fiendish demons. The leader of the fiendish demons seemed to be guarding the place. However, he did not expect Lin Fei to suddenly kill him. A cold flash of light shot out. It was unbelievably fast. With a single strike, the leader of the fiendish demons was killed. After all, Lin Fei was very strong. Moreover, he was caught off guard. This was not something that the leader of the fiendish demons could defend against. This is bad. The human expert is too strong. He killed the leader of the fiendish demons with a single strike. After Lin Fei killed the leader of the fiendish demons, he threw the blame to the human expert. No one could see clearly that it was Lin Fei who did it. Lin Fei's life-taking sword was most proficient in speed. Coupled with his movement technique, it could be said that he could kill people in an instant. No one could detect it. Especially in such a chaotic situation. Moreover, the leader of the fiendish demons did not realize it at all. The leader of the fiendish demons was still a little afraid of those human experts. There was actually an expert among them. He was very wary of them. Lin Fei moved through these fiendish demons and took the opportunity to kill. 1 fiendish demon, 2 fiendish demons, 3 fiendish demons. In the blink of an eye, he killed 5. These fiendish demons did not expect Lin Fei to make a move among them at all. And the people present did not expect that there would be a different fiendish demon among them. They were really caught off guard by the attack. In an instant, 5 fiendish demons died. And Lin Fei was also moving. He mixed in with these fiendish demons and no one really noticed him. Lin Fei also knew that his mission was considered completed. Booksellers Reading Website. Chapter 4461. The death of 5 demons was quite a big commotion. Not only were the humans confused, but the demons were also confused. After all, it was not normal for 5 demon leaders to die in the blink of an eye. But no one noticed who did it. The nascent soul realm was indeed strong, but Lin Fei's speed had increased a lot. No one could see that it was Lin Fei who did it. Moreover, Lin Fei was also a demon now. It was even harder to see through him in the crowd. So after a short moment of confusion, the demon leader suspected that it was a human expert. There was a hidden expert among the demons. They became even more cautious. Although the humans couldn't see through it, they realized that it was the elder's trick. Their fighting spirit became even stronger. The situation became even more intense. Lin Fei took the opportunity to move around and kill the demon leaders again. After all, 5 demons were not enough. He had to kill a few more. He knew that the demon cores of the demons were good stuff. They could be sold for a lot of spirit stones. Lin Fei's wealth was still too little. If he had the chance, he would definitely kill a few more demons. In this way, the strength of the demons was greatly affected. The nascent soul realm experts on the human side were all excited. This time, they felt a great sense of achievement when they dealt with these demons. They didn't feel any pressure at all. This was something that was impossible normally. The demons were slowly losing ground. The insightful emptiness realm experts who were still fighting also noticed the situation below. Ho Xingxing frowned slightly. He felt that something was wrong. Could it be that there was another expert? After all, it was obvious that the demons were losing ground. The combined strength of these nascent soul realm experts was still very strong. And Tian Kuei and the other 3 were holding them back. It was difficult to defeat them for a while. They could only hold on. This was the worst situation. Tian Kuei was also very relieved. If they could delay for a little longer, they would definitely be able to destroy the heavenly ghoul tree. Once the heavenly ghoul tree was destroyed, they would not have to worry anymore. At the very least, it would be impossible for the fiendish demons to have Tian Dongshu's war weapons for a long time. After Lin Fei killed the 9 fiend demon leaders, he did not attack anymore. This was because there were too few demon leaders left. If they attacked again, they might be discovered. Lin Fei didn't want to be discovered, so he moved closer to the heavenly ghost tree. At this time, the cries of the heavenly ghost were getting louder and louder, forming an invisible means of attack. Lin Fei was thick-skinned and didn't care at all. He had already come to the side of the wall, but he didn't use his sword. After all, it was too easy to arouse suspicion. Instead, he used brute force to smash the earthen wall. With a punch, ripples appeared on the earthen wall. With a loud rumbling sound, Lin Fei punched out consecutively, creating a huge hole. He charged straight at the heavenly ghoul tree. The sudden scene made those experts at the peak of the Yuanning realm a little surprised. No one knew what he was trying to do. Quick, stop him. This guy might just be a vessel. We can't let him get away with it. A series of techniques attacked him, but Lin Fei didn't care at all. Such an opportunity was too rare. He had to take advantage of the fact that everyone was busy to get the heavenly ghoul tree. As he approached the heavenly ghoul tree, whirlpools formed around him, seemingly trying to destroy Lin Fei's physical body. It was a very strong force. Previously, Lin Fei had already calculated that this force had the strength of a dongshu. Of course, this dongshu was very strong. However, it only caused a few cracks to appear on Lin Fei's body. After the cracks appeared, streams of blood flowed out. Lin Fei immediately activated the God Tree of Life. After the life energy circulated, his fleshly body instantly recovered. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei was already close to the heavenly ghoul tree. That force couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. When the demons saw this, they cheered. On the other hand, Ho Xingxing frowned. No, there's something wrong with this demon. Our vessel isn't this demon at all. The other two black clouds and the Heaven's Eye demon noticed the situation as well. After all, their vessel hadn't even made a move yet. How did a demon appear out of nowhere? Moreover, this demon was terrifyingly strong. To think that his physical body could actually withstand the blood-colored whirlpool attack of the heavenly ghoul tree. That was unbelievable. Quick, stop him. This guy wants the heavenly ghoul. Ho Xingxing couldn't escape at all. He could only use his full strength to increase his strength and share some of the pressure. And the black cloud demon charged down directly. This heavenly ghoul tree isn't something you can touch. Scram! The huge shadow punched down. Lin Fei raised his hand to block, but his blood boiled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. The opponent was too strong, much stronger than the heavenly ghoul tree. It didn't injure Lin Fei too badly. He had already reached the side of the heavenly ghoul tree and grabbed it with both hands. Rise for me. With a loud rumble, the heavenly ghoul tree released ripples that landed on Lin Fei's body. Each time it landed, a huge wound would be left on Lin Fei's body. 1, 2, 3. A total of 13 wounds. Each wound made Lin Fei feel as though he was bathed in fresh blood. No one dared to look at him. At this moment, Lin Fei had finally pulled the heavenly ghoul tree out. Although it was strong, Lin Fei's life force came in handy as well. Drop by drop, it landed on his body and actually formed a balance. Ho Xingxing and the others were in disbelief. No demon had ever been able to withstand the power of the blood-colored whirlpool, especially when it was a killing move. It was unimaginable. Even they might not be able to withstand it. They didn't expect the other party to pull the heavenly ghoul tree out. When Tian Kuei saw this, he was shocked as well. No one had expected a demon to rush over here at this moment. It seemed like he wanted to take advantage of the situation. This was different from what they had imagined. What shocked them even more was that in the next second, the heavenly ghoul tree disappeared. That's right, it disappeared. Before their eyes, he had completely disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei kept the heavenly ghoul tree and dashed out. He knew that it was no small matter to tame the heavenly ghoul tree. The leaders of the fiendish demons also came back to their senses. Quick, stop this guy. He snatched the heavenly ghoul tree. Chapter 44-62. The leader of the demons, who was trying to stop Lin Fei, was sent flying by Lin Fei's punch the moment he made his move. A ripple-like force swept across the demons, severely injuring them in an instant. At this moment, Lin Fei did not kill them because he wanted to leave this place first. After all, snatching the heavenly ghoul tree in front of so many people was equivalent to slapping their faces, be it the demons or the humans. They would not allow him to snatch the heavenly ghoul tree. Hence, it was inevitable that they would chase him. From the moment he made his move, Lin Fei was already prepared. If he had not made his move then, he would not have had another chance. Now, all he had to do was to escape. The rest would be very simple. The moment Lin Fei unleashed his movement technique, he seemed to turn into a blur. All the fiendish demons that stood in his way could not stop him at all. They were instantly killed by Lin Fei's punch. Wherever he went, no one was a match for him. Such ruthless and domineering methods made the fiendish demons feel a pang of heartache. They finally understood why so many of the leaders of the demons had died just now. Perhaps it was this guy who did it. Stop him. We must stop him. We cannot let him escape. One of the leaders of the demons shouted. Many of the fiendish demons worked together to surround him, not giving him a chance to leave. At this moment, the insightful emptiness experts of the human race and the demon race in the sky looked at each other. They had a tacit understanding. They gave up on attacking and focused all their attacks on this person. What the hell, there's actually such an expert hidden among us fiendish demons. Whose subordinates are they? He actually managed to snatch the heavenly ghoul tree away from this demon. The black cloud demon's face turned cold. He had actually not managed to kill the other party after taking a blow from him. He felt a little embarrassed. I really don't know what kind of expert has appeared among us demons. Maybe this guy is an old monster. I can feel the aura of a demon from him. The Heaven Eye demon had also caught up. No matter what, we have to keep him here. If he escapes, we will be in trouble. Ho Xingsheng and the other two fiendish demon experts chased after them with grim expressions. On the human race's side, Tian Kuei also frowned. He didn't expect such a powerful demon to appear at this time. Brother Tian Kuei, where did this guy come from? He's actually so strong. He can even withstand a palm strike from Black Cloud Heretic Devil. His fleshly body is quite strong. At this time, Tian Kuei also couldn't recognize this demon's origin. I don't recognize this demon. He doesn't have the aura of an insightful void realm cultivator, but his physical body is ridiculously strong. I'm afraid his physical body is infinitely close to an insightful void realm physical body. Such a demon is really rare. Even an insightful void realm demon might not have an insightful void realm physical body. We have to kill him, especially since he could easily keep the heavenly ghoul tree. That is the biggest problem. The four insightful emptiness realm experts knew that the heavenly ghost tree was very important. If they didn't destroy it, it would be a great help to the fiendish demons. If the heavenly ghost tree really produced a weapon of war like the insightful void realm, they would have a headache. If they didn't destroy it this time, it would be difficult. Next time, it would be even more difficult. It wasn't easy for them to obtain this information. Lin Fei moved very quickly. After breaking through the encirclement, he actually managed to charge out. None of the surrounding fiendish demons could catch up to him. The fastest one was Tian Kuei. Magic treasures came crashing down, causing the earth to shake. Wounds appeared on Lin Fei's body. After all, these were insightful void realm experts. Lin Fei was still lacking compared to them. His biggest advantage was his fleshly body. Coupled with his speed, he was able to put some distance between them. I don't care who you are. Leave the heavenly ghost tree behind and we can spare your life. Ho Xingxing chased after him. Lin Fei didn't reply. He kept moving left and right. He had already pushed his speed to the limit. The wounds on his body were also healing. That was the only way he could maintain his greatest advantage. The divine tree of life was also absorbing and refining the heavenly ghost tree. Although the heavenly ghost tree struggled in the beginning, the divine tree of life was the #1 divine tree. Once it suppressed the heavenly ghost tree, the heavenly ghost tree trembled. One by one, the heavenly ghost tree was refined. Lin Fei could see it clearly. Thus, he felt more at ease. As long as he refined the heavenly ghost tree, the divine tree of life would definitely grow a lot taller. He might even get something special. However, the pursuers were getting closer. Lin Fei frowned. He had to put some distance between them first. Turning around, he cast a fixed body art. A huge, fixed character appeared in the sky. It came without any warning. In an instant, Ho Xingxing and the other two, who were closest to him, stopped in their tracks. This caused the expressions of Ho Xingxing and the other two to darken. They realized that they were in trouble. Tian Kuei and the others, who had caught up, saw this scene. Without a word, their Dharma treasures landed on Ho Xingxing and the other two. How long would they have to wait for an opportunity to severely injure them? Therefore, Ho Xingxing and the others were really at a disadvantage. Fortunately, the fixed body art only lasted for the blink of an eye. However, this blink of an eye was extremely dangerous for Ho Xingxing and the others. All of them cursed under their breath. They could tell that this was the fixed body art. It was a very powerful secret technique among the demons. It wasn't easy to cast this secret technique. It was too taxing. Yet, this guy could cast it. Moreover, he could even freeze them in place. Although it only lasted for 2 short breaths, it was enough to make them realize how terrifying it was. If they were to fight one-on-one, they could be killed at any moment. With this thought in mind, they didn't dare to get too close. As for the humans, they were starting to take things seriously. After all, even Ho Xingxing and the others were frozen. What more the Dongshu of the humans? In terms of physical strength, he was no match for them. He immediately put some distance between them. They didn't know how many times he could cast such a powerful fixed body art. However, if they continued to follow him, it would be a headache. If Ho Xingxing and the others took the opportunity to get close to them, they would be in big trouble. After all, demons were experts in close combat. They were long-range attackers. Therefore, even now, they had to put some distance between them. Only when they were a certain distance away would they be the safest. Lin Fei turned around and snorted coldly, "You want to catch up to this old man? Then come at me. In any case, I have plenty of immobilizing techniques. If you want to be immobilized by me, you can try. If this old man uses a killing move, I can definitely kill you." Chapter 44-63. Lin Fei's cold aura, coupled with the terrifying fixed body art, really made the insightful Void Realm demons and human insightful Void Realm experts feel a certain degree of fear. After all, no one wanted to be injured by the fixed body technique. Even if it only lasted for a few breaths, they might be killed by the demon if they were not careful. Ho Tianxing and the other 2 fiendish demons had extremely ugly expressions on their faces. After all, they had just been ambushed. Tian Kuei and the others were happy for once. However, this made it even more difficult for them to deal with the demon. He could even use such a secret technique, and he wasn't at the insightful Void Realm or nascent Soul Realm. However, the fixed body technique was ridiculously powerful. They had to think about it carefully. Was he really going to catch up with them? What should we do now? This guy actually learned the fixed body technique, and it's so powerful. The Black Cloud demon was having a headache. He looked at the wounds on their bodies. They were all left by the insightful Void Realm human. He was being serious. The Black Cloud demon really didn't want to chase this guy anymore. After all, this guy wasn't easy to deal with. Who knew if he could use the fixed body technique again? He didn't dare to take the risk. Ho Tianxing said coldly, "This guy definitely has a powerful background. However, it won't be easy for him to use the body-fixing technique. The body-fixing technique consumes too much energy, so he can only use it a few times. We'll just have to keep chasing him. I don't believe this guy can last that long." Ho Xingxing decided to continue chasing. However, he didn't attack anymore. He chased from afar. Tian Kuei and the others did the same. They were more eager to kill this demon than Ho Xingxing and the others. After all, who knew what use the heavenly ghoul tree had? What if he found another way to cultivate? That was the scariest thing. Therefore, they had to chase after him. Lin Fei turned around again. He used the fixed body technique. Even the air froze. Fortunately, they weren't very close. Although they were affected, they recovered in the blink of an eye. He secretly rejoiced that he did not continue to chase after them. Otherwise, he would have been in trouble. You can chase me as much as you want. Anyway, I can still use the body freezing art several times. You can come at me as much as you want. When I freeze you, Mr. Ho and the others won't mind killing you all. So will Ho Xianxia. Lin Fei chuckled. This voice was very cold, so cold that it made them feel fear in their bones. Lin Fei wanted to scare them and buy time for himself. The divine tree of life's rate of refining and absorbing was very fast. However, it also required some time. When the time limit was up, Lin Fei's strength could rise again. Especially his physical body, which could become even stronger. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear them. Even if he couldn't win, he could still fight to a draw and leave calmly. Tian Kuei was a little anxious as he followed behind. How long would it take for him to follow behind like this? Most importantly, this was the fiendish demon desert. Fiendish demons would appear from time to time. The commotion here had already spread. When the time came, there would be more and more fiendish demons. That would be even more troublesome. After all, the fiendish demon desert was very famous. Even insightful emptiness realm experts had to be careful when they came to the fiendish demon desert. There were 4 of them, but this was the base camp of the fiendish demon desert. Naturally, Ho Xianxia did not intend to continue following them. He also did not intend to attack them. However, he also sent a message to the fiendish demons in front of the desert to stop this guy and exhaust his strength. The more the better. Tian Kuei, didn't you want to destroy this heavenly ghoul tree? Now, the opportunity is here. Hurry up and do it. Aren't you very powerful? I'll give you this opportunity. Ho Xianxia was very angry. However, he also knew that there was another way to vent his anger, which was to provoke Tian Kuei and the others. As experts of the human clan, Tian Kuei and the others definitely wanted to destroy this heavenly ghoul tree. After all, an insightful emptiness realm weapon of war was quite a headache. Now that it did not fall into the hands of Ho Xianxia and the others, but into the hands of an unknown fiendish demon, it was also a big problem. If they did not destroy this fiendish demon, this trip would have been in vain. The fight just now would have been meaningless. They had not paid any price yet. If this dragged on, it was hard to guarantee that something unexpected would happen. They had to take advantage of this opportunity to severely injure this fiendish demon. At the very least, they had to capture this fiendish demon. Only then would they have an opportunity. The magic treasures attacked again. However, it was much more powerful than before. Other than that, Tian Kuei also sent a message. You guys help me keep an eye on Ho Xianxia and the others. I'll use my big magic treasure to capture this person first. Only then will we have an opportunity. Tian Kuei could already sense many auras heading their way. This was because they would reach the core region. There were not many things in the core region except for demon leaders and insightful emptiness demons. This was also the reason why they did not dare to come down previously. Because they could still handle the high-level regions. However, once they reached the core region, they would not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Map of Heaven and Earth. Tian Kuei gritted his teeth and released the map of heaven and earth. The mountains, sun, and moon appeared and instantly enveloped the sky above Lin Fei. When the map of heaven and earth appeared, Ho Xianxia's expression changed. Quick, stop them. We cannot let them capture this fiendish demon. Ho Xianxia recognized it immediately. This was the map of heaven and earth. This was something he had not expected. The fact that Tian Kuei had brought the map of heaven and earth with him was no small matter. The map of heaven and earth was an insightful emptiness treasure. Moreover, it was a treasure that specialized in trapping people. As long as one was weaker than the map of heaven and earth, it would be sucked into the map of heaven and earth. Instantly, Lin Fei felt a huge force landing on him and was slowly sucking him into the map of heaven and earth. Lin Fei felt it for a moment and gave up resisting. He allowed the map of heaven and earth to be sucked in. He knew that it was already a spatial treasure. He could use this time to refine it. Once the tree of life was refined, it would be easy to break the map of heaven and earth. Don't forget that he had the heavenly sword in his hands. At that time, he would be able to cause a huge impact on the map of heaven and earth. Even his physical strength could break the map of heaven and earth. Therefore, Lin Fei gave up resisting and was sucked into the map of heaven and earth. Of course, he still resisted. Even if he wanted to put on an act, he had to do it properly. Tian Kuei's face was a little pale. After all, the map of heaven and earth was not him. It was meant to be used at the crucial moment. It seemed like it was finally going to be put to use. He kept it. Let's go. Chapter 44-64. Tian Kuei used the heaven and earth map to take him in. This gave Ho Xingxing and the rest a huge headache. He didn't expect that even though the kid wasn't strong and his speed wasn't slow, he was still taken away by someone using the scroll of the universe. If they left now, it would be troublesome. At the very least, it would be too late for them to stop them. They could only watch helplessly as they escaped. It would be very troublesome to kill each other, let alone to keep them here. Hence, Ho Xingxing and the rest really could not stop them after fighting for a while. They could only watch helplessly as they escaped. Damn it, we were so close. I did not expect Tian Kuei to bring the heaven and earth map with him. Is he not afraid of leaving it in the demon desert? Ho Xingxing was so angry that he was about to vomit blood. The Black Cloud Demon and the Heaven's Eye Demon were the same. Both of them had ugly expressions on their faces. After all, not only had the heavenly ghoul tree been stolen, even the mysterious fiendish demon had been captured. This was the most troublesome thing. Ho Xingxing found it hard to explain himself this time. The current situation was really beyond their expectations. If it was anyone else, it would be fine. But this person was a demon. This was a little hard to explain. Ho Xingxing could clearly guarantee that the other party was a true demon expert. He might even be a hidden existence. There must be something wrong with us. We have to investigate and report it. Tian Kuei and the rest used some tricks and finally escaped. But they were also on tenterhooks. After all, Ho Xingxing and the other two were not easy to deal with. Especially when they were in the demon desert. Who knew if there would be an expert coming? That was the most important thing. Fortunately, there was no danger along the way. There were no high-level Hollow Realm demons in the demon desert and they could leave the demon desert safely. Only when they were millions of miles away from the demon desert did they heave a sigh of relief. They should not be able to catch up now. Tian Kuei also heaved a sigh of relief. After all, the situation this time was really too different from what he had imagined. If he had not brought the map of the universe with him, he would have suffered a great loss just now. Brother Tian Kuei is still the best. He brought the map of the universe with him and kept that fiendish demon. If it were any other time, we could only watch helplessly as the fiendish demon left. Luck, this is really luck. Tian Kuei also laughed. But now we still have to move forward because it's really not safe here. Although it was millions of kilometers away, it was still quite close to the demon desert. At the very least, it would be safer to travel tens of millions of kilometers. The four of them moved forward again. After traveling for tens of millions of kilometers. Only then did they heave a sigh of relief. This time, they shouldn't be chasing us anymore. Moreover, the outside world is no longer the domain of the magical beasts. We can kill them at any time. In a deserted valley. Tian Kuei and the other three finally stopped. One by one, they sat cross-legged, took out elixir pills, and ate them to recover the energy they had expended on the journey. They had to ensure that their strength was restored, especially Tian Kuei, who had expended the most energy. After all, he had to control the map of the universe. The map of the universe had to suppress the fiendish demon. Once there was no one to suppress it, it was very likely that the fiendish demon would escape from the map of the universe. This was something that Tian Kuei did not want to see the most. It was not easy for him to catch this fiendish demon. Now he wanted to know where this fiendish demon came from. It could even keep this heavenly ghoul tree. This was really a trick. While Tian Kuei and the others recovered their strength, Lin Fei, who was in the map of the universe, was not affected much. The map of the universe had an invincible force that suppressed him, making him unable to move. It was as though his entire body was imprisoned. However, as long as Lin Fei used his physical strength, he could break free from this restraint. However, he did not do so. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested. He did not struggle. He allowed the map of the universe to suppress him. At the same time, the tree of life in his body was also refining the heavenly ghoul tree frantically. The efficiency was getting faster and faster. Lin Fei was very satisfied. He even felt that Tian Kuei should have brought him out of the demon desert. It could be considered a good deed. Now it all depended on time. He had to absorb this heavenly ghoul tree first. Even if they let Lin Fei out, Lin Fei had nothing to worry about. Just like that, time passed. It might have been an hour, or 2 hours, or even longer. Lin Fei felt that someone was checking on him. He did not need to guess to know that it was Tian Kuei. Only he would check on him like this. He was probably worried that Lin Fei was struggling. After a round of checking, beams of power that looked like rays of light bound Lin Fei. Then, Lin Fei came to the valley. And the map of the universe had been hanging over his head. It turned out that the map of the universe was used to suppress him. You are quite powerful, fiendish demon. You can actually use such a powerful fixed body skill. However, no matter how powerful you are, you were still caught by us. One of the insightful void human race experts snorted coldly and stared at Lin Fei. She was sizing him up from head to toe. Lin Fei knew that he had been brought out. To be honest, he was quite grateful to these people. Not only did they help him complete the task, but they also obtained the heavenly ghoul tree. It wouldn't be long before his strength skyrocketed. You guys are quite powerful. Not only did you suppress me, but you also brought me out. You even managed to escape from Ho Xingsheng and the others. You are indeed insightful void experts. Lin Fei said unhurriedly. And Tian Kuei was also sizing him up. However, after sizing him up, he did not find anything. This was because they did not know this fiendish demon. He clearly looked to be in the golden elixir realm, but he gave off a dangerous aura. If they were not suppressed by the map of the universe, they would have to be careful. I don't care who you are. Now that you are in our hands, I advise you to tell us the truth. Also, hand over the heavenly ghoul tree. This thing must be destroyed. Tian Kuei's voice was very cold. It seemed like he would attack Lin Fei if he did not hand over the heavenly ghoul tree. After all, they were now 4 insightful void experts. It would be easy for them to deal with a golden elixir realm expert, especially when their strength was suppressed. They could do whatever they wanted to do. If I say that this heavenly ghoul tree is not with me, will you believe me? Lin Fei laughed. Naturally, Tian Kuei and the others would not believe him. To them, this heavenly ghoul tree must have been kept by some means. Ordinary people would not be able to withstand this heavenly ghoul tree. Chapter 44-65. They didn't expect this demon to be so daring. Didn't he know what was going on? The 4 insightful emptiness realm experts could easily deal with this demon. I don't care where you come from or what your background is. You're in our hands now. Either you hand over the heavenly ghoul tree and tell us everything honestly, or we'll use our tricks. You should know that once we use our tricks, it'll be your nightmare. The corners of Lin Fei's lips curled up slightly. He smiled faintly and said, actually, what I said was the truth. Why don't you take a look and see for yourselves if I have something like the heavenly ghost tree on me? I left it in the demon desert. Unfortunately, your cultivation is too shallow and you can't tell. The 4 insightful emptiness realm experts looked at each other. They had a bad feeling about this. If what this guy said was true, then it would be really troublesome. But they clearly didn't feel it. You are lying. You must be lying. You definitely didn't leave it in the demon desert, the only female insightful emptiness realm expert said coldly. The flying sword in her hand landed on Lin Fei's neck. If you don't talk, I'll chop off your head. No matter how strong your fleshly body is, I think you'll die after I cut you 7 or 8 times. Lin Fei looked a little scared. Are all the insightful emptiness realm experts of the human race so overbearing? Especially since you are a woman. You should at least accept your temper. Don't you think so? His words angered the female insightful emptiness realm expert. She raised the sword in her hand and said, I think you are tired of living. Seeing that they were about to make a move, Tian Kuei quickly extended his hand and stopped them. Since he doesn't want to talk, let's use our secret technique. I want to see what secrets are hidden in his head. Tian Kuei couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to use the secret technique to investigate the background of this demon. After all, this demon's background was not simple. Wait, I think there's something I need to tell you. After all, you've done good deeds for once. I'm very grateful to those who do good deeds. Suddenly, Lin Fei said seriously. These words made them blink. Good people? They never thought of themselves as good people, but the current situation didn't seem quite right. It was obvious that the 4 insightful emptiness realm experts were in control of everything. Was there anything that was not within their control? They couldn't wrap their heads around it. Lin Fei smirked. Actually, it's better for me to have the heavenly ghoul tree than anyone else. Lin Fei suddenly trembled, only to see the map of the universe above his head shaking non-stop. Following that, he sent another palm strike. Tian Kuei cursed inwardly. Hurry up and stop him. This guy is trying to escape. The female insightful emptiness realm expert slashed with her sword. It transformed into rays of sword light and enveloped Lin Fei. The other 2 insightful emptiness realm experts didn't hold back either. They immediately unleashed the power of the Great Path. One was the Great Tao of Earth. The other Great Tao was gravity. They enveloped Lin Fei's body one after the other. As for Tian Kuei, he directly controlled the map of the universe to crush it. At this moment, however, Lin Fei's palm strikes came crashing down. Bang! 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 The map of the universe received countless palm strikes and was sent flying by one palm strike. A trace of blood flowed down from the corner of Tian Kuei's mouth. I said that you are good people. Naturally, I won't kill you. Just now, the divine tree of life had refined the heavenly ghoul tree. A large amount of life energy returned, instantly healing a large part of Lin Fei's body. This made Lin Fei's strength skyrocket again. Because he could use the power of the immortal body. Although the power of the golden elixir was still weak, the power of the immortal body was very strong. It was so strong that it was hard to imagine. Therefore, he sent the map of the universe flying with one strike. With a light stomp of his foot, a ripple of energy swept across the energy. They collided with each other and collapsed continuously. In the blink of an eye, the pressure on Lin Fei lessened. I'm not playing with you anymore. Let's have a good fight in the future when we have time. Lin Fei dashed out in the blink of an eye. His speed was much faster than before. In the blink of an eye, there was only an afterimage left. Furthermore, the afterimages spread out in all directions. They couldn't even catch a glimpse of the real body. It was as if every afterimage was real. Damn it. This guy is going to run. The 4 insightful emptiness realm cultivators couldn't accept this. By the time they reached the outside of the valley, the figure had completely disappeared. They didn't even know where he went. This was what made them feel the most helpless. Tian Kuei said. Let's split up and look for him. We must capture this demon. He must have a big secret. Tian Kuei's face was rather gloomy. It wasn't easy to capture this demon. He didn't expect him to escape in the blink of an eye. It was unimaginable that he was so strong. Now, they suspected that this guy had the strength of an insightful emptiness realm cultivator. What was even more frightening was his speed. There was simply no one who could catch up to him. After the four of them chased after him. They chased for a long time. They had searched a radius of at least a few thousand kilometers. But they still couldn't find him. When they gathered together, their faces were a little ugly. This was the first time a demon had escaped from the four of them. Was that person's speed really that fast? But they really couldn't find any trace of that person. This doesn't seem to be a simple matter. We have to be careful, Tian Kuei said coldly. At this moment, Lin Fei was right under their noses, deep underground. He wasn't breathing at all. He didn't even have any aura. He was no different from a piece of soil. This was one of the benefits of having a strong physical body. Lin Fei hadn't experienced this feeling in a long, long time. This heavenly ghoul tree came at the right time. Even if they search for tens of thousands of kilometers, they won't know that I'm right under their noses. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. He stayed underground just like that. After half a month, Lin Fei finally came out of the ground. The four of them were gone. At this moment, Lin Fei's body was filled with a strong aura. With such a strong aura, one would know that this person was very terrifying. Now, I finally have a way to protect myself in the spiritual realm. Be it in terms of physical body or speed, they can't catch up to me. Even insightful emptiness realm cultivators can't catch up to me. I can only eat the soil behind me. Chapter 4466. Lin Fei was pretty satisfied with his gains this time around. Especially since his physical body had improved as well. Even though he hadn't cultivated any great Dao, his physical body was strong enough to withstand the attacks of the great Dao. Just like now, apart from being strong, he was still strong. The first training mission was considered completed. Lin Fei could return to the sky-reaching school with a clear conscience. He was concerned about the points there. When he returned, he could exchange for missions and get points. That was quite a lot. 1,300 points could be exchanged for a lot of things. However, just as he was about to move, Lin Fei frowned slightly. He saw a figure appear. It turned into a black cloud and shrouded Lin Fei's head. He saw a figure holding two sabers and slashing over. I found you. To think that you would be hiding here. I have underestimated you. This time, you won't be able to escape. It turned out that the black cloud demon wasn't willing to give up. He had been searching the area non-stop. He was the only one who didn't give up. He really found something when he searched. Just now, he felt an aura appear. Even though the aura was really obscure, he could sense it clearly. The black cloud demon also rushed over at the first instant. No one knew where he was hiding. The black cloud demon couldn't help but admire him. To be able to hide for so long. He was so close to escaping. Luckily, he found him at this moment. As long as he could restrain this guy, the rest would be simple. The other party wouldn't be able to leave at all. He had already informed the other demons. Even though this place was a little far, as long as he could restrain this kid, he would definitely be able to capture him. At that time, he would interrogate this demon to find out where he came from. At this moment, Lin Fei was still in his demon form. He didn't expect the black cloud demon to be so persistent. To think that he would actually search this place and coincidentally be targeted. The corner of Lin Fei's lips curled. Just in time. He could test his strength. He punched out. A huge black fist wind turned into a whirlpool and covered the two sabers. The power of the two sabers didn't land on Lin Fei at all. On the other hand, the heart of the black cloud demon shuddered. Wave after wave of terrifying power directly swept his body. Even his physical defense was slowly being torn apart. This left the black cloud demon in disbelief. Although he knew that this guy was strong, he didn't expect him to be this strong. His twin blades hadn't even reached him when he was trapped by his opponent. What do you think? Are you surprised? Since you dare to come and capture me, you should be prepared to be captured by me. After all, an insightful void realm demon is quite powerful. Compared to the strength of a nascent soul cultivator, Lin Fei was simply dismissive. However, if it was an insightful emptiness realm expert, it would be a different story. Moreover, this person's strength was at the minor hollowness realm. He could be considered a hollowness realm expert. It was also a demon. Lin Fei was quite interested. In a flash, he appeared above Zhang Xian's head. He spread open his palm and a burst of energy came crashing down. There was a loud rumbling sound. This power came crashing down like a torrent. It was pure physical strength. Lin Fei didn't use any other power. He just directly smashed down with a loud rumble. The black cloud demon's twin blades danced continuously to block the power of the torrent. However, the more he blocked, the more he realized that this demon was terrifyingly strong. It wasn't something that he could block at all. His twin blades also slowly bent. The power struck his body and instantly, he felt like he was being attacked by tens of thousands of attacks. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and his entire body smashed onto the ground. Even though his twin blades finally landed on his opponent's body, all he saw was a faint white mark. The black cloud demon was shocked. This is definitely an insightful void realm or even higher. How is this possible? Before this, he had injured his opponent with a single palm. How long had it been? This was totally impossible. After the black cloud demon smashed onto the ground, God knew how many wounds were left on his body. He couldn't take it anymore. Following which, Lin Fei punched down once more. This time, the black cloud demon couldn't block it at all. Even though he was at insightful void realm, Lin Fei's physical strength wasn't that easy to block. Even though he didn't have the support of the Great Tao, his strength was still really strong. Especially in close combat, the black cloud demon didn't have any advantage at all. Lin Fei waved his hand once more and the power turned into a shackle that locked onto the black cloud demon's body. This isn't a good place to talk. Let's find another place. Lin Fei instantly disappeared into the void and the endless astral winds came tearing at him. However, these astral winds didn't pose any threat to Lin Fei at all. Just like that, Lin Fei brought the black cloud demon away. Not long later, Ho Xingxing brought the demon to this place. He saw the traces of fighting on the ground but he didn't see the black cloud demon. His expression was a little weird. We're a step too late. We don't know who won and who lost. Ho Xingxing looked around and really couldn't find any clues. He could clearly feel that the black cloud demon had attacked. There were also traces of the demon. Damn it. Just a little bit more time and he actually slipped away. They had spent a lot of time and energy but still couldn't find the demon. Now, they were even too late. They couldn't even find the black cloud demon. He Yun's strength is quite impressive, especially his black cloud escape. It's impossible for anyone to catch up to him. I reckon he's chasing after that guy. That seemed to be the most plausible explanation. They knew He Yun's strength well. As for the demon, even though he wasn't a golden core cultivator, he was pretty strong. However, since he hid his face like that, there might be something wrong with his strength. Therefore, the demon definitely couldn't defeat He Yun. Hence, he used a secret technique to escape. Let's look around. Maybe we can be of help. While they were looking for He Yun, Lin Fei had already brought the black cloud demon hundreds of thousands of miles away. That wasn't the end. After running for a while, they were 1,000,000 miles away and burrowed into the ground. Once the seal of power was activated, all information was cut off. He really didn't believe that Ho Xingxing and the others would be able to catch up. Lin Fei's physical strength was so strong now that he could use some techniques. For example, the seal of power and the seal of power. These could only be used when one's strength reached a certain level. This was the first time he had used it. It was quite effective. Chapter 4467. The Dark Cloud Demon was completely dumbfounded. He was an insightful emptiness realm expert and had even cultivated a Grand Tao. Of course, his Grand Tao was not very useful. His Grand Tao was just an ordinary Grand Tao. It was used for escaping. That was his black cloud escape. Unfortunately, he hadn't even been able to use it before it was taken down by someone else. It was like a huge slap to his face. If he had known that this guy was so strong in close combat at the beginning, the Dark Cloud Demon would have used the Black Cloud escape technique to escape. He would not have been so pitiful to be captured by this guy. Furthermore, his opponent had a secret technique that could turn this power into power shackles, sealing his power for the rest of his life. It was like a monarch. This was what scared the Dark Cloud Demon. Since when did such a secret technique exist? Even he had never seen it before. Now, we can have a good chat. What do you think? Lin Fei looked at the Dark Cloud Demon with a smile. He didn't expect to receive such a huge gift before he left. That was right. In Lin Fei's eyes, this was a huge gift. An extremely huge gift. Normally, he would not encounter such a thing. If the Dark Cloud Demon hadn't been careless, it wouldn't have been so easy for Lin Fei to take it out. I know what you are thinking. You must be thinking that Ho Xingsheng and the others will come. But you better give up. They will not be able to find this place. So, you can only behave yourself. Otherwise, I will tear you apart. Although you are very strong, you are nothing in front of me. Lin Fei laughed and took out the insightful emptiness weapon. Do you see this sword? This sword is extremely sharp. It can easily cut you into dozens of pieces. When the Dark Cloud Demon saw the insightful emptiness weapon, he sucked in a cold breath. Guan Yu was already so strong with his bare hands. If he were to be caught off guard and hit by this sword, wouldn't he suffer a big loss? This fiendish demon was simply too terrifying. The Dark Cloud Demon was indeed a little frightened. A Dongshu weapon. Even amongst the fiendish demons, only a few of them possessed Dongshu weapons. This was because they were simply too hard to come by. Basically, only Heavenly Insight Emptiness Realm experts would possess Dongshu weapons. Who would have thought that this fiendish demon would already possess a whole void weapon? What do you want to know? I'll tell you. The Black Cloud Demon had a temper. But after encountering a fiendish demon that he was even more afraid of, he completely lost his temper. Because fiendish demons were never easy to talk to. In a moment of unhappiness, he directly chopped down with his sword. His physical body couldn't withstand it at all. At that time, it would really be over. Lin Fei smiled. That's more like it. If you're honest, you might be able to see the sun tomorrow. If you don't, then it'll be difficult to see the sun tomorrow. I'm not exaggerating, it's the truth. Lin Fei took out the piercing sky godly sword in order to provoke the Black Cloud Demon and let him know. Even if the fiendish demon's body was strong, it was only a matter of minutes. I'm quite interested in your demon desert. Tell me everything you know. As Lin Fei spoke, he took off the Black Cloud Demon's ring. Who knew how much wealth this guy had? The Dark Cloud Demon could only watch helplessly as the ring was snatched away. He couldn't resist. After explaining the situation, he didn't stop at all. As he spoke, Lin Fei would ask him questions. He didn't have time to think at all. Hence, he could only tell everything in full detail. From start to finish, he spoke for about 4 hours. Lin Fei finally understood the general situation of the demon desert. It was much more terrifying than he imagined. Luckily, he didn't enter the core area. Otherwise, he would have suffered. Lin Fei just wanted to know the situation of the demon desert. Of course, there was also the most important thing. Where else do you know of such a heavenly ghost tree? Lin Fei asked. He wasn't interested in anything else. For example, just now, he glanced at the Black Cloud Demon's ring. There really wasn't anything good. He could be considered a pauper. There weren't many things that Lin Fei was interested in. Hence, Lin Fei could only count on the heavenly ghost tree. Since there was one, there could be a second one. Hence, Lin Fei had to figure it out first. My lord, you're really making things difficult for me. I don't know of many heavenly ghost trees like this. This is the only one. Ho Xingsheng and the others found out about it with great difficulty. In the end, it was snatched away by you? Lin Fei asked many times. He was sure that this guy really didn't know about the heavenly ghost tree. Then, other than the heavenly ghost tree, where else do you know of such trees? Don't tell me you don't know. Lin Fei waved the Dongshu weapon in his hand. This thing won't be polite. When the time comes, it'll stab you here and there. It won't be easy to fix. Hearing this, the black cloud demon was scared out of his wits. If it's something else, then I do know. There are other trees like the heavenly ghost tree. Let me think. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He knew this guy would definitely figure it out. There aren't any better trees than the heavenly ghost tree. But I know of a tree that's not as good as the heavenly ghost tree. It's called the heavenly demon tree, but it's very well protected. Lin Fei really didn't know about the heavenly demon tree. But hearing that these heavenly demon trees were slightly worse than the heavenly ghost tree was still a big gain. This was much more valuable than those 10 or 20-year herbs. Then tell me about the heavenly demon tree. I want to know. It was fine if he didn't know. Now that he knew about the heavenly demon tree, Lin Fei naturally didn't want to hold back. He wanted to listen to the situation first. The black cloud demon didn't dare to hesitate and quickly told him what he knew. It turned out that the heavenly demon tree was in the core area of the demon desert. It was heavily guarded. I heard that the biggest use of the heavenly demon tree is to cultivate the great Tao of the heavenly demon after swallowing it. Once that's done, you can summon heavenly demons. Lin Fei listened very seriously. He didn't expect the heavenly demon tree to have such a use. It seemed like it had many uses. So Lin Fei decided to study it carefully. After all, he still had a lot of time. If he could get the heavenly demon tree, that would be great. His strength would be able to increase by a large margin again. The black cloud demon heard the change in the other party's expression and knew that the other party had his eyes on the heavenly demon tree. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. No matter how strong this guy was, could he take the heavenly demon tree away? Forget it. Chapter 44-68. In the end, Lin Fei did not go to the demon desert. It was not right for him to go to the demon desert at this time. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to go back to the heaven-reaching church and finish the task first. He would get the 1,300 points and exchange them for something. When he came back, he would deal with the heavenly demonic tree. Anyway, the heavenly demonic tree was in the demon desert and could not run away. Therefore, he would get twice the result with half the effort if he went there now. Moreover, he would not be targeted by others. As for the black cloud demon, it was even simpler. Lin Fei had set up a trap for it directly. Even if the black cloud demon had some ideas, it could not break Lin Fei's trap at all. At first, the black cloud demon had planned to go back and break the trap secretly. However, it did not expect that after Lin Fei performed a little trick, the black cloud would suffer unprecedented pain. It could not bear the pain at all. It felt like it was dying. In this way, the black cloud demon completely accepted its fate. She no longer dared to have any other thoughts. She obediently listened to Lin Fei's words and did whatever he wanted. What you need to do now is very simple. Keep a close eye on the heavenly demon tree. When I come to the demon desert, report to me. If you have any tricks up your sleeves, the one I left on you can easily take your life. Even if you are thousands of miles away, I can still kill you. After Lin Fei let the black cloud demon go, he was sure that the black cloud demon had no way to break the trap. And the black cloud demon fiend demon also left obediently. After the black cloud demon left, Lin Fei also left. He had to go back to the heaven-reaching church. However, after passing through 2 prefectural cities, Lin Fei felt that he was being watched. The stalker was quite powerful. At least, he could not be sensed for a while. Interesting, really interesting. I did not expect someone to be watching me at this time. Is it Su Zhending's man? The first person that came to Lin Fei's mind was Su Zhending. Besides him, no one could ambush him at this time. No. and the people from Dusk Tavern. Lin Fei thought of another person. After all, he had been targeted by someone at that time. However, that person's methods were quite powerful. And at this time, it seemed very likely that they would target him. After Lin Fei flew for a while, all of a sudden, a powerful force pressed down on him, catching him off guard. Following that, streaks of light shot over. The power of the explosion hit Lin Fei's body like a torrent. Wave after wave was really hard to resist. Lin Fei was instantly hit. At this moment, the streams of light from below continued to bombard upwards. These streams of light all contained destructive power and were extremely powerful. It turned out that this was shot by a crossbow, and it even used the power of the Great Tao. Clearly, it was a priceless treasure. And now, they were all used to deal with Lin Fei. In an instant, the scene became very lively. There were a total of 10 people below, all dressed in black, and they looked excited. After all, such a sneak attack on a prototype of the sky-reaching church gave them a sense of accomplishment. It seems that Lin Fei is not as powerful as I thought. He actually came back from the demon desert. Unfortunately, he was still ambushed by us, a man in black said coldly, with a hint of pride in his tone. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they had really used a lot of means. Now it seemed that these means were still effective. They did not make their efforts in vain. He did not believe that Lin Fei could survive such an attack. After all, this was not an ordinary means. It was embellished with the power of the Great Tao. It could be said to be a real trump card. The price of such a bow and arrow was not cheap. It was worth 10,000 medium spirit stones. Not everyone could have such a bow and arrow. It was not so easy to get the goods. This was also one of the means of Dusk Tavern. Such a scene lasted for a total of half an hour. It could be said that it was overwhelming. Fortunately, they had already set up a formation. No one could perceive it at all. So, Lin Fei would definitely die this time. No one could stop it. The man in black kept staring at the sky. No one could escape. In other words, Lin Fei was hit at that moment. He had no chance to resist. Therefore, Lin Fei had probably been blasted into pieces by now. The man in black waved his hand. Everyone stopped. Such extravagant behavior was really rare. It seems that we can call it a day and finish the task. As soon as the man in black's voice trailed off, a figure appeared in front of them. He just stood there quietly. You guys are not bad. In order to kill me, you used such means. Fortunately, I, Lin Fei, have some means. Otherwise, I would have been smashed to pieces by you guys. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose slightly. He raised his hand and a sword light came out. As soon as this sword light appeared, it was a dazzling radiance that crushed everyone's bodies. A shield appeared in front of the man in black in an instant. It enlarged infinitely. However, the shield was cut open by the sword with a cracking sound. The sword light landed on him. In the blink of an eye, all the men in black were dead. None of them survived. You guys are brave. It's a pity that you don't know what I'm capable of. So, you can only blame your bad luck. Lin Fei's strength was no longer what it used to be. Moreover, after he swallowed the heavenly ghoul tree, his physical body became even more powerful. Although these crossbows had the power of the Great Path, these great powers were not at their peak. However, this great power was not at its peak. A little bit of it was indeed a terrifying weapon against an ordinary person. However, in front of Lin Fei, these things were really nothing. So, Lin Fei easily dealt with them. He even let them attack for half an hour. After making sure that there was no one else, they only showed up. Lin Fei had no intention of leaving anyone alive. These people were from the Dusk Tavern. It was normal for them to face them. Fortunately, they left a lot of things, which allowed Lin Fei to make a small profit. In particular, there were a lot of bows and arrows. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony and took all of them. Anyway, it was a waste to keep them. It was better to let him take all of them away. Then, the sword light swept over and smashed all these people into pieces. Then, he left. He believed that the man from the sky-reaching church must still be guarding. So, Lin Fei had to meet him. He could not let him be happy in vain. Along the way, Lin Fei did not encounter anything else. Soon, he returned to the sky-reaching church. The sky-reaching church was very big. They did not care much about a personal disciple like Lin Fei completing the mission. So, Lin Fei completed the mission easily. He obtained 1,300 points. Chapter 44-69. He completed the first training task. Lin Fei got 1,300 points. He planned to exchange the 1,300 points for rewards. But Lin Fei decided to forget it and record it. After all, he still had 2 training tasks. Only by completing the 3 training tasks could he become a personal disciple of the heavens-reaching church. After completing the first training ground mission, he could rest for a period of time before starting the second mission. For Lin Fei, this break was quite useful. At least he could find another target, like the heavenly demonic tree. As soon as he came out of the place where he handed in the task, Lin Fei was stopped by someone. The person who stopped him was a burly guy. He stood there casually, but his heavy aura seemed to be connected with the earth. Not far from him, there was another person standing. Lin Fei was most familiar with this person. It was Su Zhending. Su Zhending said with a faint smile, "Junior brother Lin Fei, we meet again. Congratulations on completing the first training task. You are really lucky. Who doesn't know that the demon desert is full of dangers? I didn't expect that you could come out of the demon desert." Su Zhending did not expect that Lin Fei would come out of the demon desert. When he learned that Lin Fei had handed in the task and came out, Su Zhending could not take it lying down. He was happy for nothing again. Lin Fei said with a smile when he saw Su Zhending, "Yeah, I also feel that I am very lucky. I didn't encounter any trouble in the demon desert and came out easily." Su Zhending tried his best not to be angry. "This is my senior brother. I heard that you are very strong, so I want to have a chat with you. Let's change places," Su Zhending said with a smile. This time, Su Zhending did not just come to see Lin Fei. As long as Lin Fei was not unlucky, Su Zhending would never be able to calm down. This time, he specially asked his senior brother to come. His senior brother was not good at anything else, but his defense was rare. It was impossible for him to defeat someone of the same realm. Since the demon desert was not going to work, Su Zhending thought of something else. No matter what, he had to deal with Lin Fei. The middle-aged man said, "Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm Su Zhending's senior brother Yi Dazhuang. Nice to meet you." Of course, Lin Fei had no interest in getting to know Yi Dazhuang. However, this guy really lived up to his name. He was really tall and sturdy, and he even seemed to have some magical abilities. Let's leave the conversation here. After all, I still have a lot of things to do. Lin Fei had no interest in chatting with Su Zhending. Su Zhending laughed and said, "I wonder if junior brother Lin Fei has any thoughts about these points." Lin Fei might not have any interest in other things, but the points were really interesting. Yi Dazhuang said, "If junior brother Lin Fei wants to obtain more points, why don't you follow me? If you're lucky, you might even be able to obtain quite a few points. Such a good opportunity is hard to come by." Lin Fei was not afraid that these two people would show off. He thought about it. "Then lead the way. I also want to see what these points are all about." Su Zhending and Yi Dazhuang flew forward. Lin Fei followed them. The sky-reaching school was very big, and there was more than one place like sky-reaching city. Fortunately, he had read the ancient books before, so he did not care much about this situation. This city was obviously much smaller than sky-reaching city. Su Zhending was very familiar with this place. This is called sky-reaching second city. Only people with a certain status can come here. Outsiders have no chance at all. Lin Fei didn't make a sound. He just followed behind. Finally, they came to a huge courtyard. However, when they entered the courtyard, they found it very lively inside. It was completely different from the outside. This is the first place that our sky-reaching school's disciples come to the most. Because you can buy anything with points here, and you can also use points to trade. It's a place for us disciples to communicate with each other. Yi Dazhuang said. After that, they entered the hall. It turned out that there was an underground square under this courtyard. This square was very large and very lively. When Lin Fei came in, he saw a lot of things placed here, which were dazzling. The sky-reaching tower seemed to be similar, but it seemed that points were used here. However, what caught Lin Fei's attention most was a place like an arena in the middle. At this time, there were two people fighting on it. There were layers of ripples. A lot of people were watching from below. In less than a blink of an eye, one of them was defeated. He was sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. After seeing the scene on the arena, Lin Fei understood what was going on. Perhaps Su Zhending was thinking about his points. 1,300 points were not a small amount. Lin Fei laughed inwardly. He was really short of points at this time. The more points he got, the better it would be. Junior fellow apprentice Lin, this is a place for us to learn from each other. However, it's a bit different from other places. We stop here. If you want to go up there to fight, you have to use points as a wager. You and I have conflicts. How about going up there to fight? Su Zhending looked at Lin Fei and said. Lin Fei thought it was something important, but he really liked this kind of thing. Are you sure you want to learn from each other? I don't think you're strong enough. Yi Dazhuang laughed. Junior fellow apprentice Lin Fei, you're really straightforward. Of course, my junior fellow apprentice Su Zhending is no match for you. But this time, I'm ready to learn from you. I'm willing to pay 1,300 points. Let's go up there to learn from each other. How about it? Whoever wins can take the points. Lin Fei really wanted to tell Su Zhending that he was a good man. He actually gave him such a gift. 1,300 points. That would be earned for a long time. Lin Fei could even see that when Yi Dazhuang said 1,300 points, he more or less cared about it. One could imagine how difficult it was to earn points. Maybe Su Zhending contributed a part of the 1,300 points. Are you sure you want to fight me with 1,300 points? If you lose, it'll be really painful. Lin Fei said seriously, I think we should forget about it. Yi Dazhuang had never seen such a thick-skinned person. They haven't even fought yet, but he already thought that he was defeated. Did he really think that he was very powerful just because he was a personal disciple? Yi Dazhuang's earth defense was quite strong. I, Yi Dazhuang, am not that easy to defeat. I'm only asking you, do you dare? Lin Fei smiled and snapped his fingers. Since someone is giving me points, I definitely won't have a problem. Chapter 4470. For Lin Fei, coming to this place was really the right choice. He really wanted to earn some points here. After all, 1,300 points might seem like a lot, but in fact, it was really not a lot. If he could get another sum of money from Yi Dazhuang, that would be the best. Lin Fei saw that this seemed to be a good place to earn points. If Su Zhending hadn't brought him here, he would really have missed the opportunity. Su Zhending was really a good person. It was really rare to see such a good person. When Su Zhending saw Lin Fei agree, he let out a sigh of relief. Wait a minute, you will regret it one day. No one knew how strong Yi Dazhuang's defense was. He was simply like a meat shield. Coupled with his close combat skills, he was simply a mess. He was already ranked at the top among those in the same realm. Only a strong force could defeat Yi Dazhuang in a head-on attack. There were really not many people like him, unless it was those saints. Even the chosen might not be interested in making a move against him. Hence, Yi Dazhuang's influence in this circle was not small. When they knew that Yi Dazhuang was going to fight in the arena, they were all a little stunned. At this time, there was actually someone who dared to fight Yi Dazhuang in the arena. He must be crazy. Everyone wanted to see who wanted to fight Yi Dazhuang in the arena. Everyone knew that Yi Dazhuang's defense was a mess. It was no different from a meat shield. In addition, the area of the arena was so small. Once they exchanged blows, there would be no advantage at all. This was not the first time such a situation had happened. Hence, almost no one would go to fight with Yi Dazhuang. Because there was no need. As long as you went up, you would definitely lose. Who do you think is going to fight with Yi Dazhuang this time? I think there is an 80% chance that he will lose. What 80%? He will definitely lose. Who doesn't know Yi Dazhuang's ability? After going up on the stage, everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Until Lin Fei went up on the stage. This made them slightly stunned. For a moment, they didn't recognize this young man. Who is it? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Of course you don't know him. This is a fierce fellow that managed to rush through Skysplit Tower's 60th and 70th floors. I heard that his name is Lin Fei, and he has become a disciple of Guanjuanzi. That's right. That's the one who became Guanjuanzi's disciple. In that case, he will regret it. No wonder he dares to fight Yi Dazhuang at this moment. He has probably been fooled to the point of no return. In everyone's opinion, this Lin Fei had been duped. Although Lin Fei's previous performance in Tong Tian Tower was very good, Lin Fei was still able to defeat him. He was a far cry from Northern Sky Xianju Chen. Clearly, not many people remembered him. Right then. There were also many people gathered in the square. Among them were Northern Heavenly Immortal and Zhu Chen. Both of them had their own circles. When they had nothing to do, they would come here to sit for a while. They were quite surprised to see Lin Fei. They had quite an impression of Lin Fei. Of course, it was just a vague impression. He didn't think much of it. Although there were quite a few levels between them, the difference between them was still quite huge. Just like them, they had become saints in one go. In addition to the short period of cultivation, they had improved by leaps and bounds. The two of them were already at the hollowness realm. Their cultivation speed was quite fast. Although they were only at the small hollowness realm, they were already top-notch existences in the small hollowness realm. This was where their foundation lay. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, he could feel many gazes landing on him. He didn't really care. Yi Dazhuang looked over, use all your skills to attack. Otherwise, you won't have a chance to attack later on. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, he had already left 1,300 points on the stage. Yi Dazhuang did the same as well. At that time, whoever won or lost, the points on the other party's card would be swiped. It was very simple. It was also very fair. At the very least, he didn't have to worry that the loser would go back on his word. Senior brother, since you are so polite, if I don't attack, I would be letting you down. Lin Fei chuckled and slashed with his sword. The sword transformed into thousands of sword shadows that bombarded Yi Dazhuang's body. With this attack, layers of scales appeared on Yi Dazhuang's body. The scales covered his entire body, making him look no different from a rock. Lin Fei knew that this fella had a defense. When the sword light landed on his body, sparks flew. This defense was indeed very strong. Even the people on the ground were shocked. Senior brother Ye's defense is even stronger now. That's right. I heard that this cultivation technique is a fusion of the demon clan's cultivation technique. It's most proficient in defense. That fella is probably a little dumbfounded. However, this sword technique is really strong. When Lin Fei attacked, everyone saw the strength of his sword technique. Lin Fei only used a little of his strength to test the waters. With this test, he knew that Yi Dazhuang's defense was really strong. If this is all you have, then you are going to lose today. Yi Dazhuang hooked his finger. Su Zhending, who was below, also had a smile on his face. This time, no matter what, he wanted to make Lin Fei suffer a big loss. It would be best to let him lie in bed for 3 to 5 years. It was inevitable that there would be mistakes in a spar. After all, no one could guarantee that they would have perfect control of their strength. Su Zhending didn't believe that Lin Fei could survive under Yi Dazhuang's strong defense. His attack now was nothing more than a joke. Lin Fei attacked again. It was still the same sword light. However, he still couldn't do anything to Yi Dazhuang. Yi Dazhuang laughed. It seems that you are going to lose today. Yi Dazhuang moved too. His whole body moved over in an instant. This kind of movement was not the same as usual. It was like shrinking a small area. Lin Fei knew at first glance that this should be the ability to shrink the ground to an inch. However, his shrinking the ground to an inch seemed to be higher and more powerful. Lin Fei blocked it with his sword light and saw Yi Dazhuang's fist smashing down. After the punch came down, one after another, the ripples were like sharp awls as they directly attacked. The sword light that Lin Fei displayed was constantly broken. Lin Fei took a step back, and the sword intent around him appeared even more. However, to Yi Dazhuang's surprise, his punch didn't reach the end. Just like that, his strength was drained. It was a little surprising. No wonder Su Zhending was not this guy's opponent. This sword technique was really good, but of course, that was all. Chapter 44-71. Yi Dazhuang's attacks didn't stop at all. One punch after another. The power of each punch would form a cone-shaped shape as it attacked ferociously. It had an extremely strong penetrative power, and the power instantly increased by several times. This was Yi Dazhuang's method. Coupled with the scales that covered his body, as well as his strength, no one would be able to withstand a single blow from him. This was also Yi Dazhuang's most powerful technique. Every strike sent chills down the spines of the people below. If they were to go up against him, they basically wouldn't be able to withstand it. At first, they thought that Lin Fei definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. They didn't expect him to be so hard to deal with. This guy's swordsmanship was also outstanding. It constantly created layers of ripples, and he was actually able to withstand it easily. This made many people suck in a breath of cold air. This kid's swordsmanship is amazing. The power can actually increase. Then you guys are very wrong. The biggest advantage of this guy's swordsmanship is his speed. Take a closer look and you'll know. An expert with a sword immediately said the reason. At first, everyone thought that Lin Fan was only good at swordsmanship. Now, it seemed to be a little different. After they carefully observed it, they really did see something unusual. Lin Fan's sword intent was very thick, and the important thing was that it was fast. Unknowingly, it disintegrated Yi Dazhuang's technique. He reckoned that even if the remaining power affected Lin Fei, it wouldn't be too much of a threat. After such a person saw it, the others also saw it one after another. Yi Dazhuang, who was in the arena, only felt that his ferocious and powerful punch didn't hit Lin Fan at all. Instead, it was easily disintegrated by Lin Fan. This was a little unbelievable. He hadn't encountered such a situation in a very long time. Because once he made his move, there was basically no one who could stop him. What kind of swordsmanship is this? After Yi Dazhuang punched out once again, the power instantly disintegrated into several parts. It kept losing contact with him. Yi Dazhuang couldn't help but exclaim. Lin Fei's life-taking sword was able to disintegrate this power layer by layer as soon as its speed increased. Lin Fei was the only one who could execute such a sword technique. My sword technique is actually quite ordinary. I can only say that your strength is too weak. It seems that your strength is only so-so. Then, it's my turn to attack. Lin Fei laughed. With this smile, the sword light shone brightly like a blazing sun. It instantly exploded in front of Yi Dazhuang. After hearing the clanking sounds, Yi Dazhuang didn't know how many attacks he had suffered. Every time a strike landed on his body, his entire body would tremble, and white marks would appear on his scales. Behind the white marks, there were actually pits. This situation had never happened before, but now it actually happened to him. Yi Dazhuang kept retreating, but the more he retreated, the more the sword light enveloped him, not dissipating at all. No matter how strong he was, he couldn't break through this dazzling light. No one knew how long this kind of attack lasted. Yi Dazhuang felt that it was 10 breaths, sometimes 30 breaths, and sometimes even longer. But soon, he retreated to the edge of the arena. As the sky full of sword light turned into a bright spot, it exploded on his body. Yi Dazhuang could hear the continuous cracking sounds in his ears. Then, the scales that he was so proud of actually shattered just like that, leaving countless cracks all over his body. A sword light landed in between his eyebrows. Sorry, I won this round. Lin Fei's lips curled up, and he smiled faintly. This scene also shocked everyone present. After all, the sword light was so fast that they couldn't even catch a trace of it. They were shocked. This made them realize that Lin Fei wasn't as simple as he said. He was a little too strong, and he actually walked the swift sword Dao. And it was also the first time they had encountered such a fast sword technique. Now, they finally knew why Yi Dazhuang wasn't a match for him. It was because the power didn't even hit Lin Fei. It was disintegrated by the swift sword. Such an opponent was really difficult to deal with. Yi Dazhuang took a deep breath. This should be the swift sword Dao. I didn't expect there to be such a fast sword. No wonder my power didn't affect you at all. Lin Fei said, if you want to spar with me next time, feel free to come. I'm always ready. Su Zhending, who was below the arena, felt his heart bleeding. One must know that he contributed 700 points. He didn't expect that he would give it to Lin Fei. How long would it take for him to earn those points back? Su Zhending wanted to roar. Yi Dazhuang flipped over and landed in the arena. Lin Fei also successfully got his points. From 1,300 points to 2,600 points. I heard that there are quite a few experts here. I, Lin Fei, would like to meet with everyone. Whoever defeats me will be able to take away these 2,600 points. However, if you lose, you will have to pay 500 points. I wonder if anyone would be interested in this. After Lin Fei got the points, he didn't come down. Instead, he said to everyone. Many people were agitated by his words. Using 500 points to earn 2,600 points. Such a good thing was really tempting. Many of the direct disciples felt that Lin Fei had some tricks up his sleeve. He dared to talk to them like that. It seemed that he wanted to fight with the expert disciples of the sky-reaching church. However, there were many expert disciples of the heavens-reaching church here. Lin Fei came up with such an idea on a whim. After all, using 500 points to earn 2,600 points was very attractive to anyone. Lin Fei rarely came here. He definitely wanted to earn some points. If he could defeat a dozen experts here, he might be able to earn 10,000 points. At that time, he could exchange them for good things. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Even if it was a little arrogant in their eyes, Lin Fei didn't think so. In fact, many people were tempted by Lin Fei's words. Using 500 points to earn 2,600 points was indeed a great temptation. The referee over there had obviously encountered this situation many times. Except for a little surprise, he didn't say anything. It seemed that he allowed everyone to come up and fight. Junior brother Lin, you practice swordsmanship, so do I. Let's have a try. It's just 500 points. At this time, a sword light flew over. It directly landed on the arena. The man was like a sword. The sword intent was sharp. Chapter 4472. A swordsman went up the stage. This swordsman was around 30 years old, but his entire body was as sharp as a sword. Even though he didn't attack, everyone could feel his terrifying sword intent. It was extremely strong. However, when this person went up the stage, many people recognized him. Isn't that the little sword saint? This is going to be interesting. Little sword saint versus Lin Fei. I'm afraid that Lin Fei's fast sword won't be able to block the little sword saint's fast sword. Who doesn't know that the little sword saint specializes in fast swords? After everyone recognized him, they became even more excited. This was because the little sword saint specialized in fast swords. Moreover, he was unbelievably fast. No one had ever been able to block his attacks during a fight. When Lin Fei saw that this was a swordsman expert, he was a little surprised. This was because his opponent's sword intent was quite strong. The words of the others also fell into Lin Fei's ears. Fast sword. This was interesting. No wonder the other party dared to come up. I heard that you use fast swords. I also use fast swords. Let's have a good fight. The moment the little sword saint said that, he instantly attacked. Sword lights filled the sky, but he didn't move at all. The sword lights came one after another. Lin Fei smiled as ripples appeared around him. Actually, I also want to know how fast my fast sword is. Then, sword lights flashed and he moved. Everyone only heard the loud banging sounds. The little sword saint staggered and retreated to the edge of the stage. White marks were left on his body. He looked a little lonely. As expected of Guang Yuanzi's personal disciple. I can't compare to you in terms of fast swords. The little sword saint flipped and got off the stage. This scene happened too quickly, so quickly that everyone found it hard to believe. Everyone knew that the little sword saint was famous for his fast sword, but now, he actually couldn't defeat Lin Fei. What was going on? There were only a few people present who could see clearly. Not far away, North Heaven Immortal smiled and said, "This Lin Fei has some skills." No wonder the little sword saint couldn't defeat him. The people around him were all curious. Senior Bei, is that Lin Fei's fast sword really that powerful? Because they didn't see it clearly at all. Therefore, he was looking forward to this fight even more. Bei Tianxian smiled and said, "Just now, the little sword saint used 128 swords. This Lin Fei is amazing. He used 238 swords, which is 100 swords more than him. How can the little sword saint not lose?" The surrounding people also heard North Heaven Immortal's words and were shocked. Although they knew that the little sword saint would appear very quickly, they didn't dare to underestimate him. Therefore, when they fought with the little sword saint, they would always try to take the initiative. Once the opponent used his sword technique, he would be above you, and you would not have any advantage at all. However, in the blink of an eye, the little sword saint had unleashed 138 swords. Lin Fei was even more terrifying. He had unleashed 238 swords, which was 100 swords more than the little sword saint. It was no wonder that the little sword saint had been unable to defeat him. After Lin Fei defeated the little sword saint, he looked over. I wonder who else wants to come up and have a taste of my sword technique. Now, it's 500 points to bet on 3,100 points. Where else can I find such a good opportunity? When the people present heard this, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. From the moment the little sword saint had unleashed his sword, they realized that Lin Fei was very strong. These 3,100 points weren't that easy to earn. However, it was extremely attractive. Since the little sword saint isn't your opponent, let me do it. At this moment, another nimble figure flew up. It was the figure of a midget. After this figure flew up, an ominous glint flashed and instantly turned into an invisible tornado that covered the entire arena. As soon as the tornado opened, the dwarf boy disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the midget's voice echoed in the arena, "Aren't your sword technique very powerful? Then break my tornado. I have already fused with the tornado. If you want to defeat me, you have to break this tornado." The hurricane spun faster and faster. In an instant, it had enveloped Lin Fei. Countless attacks flew over continuously. Senior Brother Fang's tornado technique is still the best. This tornado technique is suitable for small places. Lin Fei won't be able to block it at all. Lin Fei's sword technique is fast, but Senior Brother Fang's movement technique is fused with the tornado. There's no way to find his true body. As long as you can't find his true body, you can't defeat him. This midget kid's surname was Fang and he could be considered a senior brother. He had the strength of a nascent soul stage cultivator. His tornado technique was very powerful. In such a small position, he was able to gain a great advantage. When the other party spoke, Lin Fei knew that this guy still had some tricks up his sleeve. He actually knew a powerful concealment technique. Although he seemed to be talking to Lin Fei and seemed to be in the tornado, he wasn't. He was actually hiding in the depths of the void. This technique was very unbelievable. Lin Fei knew that an arena like this was covered with arrays and it was impossible to reach the depths of the void. However, this senior brother Fang was really hiding in the depths of the void and there was no trace of him. If one thought that he was hiding in the tornado, then that would be a huge mistake. He was afraid that this guy was hiding in the void and would secretly make a sneak attack. Lin Fei laughed, and his sword intent spread out in the surroundings. Then, he clashed with the tornado. The tornado got stronger and stronger. However, it still couldn't break Lin Fei's sword light. Just at that moment, a person appeared. It was the midget kid with 2 pairs of gloves. The gloves were claw-shaped and they shone with a cold light. Just as he was about to attack, Lin Fei stabbed out with his sword and thousands of sword lights struck the midget kid's body. The midget kid was sent flying. "I'm sorry, I have already found out where your true body is." Just as the midget kid was about to hide in the void once more, a miniature sword light prison instantly enveloped him. There was a loud explosion. The power exploded on the midget's body and he fell to the ground, injured. "You can actually see where I am hiding. Then, I won't lose unjustly." The midget kid admitted defeat without hesitation. He flipped and jumped off the arena. Lin Fei defeated 2 experts in a row. His points also increased from 3,100 to 3,600. This also made more people realize that Lin Fei was much stronger and more terrifying than they had imagined. If anyone were to go against such a person, they would definitely have no chance of winning. Lin Fei was still really calm. "Actually, my sword technique is a little stronger. Senior brothers, don't stand on ceremony. Come up and spar with me. It's okay even if you take turns to fight me. Otherwise, I will feel bad for taking so many points." Many people were speechless. Chapter 4473. The sparring in the ring continued. After all, the temptation of the points was still quite great. Especially since Lin Fei was still a newcomer. That's right. In the eyes of these pro-disciples, Lin Fei was a genuine newcomer. Relying on his powerful swordsmanship, he actually didn't take them seriously. Even if he defeated 2 experts in a row, in their eyes, he wasn't that powerful. What's more, he even proposed a tag battle. If they didn't teach Lin Fei a lesson, how would they survive in the future? So one by one, they went up to spar. There was a loud bang. Another was kicked down, fell to the ground, and took a few steps back. After cupping his hands, he turned around and left. This seems to be the 12th one. This Lin Fei is really powerful. With such a fast sword, he can actually defeat 12 pro-disciples in a row. If this guy reaches the insightful void realm, wouldn't his strength be even more terrifying? He's in the golden core realm, but his strength is really tyrannical. He can be compared with the veteran nascent soul realm. After seeing another disciple being kicked down, many people shook their heads. Everyone realized that this Lin Fei was indeed a bit strong. At least in the golden core realm, it was very rare to have such strength. This was clearly the strength of a veteran nascent soul realm cultivator. And the points also rose quickly, breaking through to 10,000 points. It was considered a big number. I don't know who is planning to come down and challenge me. If there's no one, then I'm leaving. These 10,000 points can be exchanged for a lot of things. Lin Fei chuckled. At this time, no one dared to casually go up to the ring. After all, their strength was similar. Even if they went up, they would be defeated. Instead, they would be giving points to others for no reason. They really couldn't do this kind of thing. Lin Fei was originally planning to wait for more people, but in the end, he was a little disappointed. No one actually came up. This made his intention to make a fortune completely disappear. And just when Lin Fei was planning to come down, a voice rang out, 10,000 points, so many points, I want it. A very ordinary person walked over. When this person appeared, many people blinked their eyes. He was a little unfamiliar. Because they really did not know who this person was. This person is quite unfamiliar. Who knows where he came from? I really can't recognize him. He must be a newcomer. After all, our heavens-reaching church has so many disciples, more than 100,000. It would be strange if he could recognize him. Many senior and junior brothers are not in the sky-reaching church. They are all out to gain experience. Everyone came back to their senses at once. This explanation was indeed very reliable. It was also very difficult for them to recognize all the disciples of the heavens-reaching church. What made them curious was that this person didn't know Lin Fei's strength and was really planning on fighting him. When Lin Fei heard the voice, he knew who it was. He didn't expect that the assassin would want to spar with him at this time. He was really bold. It seemed that he was determined to defeat him, or perhaps he was planning to play some tricks on the stage. Lin Fei hadn't even gone to look for him, but the other party had come first. This person didn't walk very fast. Very slowly. He went to the stage leisurely. From beginning to end, he didn't have a strong aura. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei knew that once this person took action, it would definitely be a storm-like attack. Lin Fei was also very curious about the killer move of this Dusk Tavern assassin. After all, such opportunities were really rare. Therefore, Lin Fei was quite looking forward to it. Junior brother Lin Fei, I'm going to attack now. You'd better be careful. I haven't used this move yet. After all, 10,000 points is too tempting. No matter what, I have to get my hands on it. This person's voice was very cold. It was as cold as being in an ice cave. Even this person was unreasonably ordinary. Even if Lin Fei took a look at him, he could not remember him for a moment. He also realized that this person must have a treasure or practice some secret method. It made people unable to remember him in a short time. Perhaps this was one of the great abilities of the Dusk Tavern. Lin Fei smiled. Don't worry. As long as you can defeat me, you can take these 10,000 points. I have nothing to say. After all, a loss is a loss. I'm a very open-minded person. Rainstorm. As soon as Lin Fei's words left his mouth, the man made his move. It was really like a storm. His entire body actually transformed into a black rain. Drip, drip, drip. This kind of method shocked everyone present. Not just anyone could use such a technique. He comprehended the great Tao. Heavens, an insightful emptiness expert actually came. This great Tao is also very powerful. He can actually comprehend it so quickly. Then this Lin Fei is definitely going to lose. Many people recognized that this was a technique of the great Tao. Because this was no longer something that simple techniques could compare to. North Heaven Immortal and Zhu Chen stood up. They were a little surprised. After all, there were no insightful emptiness experts among them. Insightful emptiness experts wouldn't come here and bully the weak. Even though these 10,000 points were useful to insightful emptiness experts, they wouldn't fight just to save face. But now, an insightful emptiness expert had actually made a move. Since when did the Sky-reaching school have an insightful emptiness expert? They actually didn't know. One had to become an insightful emptiness expert to be on the Sky-reaching list. But very quickly, Zhu Chen shook his head. No, this person isn't even at the insightful emptiness level. He just used a great Tao talisman. Damn, this guy is quite rich. When the surrounding people heard about the great Tao talisman, they were a little surprised. One had to know that such a great Tao talisman wasn't cheap. A great Tao talisman was personally made by a heaven insightful emptiness expert. Just this alone was worth 50 million mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the higher the level of the great Tao, the more powerful it was. The higher the great Tao talisman, the higher the price. Most people wouldn't bear to use it, but someone had actually used it for the sake of these 10,000 points. The price-to-performance ratio was a little high. Lin Fei's body was also hit by the power of the Great Tao. This power was terrifyingly strong. It was even more penetrative. At the same time, Lin Fei could feel traces of special power in the air. This special power was none other than a type of poison. It was very strong. It was very well hidden. If Lin Fei didn't have the God Tree of Life, his undying body, and his sensitive perception, he wouldn't have been able to sense that this guy had used 2 levels of techniques. Damn, this Dusk Tavern is really capable. Chapter 4474. This guy was quite strong. At the very least, Lin Fei was the first to meet him. Of course, he was also the first Dusk Assassin. At the same time, Lin Fei was very interested in this Dusk Tavern. This assassin really wasn't easy to deal with. Fortunately, Lin Fei's immortal body was unbelievably strong. He directly withstood the poison. As soon as the poison seeped in, Lin Fei's power enveloped it. The power of the raindrops on the surface was directly blocked by Lin Fei's sword intent. One after another, the sword intent spread all over his body. Lin Fei could see that the power of the Great Path was strong, but it wouldn't last long. It was just a one-time attack. Perhaps the opponent was using this method to attract his attention. The poison was the real focus. The opponent didn't care about the 500 points. He just wanted to kill him in secret. Lin Fei acted like he didn't know and blocked the power of the Great Path. The Great Path attack lasted for a very long time. The raindrops fell one by one, but Lin Fei continued to hold on. Even the surrounding people gasped when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe it. Junior brother Lin Fei is too strong. Yeah, he's so strong that it's terrifying. If it were me, I probably wouldn't have been able to hold on. In the future, junior brother Lin Fei will probably have a high chance of fighting for the position of son. At this time, North Heaven Immortal and Zhu Chen were a little surprised. Although they knew from the beginning that Lin Fei was quite strong, they didn't think he would be that strong. But now, he could actually withstand the power of the Great Path God Talisman. This was rare. From this, it could be seen that Lin Fei's potential was limitless. At the very least, he had a chance of becoming a son. They had no choice but to take him seriously. When the power of the Great Path stopped, the sky full of swordlight gathered and instantly pierced through the body of the Dusk Tavern assassin. His opponent only appeared to be in a sorry state, but he didn't know that Lin Fei's attack wasn't that simple. Junior brother Lin Fei is really amazing. I've lost this battle, and I accept my defeat wholeheartedly. This person directly flipped over and fell off the stage. They left the underground plaza. He was no different from the previous few. But only he himself knew that Lin Fei was doomed. After being poisoned, there was no cure. Even if he wanted the antidote, it was not something he could obtain. Although he was a little surprised by Lin Fei's strength, he was still a little surprised. However, the assassin was still very satisfied. At the very least, he could kill this Lin Fei. What he needed to do now was to leave the heavens-reaching church. However, as soon as he left, the sky-reaching school was only 1,000,000 kilometers away. A wave of energy appeared at his heart and wrapped around him. Then, he completely lost consciousness. He had still underestimated Lin Fei's power. Even a trace of his sword intent could explode with brilliant power. It wasn't something that his small body could resist at all. After Lin Fei withstood the power of the Great Way, no one fought with him anymore. They didn't have the confidence to do so, unless the saints took action. But how could the saints take action? They were thinking too much. As a result, Lin Fei obtained 10,000 points. Of course, what made Lin Fei the happiest was that he had killed the assassin in the Dusk Tavern. He didn't have to worry about the other party watching him in the dark all the time. It was estimated that the assassin had already left the heavens-reaching church, so he could detonate the power in his body. When the power went further and further away, Lin Fei blew it decisively. After coming down from the stage, Yi Dazhuang and Su Zhending had already disappeared. They probably didn't have the face to stay here anymore. On the contrary, many people came to greet them. Most of these people were personal disciples, and they all had smiles on their faces. It seemed that they wanted to be familiar with them. After all, a personal disciple who could resist the divine talisman of the Great Way would probably spread throughout the heavens-reaching church soon. It was a good thing to get to know him earlier. Junior brother Lin Fei, your swordsmanship is really good. I wonder if you are interested in joining my immortal gang. At this time, a figure came over. There were quite a few people following behind him. When everyone saw this person, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. The Northern Heaven Immortal Saint was here. When they looked at Lin Fei again, they were full of envy and jealousy. They didn't expect that senior brother Northern Heaven Immortal would come to recruit him. The Immortal Gang was a powerful small gang in the heavens-reaching church. And this small gang was full of top figures. Because they all had a chance to reach the immortal realm in the future. This could be seen from the name of the Immortal Gang. With the support of the Immortal Gang, you would be able to live the life you really wanted in the heavens-reaching church and get more cultivation resources. The heavens-reaching church was not surprised that their disciples formed gangs. It seemed that they quite approved of it. In their opinion, only by competing with each other could they grow to a new realm in the future. Without competition, how could they cultivate stronger strength? So they didn't stop them at all. Therefore, there were many gangs in the sky-reaching church. They either had a large number of people or a small number of people. There weren't many top gangs like the Immortal Gang. There weren't many who could contend against him. Therefore, there were very few people who could be recruited by the Northern Heaven Immortal. As soon as North Heaven Immortal finished speaking, another figure appeared. It was Zhu Chen. I don't think it's interesting for the Immortal Gang to fight for it. Why don't you join our heavenly gates? We can guarantee that you'll have the chance to cultivate to the level of an immortal. The appearance of this Northern Heaven Immortal was unbelievable to everyone. There weren't many people they could recruit. But now, even Zhu Chen had come. It had to be known that Northern Heavenly Immortal and Zhu Chen were both extremely talented. They had been in the limelight at Skysplit Tower and had become holy sons as soon as they came out. He was even recruited by the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Gates. The resources came down. They had directly broken through to the insightful emptiness realm. Such a rapid improvement in strength showed that the gangs behind them had contributed a lot. Now that both of them had taken a liking to Lin Fei, everyone was naturally surprised. It could be said that Lin Fei had reached the heavens in one step. Lin Fei didn't expect that he would be recruited by two people with great talent just by gaining some points. The Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Security Sect seemed to have quite a strong background. He also knew that there were many gangs in the heavens-reaching church, and they were all recruiting top-notch people. The Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Gates were both top-notch. If you want resources, you have resources. If you want cultivation techniques, you have cultivation techniques. As for recruiting, Lin Fei wasn't really interested. His only interest now was to get more points. Or a top-notch god tree. This was the best way to increase his strength. Senior brothers, you are so enthusiastic. I don't know how to choose. Why don't you give me some time to think about it? Chapter 4475. Both Northern Immortal and Zhu Chen were not surprised by Lin Fei's rejection. If he agreed so quickly, then there must be something wrong with Lin Fei's brain. After obtaining 10,000 points, Lin Fei left the underground plaza. After leaving, Lin Fei was not in a hurry to return to his mountain peak. Instead, he went to the place where he could exchange points. After all, 10,000 points was not a small sum. Lin Fei could go and see what he could exchange points for. When he arrived at the place, there were not many people here. Senior apprentice brother, I wonder what you are planning to exchange for. There is a catalog here, you can take a look at the value. The items are all here. As soon as Lin Fei arrived, someone handed him a book. Lin Fei smiled as he took the book and casually flipped through it. It was filled with the list of things he could exchange for. There were all kinds of treasures. It could be said that the heaven-reaching church had a rather deep foundation. The first thing Lin Fei looked for was the items related to the refinement of the heavenly tree. As expected, there were quite a lot of things here. However, the points required for exchange were not low either. For example, this heavenly shield could release a defense. A wooden shield like this actually required 1,000 points. The heavenly treasure armor also required 5,000 points. Lin Fei could not help but be a little dumbfounded. It seemed like his 10,000 points were really not much. No wonder the bountiful treasures building had spent so much time collecting for him. Lin Fei felt that he had to take a look. For example, these medicinal herbs. Heaven and earth medicinal herbs were also much cheaper to exchange for. 10,000 to 50,000 years old medicinal herbs would basically only cost a few thousand points. Those that were 50,000 years old and above would require 5,000 points. Those that were 100,000 to 500,000 years old would require tens of thousands of points. Lin Fei was dumbfounded again. It seems like I was thinking too much. 10,000 points really cannot exchange for anything. Senior apprentice brother, if you think these things are more expensive, you can take a look at the last few pages. There are some cheaper things there. The senior apprentice brother smiled and said. Lin Fei flipped all the way to the end and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. These things were really cheap. They were not expensive at all, only about a few hundred points. None of them had more than 1,000 points. This was also a cheap local product. Lin Fei was speechless, but when he saw the last item, he was dumbfounded. He thought he was seeing things. The fragment of the Great Tao Heart. There was such a thing. Only 100 points for one? That's a little too cheap. Lin Fei hadn't noticed that the Tao Heart fragment was actually the cheapest, only 100 points. Senior Martial Brother said with a smile, this fragment of the heart of the Great Tao is actually condensed by an insightful emptiness realm expert's cultivation of the Great Tao. However, during a fight, the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao will break into pieces and scatter. These fragments will contain traces of the power of the Great Tao, which can be absorbed and refined. However, the effect is too low. Of course, this is also a way to cultivate a Great Tao. Lin Fei could tell that this person was telling a joke. Hey, can you take out a fragment of the heart of the Great Tao and let me take a look? Originally, Lin Fei had wanted to give up. However, on second thought, this thing belonged to the Great Tao. Even if it was broken, it would still contain the power of the Great Tao. He wondered if the Tree of Life would be interested. That was why Lin Fei asked such a question. How would he know if he didn't try? This senior martial brother was really enthusiastic. He turned around and took the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao. The fragment of the heart of the Great Tao was like a crystal. It was really beautiful and colorful. The crystal that Lin Fei saw was black. This is a fragment of the heart of the Great Tao with the power of destruction. It's a pity that the power within is almost all gone. What's left is almost an empty shell. Lin Fei took the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao. There were no more ripples, but he could more or less feel the aura of destruction. Lin Fei could imagine that such a Great Tao of destruction was really extraordinary. No wonder it was said that the power of the Great Tao was higher than that of an original soul realm expert. This was obviously a higher level of power. After Lin Fei held it in his hand, the Tree of Life moved. This kind of movement was really sensitive. Lin Fei smiled. He knew that he had guessed right again. The heart of the Great Tao was also a part of the heaven and earth. Although it had become a fragment of the heart of the Great Tao, it was still a part of the heaven and earth. The Tree of Life's movement was not small. Lin Fei knew that he had done the right thing. Then give me 100 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. Lin Fei had 10,000 points on him. He might as well exchange them all for the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. The senior martial brother was stunned. He was obviously a little surprised. Junior brother, are you right? You want 100 fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. You should know that these things are basically useless. Lin Fei smiled. I found a few ancient books that have research on the fragments of the heart of the Great Tao. I don't really like other things, but I like to study the fragments of the heart of the great Tao. Just exchange 100 fragments of the heart of the great Tao for me." After hearing Lin Fei say this, the senior martial brother didn't say anything else. He really gave Lin Fei 100 fragments of the heart of the great Tao. 10,000 points were used just like that. Lin Fei didn't feel the slightest bit of heartache. After collecting the fragments of the heart of the great Tao, he returned to the mountain where he was. As soon as he returned, Su Tianxing came out. "Junior brother, you're still the best. You made Su Zhending suffer a big loss again. That guy's heart is probably bleeding." Su Tianxing also heard the news. In a short time, it had already spread like wildfire in the sky, reaching school. Especially when Zhu Chen and Northern Immortal tried to recruit him together. One was the Immortal Gang and the other was the Heavenly Gate. Both of them were top-notch small gangs. Lin Fei smiled and said, "He asked for it. However, I still have to thank him for his contribution. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gotten 10,000 points." These days, Su Tianxing was really worried that Lin Fei wouldn't come back. After all, it was the Demon Desert. Moreover, it was Su Zhending's plan. Now that he saw Su Zhending suffer a loss, he was naturally very happy. After chatting with Su Tianxing for a while, Lin Fei returned to his residence. After setting up the method, he directly let the divine tree of life devour the heart of the great Tao. Lin Fei didn't check the fragments of the heart of the great Tao, because the fluctuations of the fragments of the heart of the great Tao were not big. It was obvious that it was useless. If not for the tree of life, Lin Fei would not have brought it back. There was simply no need for it. Chapter 4476. After the tree of life absorbed the fragments of the heart of Tao. Under Lin Fei's watchful eyes, he grew rapidly. This surprised Lin Fei a little. To think that this empty shell of the heart of Tao would be so effective. In the blink of an eye, the tree of life grew a lot taller. Of course, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a heart of Tao at the top of the tree of life. However, it wasn't considered complete and seemed very illusory. It wasn't even a physical body, but it was enough to make Lin Fei take in a breath of cold air. No way. The divine tree of life can do this? Doesn't that mean that if I can get more of the heart of great Tao fragments, I will be able to get a complete heart of great Tao? Then, I will be able to become an insightful emptiness realm expert. Lin Fei couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this. He knew that countless people were stuck between the nascent soul realm and insightful emptiness realm. It was because the Tao was too difficult to form. But he didn't expect the tree of life to be so useful and forcefully form a heart of Tao. Even though he didn't know what attribute this heart of Tao had. He knew that as long as he collected more fragments of the heart of Tao, he would be able to easily form a heart of Tao. A heart of Tao like this could definitely be sold for a high price. With this, Lin Fei's heart was moved. This time, he had really stumbled upon a huge bargain. One must know that this heart of Tao was truly a good item. If this were to spread in the spiritual realm, who knew how many people would go crazy? After Lin Fei suppressed his thoughts, he called Su Tianxing in immediately. After all, this little heavenly king knew quite a bit of information. Su Tianxing came over eagerly. "Do you know anything about this heart of Tao fragment?" Lin Fei asked with a smile. "I've been researching this heart of Tao fragment recently and read some ancient books. I have some ideas." Lin Fei didn't want people to suspect that he could use this heart of Tao fragment. If he was really suspected, it would be troublesome. Therefore, he had to be careful about this matter. Therefore, Lin Fei came up with an excuse. For example, researching the Tao heart fragment. It sounded rather absurd, but given how vast the spiritual realm was, there were still people who would more or less study it. So when Su Tianxing heard Lin Fei's words, other than feeling a little surprised, he didn't have any other thoughts. After all, there were many people who studied the fragment of the heart of the Great Path. Everyone hoped to take a shortcut and become an insightful emptiness realm expert in one step. Without cultivating the Great Tao, it was impossible to become an insightful emptiness realm expert. This was an iron rule. Unfortunately, after researching for so long, no one was able to study the fragment of the heart of the Great Tao in the end. This fragment of the heart of Great Tao was actually left behind by the insightful emptiness realm experts after they died in a fight. Of course, this also depends on the opportunity. If you want to get the fragment of the heart of Great Tao, it is actually very easy. You can exchange for it. However, the exchange is a little tricky. You can go to those forbidden areas to look for it. Su Tianxing had a rather deep understanding of the heart of the Tao fragment. Therefore, after he mentioned it, Lin Fei had a deep impression of the Tao heart fragment. So it was that simple. As long as he went to the forbidden areas, he would be able to find these fragments of the heart of Great Tao. If junior brother Lin Fei wants to find these fragments of the heart of Great Tao, you can go to a few of the bigger forbidden areas. There are many insightful emptiness realm experts who died in these forbidden areas. Lin Fei really had the idea of going to the forbidden areas to find the fragments of the heart of Great Tao. Although the God Tree of Life already had the model of the heart of Great Tao, it was still some time before it was fully formed. Of course, the prerequisite was that he needed enough fragments of the heart of Great Tao. Therefore, Lin Fei wanted to collect a batch and see how many fragments of the heart of Great Tao were needed to obtain the heart of Great Tao. Other than this, there is actually another way. That is to go to the auction and exchange for items. As long as junior brother Lin can take out enough items, it is actually not difficult to obtain the fragments of the heart of Great Tao. Many people bring them with them. Su Tianxing gave Lin Fei 2 suggestions in a short while. Initially, Lin Fei felt that going to the forbidden areas was not a bad idea. However, he thought that it would still take time to go to the forbidden areas. It was especially troublesome at this time. However, if he went to the auction and exchanged items, it would be much easier. Lin Fei still had some good things with him. For example, this life energy. This kind of thing could heal injuries. For experts, it was of great use. Given Lin Fei's current strength, even if an insightful emptiness realm expert attacked him, he would not be able to break his physical body. Therefore, he could really operate it. After Lin Fei understood a little more, he sent Su Tianxing away. After nightfall, Lin Fei left the heavenly reaching church and went to a chamber of commerce. Lin Fei did not want too many people to know that he had left the heavenly reaching church. This time, he went to a relatively famous place. It was called the Dark Chamber of Commerce. Of course, more people like to call it the Underground Chamber of Commerce. It was also a relatively famous chamber of commerce in the spiritual world. It was also relatively close. In such a chamber of commerce, people would exchange items. As for the items, no one knew where they came from. Anyway, the underground chamber of commerce was quite capable. Therefore, Lin Fei decided to go there to try his luck. On the way, Lin Fei shook his body and changed his figure. Even his aura became very strange. Even if Su Tianxing stood in front of him, he would not be able to imagine it. It took Lin Fei 2 days to finally arrive at the Dark Chamber of Commerce. This place was a clue that he had painstakingly obtained. It was located in a forest and was very inconspicuous. Lin Fei took out a pass. After activating it, he saw a door slowly open. Lin Fei followed him in. There was a completely different world inside the door. It turned out to be a miniature world. This ability was a little big. Lin Fei was not a rookie now, so he had a clear understanding of these miniature worlds. He also knew that a place that could afford such a place must have a great background. When he entered the Dark Chamber of Commerce, it was no different from a small town. It looked ordinary. However, Lin Fei could feel a terrifying aura. Lin Fei maintained his strength at the Gold Core realm, which was not conspicuous. Then, he found a nearby inn to stay. The inn here was not cheap. It cost 1 million lower spiritual stones for 1 day. 3 days would cost 3 million lower spiritual stones. Lin Fei stayed and inquired about the news. The auction would be held in 8 days, so he had to stay here for at least 10 days. Time passed by in a flash. He checked out of the inn. He went to the underground auction. The underground Chamber of Commerce was really located underground. Chapter 4477. The moment Lin Fei entered, he realized that there was something different about this place. This was a very simple auction. There were no private rooms or anything like that. Instead, everyone was in the same place. There were many stools in front of them and cultivators were chatting in groups of 3 to 5. Most of them wore masks and very few of them revealed their faces. The masks were not simple either. All of them had the energy waves of treasures. Lin Fei knew that this place was a shady business. However, this place was rather famous. Fortunately, I've changed my aura and my appearance. It's more useful than wearing a mask. At the very least, they'll only suspect me and not someone else. After looking around, Lin Fei headed towards a certain place. This place was for the appraisal of treasures. Lin Fei was prepared to use the sacred water of life to exchange for the Dao core fragment. The appraiser here was an old man. He was not young. "Sir, what do you want to appraise?" Lin Fei casually took out the sacred water of life. The old man seemed to have noticed that this was Lin Fei's first time here. He said calmly, "Don't worry. This place is isolated by an array. No one will be able to sneak in and no one will know." Actually, there was no need to say that. Lin Fei had sensed it long ago. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken out the sacred water of life. "I want to use this to exchange for some Dao core fragments. Other items are fine too. Naturally, I will need medicinal herbs that are at least 100,000 years old," Lin Fei said. When the old man saw the few drops of sacred water of life, his eyes lit up. What a pure energy. It doesn't have any attributes. Lin Fei said, "This is a special type of energy. I don't know where it came from, but one drop of this energy can heal any injuries on the body. In other words, it can heal any injuries in an instant." After hearing what Lin Fei said, the old man became even more excited. He took out a series of items and began to verify them. After busying himself for a while, he finally approved of it. "According to my appraisal, this item can indeed heal injuries quickly. Are you sure you want to exchange it for the Dao core fragment and medicinal herbs that are at least 100,000 years old?" Lin Fei nodded. "Yes, I want these things. I don't want anything else." The old man stood up and returned the drops of God water of life to Lin Fei. "I wonder if Sire is interested in negotiating with our Chamber of Commerce? Our Chamber of Commerce is willing to purchase the God water of life as long as we can give you something satisfactory." Lin Fei hesitated for a moment. In fact, deep down in his heart, he was hoping that the auction house would take this item away. Because it was simple and straightforward. He would never expose himself. After seeing Lin Fei frown, the old man continued, "Our merchant guild might not be good at other things, but we have a lot of resources. Dao core fragments, medicinal herbs that are over 100,000 years old. I don't dare to speak too much about other people, but our merchant guild can still produce them. We are no less than other people." Lin Fei gritted his teeth and said, "It doesn't matter if I sell it to your auction house, but the price must satisfy me. Otherwise, I'd rather take it out and exchange it for something else." The old man finally heaved a sigh of relief. "Sir, please follow me. Let's talk upstairs." Lin Fei followed the old man upstairs. There was a private room upstairs. After the old man brought Lin Fei in, he said, "Sir, please rest here for a while. I'll immediately invite our president over to talk with you." Lin Fei sat down casually. After the old man left, he immediately went to look for the president. Lin Fei didn't sit for long before the door to the private room was pushed open. Someone had entered. When the person entered, Lin Fei was slightly surprised. This was because the person who entered was actually a valiant and formidable-looking woman. She was dressed in a bright red robe, making her look extremely charming. "Hello, sir, I am the president of this merchant guild, Hu Meili." After the red-robed woman walked over, she sat down opposite of Lin Fei. The old man also stood beside her. "What price can you offer for my item?" As long as you meet my requirements, I'll naturally sell it to you. Lin Fei didn't look at Hu Meili as he spoke coldly. After all, the reason why Lin Fei came here to sell the God Water of Life was also for the sake of the Dao Core fragment. Therefore, he didn't want too many people to know about it. It would be best if things could be resolved quickly. There was nothing to worry about. Hu Meili didn't expect this person to actually dare to show his face and come to the merchant guild to sell something. She actually couldn't recall this person's origins. He was simply too ordinary and unfamiliar. However, according to the appraiser, this God Water was really too precious. I wonder if this sir can take out this God Water for me to take a look. I guarantee that the price is not a problem. After all, our merchant guild can still afford it. Lin Fei took out the God Water of Life and placed it on the tea table. Hu Meili didn't pick it up. Instead, she used her spiritual sense to check it. The more she looked, the more shocked she became. However, she still maintained a charming smile on her face without any change in expression. Hu Meili knew that this God Water was really a good thing. She didn't expect the spiritual realm to have such a thing. Of course, there were many mystical things in the spiritual realm that weren't easy to discover. You have 5 drops of God Water here. I can give you 5,000 Dao Core fragments and 5 100,000-year-old herbs. How about it? Hu Meili was also testing the waters. After all, the price of these 5 drops of God Water was definitely very high. Especially if they were to exchange it outside, there would be people fighting over it. Lin Fei was no longer a newbie. He chuckled. You also know that the fragment of the Dao heart isn't worth much unless it's complete. However, it's just a fragment and 5 100,000-year-old herbs. It's too little. Lin Fei shook his head and said, I'll give you one more chance. If you can't meet my requirements, then I'll take it out and exchange it for something else. Lin Fei was also a decisive person. How could he not see that Hu Meili was testing him to see if he had obtained this God Water by chance? It would be impossible for people not to suspect him. Some merchant guilds might even secretly investigate his origins. Now that Lin Fei had such a background, no one would be able to guess it. Hu Meili also realized that this person was somewhat difficult to deal with. He was actually so decisive without any hesitation. It seemed that he had some understanding of this God Water of Life. Dao Core fragments aren't easy to obtain. I only have 5,000 Dao Core fragments at most. However, I can give you more herbs. How about 500,000-year-old herbs? No, I'll give you 3 500,000-year-old herbs. That's the limit of our merchant guild. Lin Fei naturally knew that these Dao Core fragments weren't very useful. It wouldn't be easy to gather more. 5,000 was not a small number. Of course, the main point was the 3 500,000-year-old herbs. This was indeed a sincere expression. Chapter 4478. This was the highest price that Hu Meili had ever offered. Subconsciously, she had to get her hands on this special energy no matter what. Because this thing was really too rare, Hu Meili had never seen it before. If he could get his hands on it, it would be no less than a divine elixir. Therefore, he offered a high price. Even if this person seemed unfamiliar, it would be great if he could buy the 5 drops of special energy. Your price is not bad. I am quite satisfied. I will sell these 5 drops of special energy to your Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei said coolly. Hu Meili heaved a sigh of relief when she heard this. She was afraid that the other party would think that the price wasn't high enough. Fortunately, they finally got it. Thank you for selling these 5 drops of special energy to us, sir. Please wait a moment, I'll go get the fragment of the Dao heart and the 3 500,000-year-old herbs for you right now. Hu Meili turned around and went out, feeling relieved in her heart. After Hu Meili left, Lin Fei was calculating in his heart. Looks like the wealth of this dark spirit merchant group is pretty good. Since they are able to take out 5,000 great Dao Core fragments in one go, I wonder if these 5,000 great Dao Core fragments are enough to create a great Dao Core. If they can create one, then this transaction will be huge. Others might not know the origin of this life energy, but Lin Fei knew very well that it was not condensed from the divine tree of life. This thing could be considered cheap, but it could also be considered expensive. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, it was a very cheap product. This trip would be a great harvest. After some time, Hu Meili had returned. She was still wearing a big red robe, but the smile on her face was even more enthusiastic. Sir, here are 5,000 fragments of the great Tao core and 3 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs. They're definitely the real deal. Please take a look. Hu Meili took the ring. He placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei really checked it. After all, he had no choice but to check it. He was also afraid that Hu Meili had arranged something. After a round of inspection, he heaved a sigh of relief when he found that there was nothing wrong with him. There really were 5,000 fragments of the Tao heart and 3 500,000-year-old herbs inside. Lin Fei put away the storage ring. You are very sincere. This is an invincible special divine water. Lin Fei gave them the divine water of life and stood up. Hu Meili inspected it, and after confirming that it was genuine, she felt at ease. She was also afraid that the other party would do something to it. After all, who knew when she would be able to obtain such divine water again? Sir, if you have more of these things in the future, feel free to come to our Dark Chamber of Commerce. We will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory price. Lin Fei paused at the door and replied, if it's a complete Tao heart, what's your price? Lin Fei was very clearly aware that after he brought these 5,000 Heart of the Grand Tao fragments back, he would definitely be able to condense a complete Heart of the Grand Tao, and it might even be able to condense more than one. Therefore, he had to investigate the situation first. He could also see that Hu Meili was an ambitious woman. For ambitious women, the Heart of the Great Tao was very useful to anyone. For ambitious women, it was even more important. Lin Fei did not believe that this woman would not care about the Heart of the Great Tao. As expected, after Hu Meili heard that the Heart of the Great Tao was complete, a trace of light flashed between her brows. She could hide it from others, but she could not hide it from Lin Fei. If it's a complete Heart of the Great Tao, our Dark Chamber of Commerce will definitely be able to give you a satisfactory price. Whether you want spirit stones or something else, we can get it for you. Even high-grade spirit stones are not a problem. Hu Meili took a deep breath. If it was someone else who said this, Hu Meili would definitely not believe it. However, Hu Meili believed the words of this person in front of her. This was a woman's intuition. Hu Meili had always been very trusting of her intuition. What she believed was true. This person might really be able to obtain the Heart of the Great Tao. This is my communication talisman. If you can really obtain the complete Heart of the Great Tao, you can contact me at any time. We can discuss the price at any time. Hu Meili took out another communication talisman. This was a single communication talisman, and it could only be used one-to-one. Lin Fei casually put it away, turned around, and left. After Lin Fei left, the old man beside Hu Meili said, President, should we arrange for someone to keep an eye on him? I think this person is a little interesting. Hu Meili shook her head and said, forget it. It's not worth it to follow this kind of person. I am still preparing for a second cooperation. The old man beside her said, a second cooperation? How is that possible? I don't think he will come to our Dark Chamber of Commerce again. This kind of person is very cunning. He will definitely change places. However, Hu Meili laughed very happily and said, then you are wrong. This person will definitely come for a second time. This is my woman's intuition. Hence, there is no need for us to follow him. If he can really obtain the Heart of the Great Tao for us, and a complete one at that, where else can we find such a good thing? You must know that a Heart of the Great Tao can create an insightful emptiness realm expert. After Lin Fei left, he originally thought that Hu Meili would arrange for someone to follow him. He did not expect that no one would follow him. He was somewhat surprised. It seems that this Hu Meili is a smart woman. Sometimes, smart women are indeed a good partner. Lin Fei smiled. Along the way, He changed his identity countless times and changed his aura countless times. Only then did he change back to his original appearance. Finally, he returned to the sky-reaching church. Nothing unexpected happened during the whole process. Lin Fei easily exchanged 5 drops of divine water of life for 5,000 heart of the great Tao fragments and 3 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs. As soon as he returned to his room, Lin Fei first absorbed and refined the 3 500,000-year-old medicinal herbs. As expected, it was effective. The divine tree of life had also grown a lot taller. Of course, the most important thing was the 5,000 heart of the great Tao fragments. It was not easy to find such fragments. In the blink of an eye, he had obtained 5,000 heart of the great Tao fragments. This was quite a good deal. He had refined all the fragments in one go for the divine tree of life. The refinement took 3 days. After 3 days, Lin Fei finally smiled. On the divine tree of life, he had obtained 5 complete heart of the great Tao. They were exuding traces of Tao will. However, these Tao wills were of the lowest level. Lin Fei could still feel that they were not very strong. A complete heart of the great Tao was good. That would make 5 cavern experts. Lin Fei smiled. In the next second, the life statement actually sent him a message. Lin Fei's expression was one of astonishment. He was a little surprised. It turned out that the heart of the great Tao could be fused. If he kept fusing them, he could fuse them into a higher level heart of the great Tao. Chapter 4479. Lin Fei didn't think that the God Tree of Life would have such an effect. Being able to fuse the Tao heart was out of Lin Fei's expectations. He thought that 5,000 Tao heart fragments wouldn't be able to form many Tao hearts. He didn't expect to form 5 Tao hearts. Although the power of the Tao was very weak, it was still the power of the Tao. It was very safe to deal with nascent soul experts. Otherwise, why would they be called emptiness realm experts? Lin Fei could see the quality of the 5 Tao hearts. With a thought, these 5 Tao hearts fell into Lin Fei's hands. Indeed, each of them had the power of the Tao. Lin Fei didn't choose to refine them. After all, the power of the Tao was too weak. Even if Lin Fei wanted to refine them, he would need the best Tao heart. Of course, Lin Fei's Tao heart was dispensable. As long as his physical body came up, he could use all kinds of abilities. There was nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei gave it a try and fused 4 of the great Tao hearts. Once the 4 Tao hearts fused, Lin Fei instantly felt that the power increased a lot. No matter who it was, they would become much stronger in the future. Lin Fei also smiled. Such a great Tao heart. If he brought it to the Chamber of Commerce, everyone would probably fight for it. Lin Fei put away the 2 Tao hearts. He didn't plan to go to the Chamber of Commerce again. Otherwise, it would be easy for people to associate it. Lin Fei's eyes were on the heavenly demon tree again. After all, the heavenly demon tree seemed to have a much better effect than the Tao heart. But after thinking about it, Lin Fei felt that it was better to wait. Anyway, he had been relying on the Tao heart to recover a lot. He might as well wait for the second mission. Su Zhending seemed to have suffered a loss and didn't come looking for trouble with Lin Fei again. In the end, Lin Fei rejected both the Immortal Gang and the Heavenly Gates. This surprised the people who came forward. After all, this was the first time someone had rejected the Immortal Gang and the Elysium's recruitment. Not everyone could do such a thing. If he hadn't said it himself, they would have suspected that they had heard wrongly. There really was someone who dared to reject the recruitment. So he left in a huff. Before long, the news spread in the heaven-reaching church. When they heard the news, they were dumbfounded. That personal disciple Lin Fei actually missed such a good opportunity. If it were them, they would join even if they were beaten to death. Whether it was the Immortal Gang or the Elysium, joining either of them was enough to make them excited for an entire day. But now, he was rejected. It could only be said that this Lin Fei was really interesting. After Lin Fei refused, no one from the Immortal Gang and Elysium came. Even the other small gangs didn't come. Anyone could imagine that if they dared to reject the Immortal Gang and the Elysium, they would be oppressed in the future. A month passed in the blink of an eye, and in this month's time, Lin Fei did not come out at all. He had been in the palace the whole time. Lin Fei came to the place to accept the task again. This was the second time he had accepted an experience task. So he was quite looking forward to it. When he received this experience task, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Then, he returned to normal. He turned around and walked out of the place to accept the task. He returned to his palace. Junior brother, you've gone too far. Someone must have done something. Otherwise, you wouldn't have accepted such a difficult task. As a little heavenly king, when Su Tianxing saw this task, his face changed. The task that Lin Fei had accepted this time was not a small task. It was a big task. This task required Lin Fei to break through to the insightful void realm within 3 years. Such an experience task really made Lin Fei a little depressed. It was no wonder that Su Tianxing would speak with a displeased expression. This was simply too difficult. It was not easy to break through the nascent soul realm and reach the insightful void realm within 3 years. Su Tianxing was indeed a little angry. This was clearly bullying. Lin Fei did not know who had done something to this experience task. Without a doubt, it was the Immortal Gang or the Elysium. Su Zhending was also possible. After all, Yi Dazhuang was his senior brother. It was hard to guarantee that he wouldn't do anything. Lin Fei chuckled, it's actually not too difficult to reach the insightful void realm within 3 years. Didn't you see the reward of 10,000 points? They really put in a lot of effort. That's right. This experience task was worth 10,000 points. Why did everyone like to become a personal disciple? It was because these 3 tasks could give a lot of points. The first task was a few hundred to 1,000 points. The second task was a few thousand to 10,000 points. The last task was the most difficult. Of course, under normal circumstances, there were very few tasks that were this difficult. To use 3 years to break through to the insightful void realm was a good time for Lin Fei. He could use this time to study the heart of the Great Path. How could Lin Fei not see it? It was obvious that someone wanted him to lose his identity as a personal disciple of the Sky-Reaching School. After all, he would be expelled from the Sky-Reaching School if he failed 3 times. Therefore, it was not easy to become a disciple of the Sky-Reaching School. After receiving the second task, Lin Fei did not hesitate. After such a long time, he quietly left the Sky-Reaching Church. When Lin Fei left, someone noticed Lin Fei's departure. It was Northern Heaven Immortal of the Immortal Gang. Lin Fei doesn't even know who he offended. If it were me, I would definitely find a way to smooth things over. I didn't expect him to leave just like that. He thought he could reach the insightful void realm within 3 years. He thought too much. Northern Heaven Immortal shook his head and left. As the holy son of the Sky-Reaching School, he knew better than anyone else what was going on. Someone was targeting Lin Fei. Lin Fei's performance was a bit outstanding, which naturally made people unhappy. After all, such a person had the chance to become a holy son in the future. Once he became a holy son, he would have a lot of competition. Therefore, it was not easy to become a holy son. The competition was fierce. After Lin Fei left the Sky-Reaching School, he kept changing his appearance. In the end, he became an ordinary person. No one could recognize him. Lin Fei came to the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce again. After arriving at the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, Lin Fei used the communication device. Hu Meili came to the inn immediately. She was very low-key. If it was not for the red robe, Lin Fei would not have recognized her. I didn't expect President Hu to be so low-key, said Lin Fei with a smile as soon as Hu Meili came in. Since you are also a low-key person, I must also be low-key. Otherwise, how can we cooperate? Hu Meili sat down. Chapter 4480. P.S. Thank you Yunsler for the tip. Hu Meili didn't expect it. How long had it been? This mysterious person had actually come again. During these days, Hu Meili did want to arrange for someone to investigate, but in the end, she suppressed this idea. If she really wanted to inquire about it, she had the confidence to do so. At this time, Hu Meili was glad that she had made the right choice. Her woman's intuition was right. This mysterious man came to find her again. Her subconscious told her that the discussion this time might be about the heart of Tao. Hu Meili herself was quite surprised as to why she would have such a thought. She understood that a woman's intuition had always been very sensitive. Therefore, when Hu Meili came, she couldn't help but be excited. If he really had the heart of Tao, it would be equivalent to cultivating an insightful emptiness realm expert. Even the weakest insightful emptiness realm expert was still an insightful emptiness realm expert. It wasn't easy to find one. This is the second time we've met. Can I know how I address you? I can't call you, sir, every time. If you feel embarrassed, I'll feel embarrassed too. After all, we're business partners, don't you think so? Hu Meili took the initiative to make a pot of tea for Lin Fei. She poured a cup full of tea. Lin Fei knew what Hu Meili was thinking. He smiled and said, I don't mind telling you my name. I'm Lin Fei. In the entire spirit realm, there were at least 4,000 or 5,000 of such common names. Therefore, Lin Fei wasn't worried at all. Even if Hu Meili knew, it wouldn't be a big deal. Lin Fei's current appearance was different. It couldn't be found or verified. Hu Meili had never heard of a powerful person named Lin Fei. She didn't know if this person was using a real name or a fake one. However, her subconscious instincts told her that the name given by this person might be the real one. This person was called Tian Fei. Daoist Lin, do you need any help this time? If you need anything, please let me know. The Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce is quite capable. Hu Meili didn't mention anything about the heart of Tao. Hu Meili really wanted to bring it up in her heart, but she chose to endure it. Lin Fei smiled and said, President Hu, since you know that I've come to find you, you must have a purpose. As for the abilities of your Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, I've experienced it for myself. However, this time, I plan to sell you something. I believe that you will be very interested in it. Hu Meili's heart skipped a beat. At this moment, Lin Fei knew. This woman was really smart. Hu Meili jumped for a moment before recovering. She knew that the other party must have found out. As the president of the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, Hu Meili was very serious about her duties as the president. Basically, he would not reveal any trace of his emotions. However, he didn't expect his state of mind to fluctuate in front of this person. More importantly, this was only the second time he had met Lin Fei. They had only met twice. Hu Meili hurriedly put away her thoughts. Whatever fellow Daoist Lin is willing to take out, our Dark Nether Merchant Group will pay the absolute price to satisfy you. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei took out the heart of Tao. This heart of Tao was stored in a special box and sealed. Therefore, it perfectly isolated the aura of the Tao. When the heart of Tao was placed in front of her, Hu Meili really couldn't suppress her emotions. She stole a glance at Lin Fei before shifting her gaze to the heart of Tao. Finally, she took a deep breath. Hu Meili knew that she was still a little inexperienced. She had seen the heart of Tao in the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. However, she had never thought that the heart of Tao would be so close to her. Lin Fei observed silently. He felt that this Hu Meili was interesting. At first, Lin Fei felt that Hu Meili was a strong woman. However, as he observed more, he realized that this strong woman's mentality was a little weak. Facing the heart of Tao, it was so easy for her to show emotions. This was something that had never happened before. It was clear that this Hu Meili still cared a lot about the heart of Tao. This is the item that I want to sell. It's the real deal. I don't cheat anyone. I wonder if this item of mine is to your satisfaction, great beauty? This time around, Hu Meili was truly satisfied. Even though the other party called her a great beauty, Hu Meili didn't show any displeasure. Normally, as long as someone called her a great beauty, Hu Meili would definitely strike back coldly on the spot. She wouldn't show any courtesy to the other party. However, when facing Lin Fei, Hu Meili really didn't have such thoughts. She only felt that Lin Fei had come at the right time. It was like a timely rain. Her impression of him instantly soared. It was as though they were old friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Although this heart of Tao of yours is only a level 9 heart of Tao, it's still a genuine heart of Tao. I really like this heart of Tao. May I know what you are looking for? Lin Fei wasn't very clear about the grades of the heart of Tao. When he heard this, he became a little interested. So, the heart of Tao has grades too. Interesting. Why don't you tell me about it? Hu Meili's gaze changed slightly, looking a little strange. After all, the grades of the heart of Tao weren't considered some secret. Could it be that this Lin Fei was trying to test her? No, he was testing her. Hu Meili let her imagination run wild. The heart of Tao that Lin Fei took out was the only one that hadn't been fused. To think that this was a level 9 heart of Tao. Since there was a level 9 heart of Tao, if it were to go up, it would probably be a level 8 heart of Tao, a level 7 heart of Tao, and a level 1 heart of Tao. A series of questions popped up in Lin Fei's mind. As for Hu Meili, she smiled and explained. There are naturally grades for the heart of Tao. The lowest grade is a level 9 heart of Tao, and the highest is a level 1 heart of Tao. Of course, above the level 1 heart of Tao, there are some fused hearts of Tao. The legendary King Heart, Emperor Heart, and even God Heart of Tao. I heard that any heart of Tao above the level 1 heart of Tao can only be obtained after countless fuses. There are no heart of Tao that is a top-notch existence right from the start. Of course, there are, but there are too few of them. Practically every single one that appears will become a target for competition. Lin Fei listened on without batting an eyelid. He could be considered to have gained some understanding of the heart of Tao. There were actually King Heart of Tao, Emperor Heart of Tao, and God Heart of Tao. All of these had to be fused in order to be produced. He couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Looks like this heart of Tao is still quite popular. Chapter 4481. After Hu Meili finished speaking, she also felt a little uneasy in her heart. She did not know what this Lin Fei was thinking, but if the other party had any dissatisfaction, whether or not she could successfully obtain this heart of great Tao would have a trace of uncertainty. From the bottom of her heart, Hu Meili did not wish for this kind of thing to happen. No matter what, she had to try her best to buy this heart of great Tao. Even if she had to pay a great price, it would be fine. Lin Fei picked up the teacup and smiled and took a sip. Then what price do you think you can offer me? If you satisfy me, then it's naturally easy to negotiate. If you're not satisfied, then this heart of great Tao is not fated with you. Although it's only a tier 9 heart of great Tao, it can also let an expert reach the void transformation realm. Lin Fei's words were somewhat mischievous. At least, it was still something that Hu Meili felt rather conflicted about. Hu Meili also did not know what kind of price she could offer. After hearing Lin Fei's words, her heart also somewhat sunk. If it was any other matter, then it would still be fine. But it just so happened that this matter was really hard to say. But no matter what, the heart of great Tao was placed in front of her. Then Hu Meili absolutely had to buy this heart of great Tao into her hands first. She absolutely could not miss it again. For Hu Meili to be able to become the president of the Dark Nether Merchant Group, her ability naturally did not need to be doubted. After pondering for a while, she finally understood what this Lin Fei wanted. Perhaps it might even be a fragment of the heart of great Tao and some aged heaven and earth medicinal herbs. Hu Meili remembered the incident last time very clearly. It could be said to be vivid in her mind. Hence, after pondering for a while, she also had a rough idea in her heart. This Lin Fei definitely wanted these things. It was really hard for Hu Meili to gather the other things. Although this thing was a little troublesome for their Dark Nether Merchant Group, it was still achievable. It was just that this price had to be raised. Hu Meili even realized that this should be a test question that the other party gave her. If she could answer this question well, perhaps there might even be more hearts of great Tao in the future. Thinking of this, Hu Meili's mood became somewhat excited. She did not expect that she could actually encounter such a great thing. This Lin Fei is really a good person. Hu Meili didn't try to guess why he had the heart of the great Tao. To her, it was enough as long as she had the heart of the great Tao. Everything else could be put aside. Lin Fei drank the tea in the cup unhurriedly. He knew that Hu Meili would definitely know. In fact, this was also a test that Lin Fei gave Hu Meili. If he did a good job with this case file, he would naturally have the heart of the great Tao in the future. Lin Fei also hoped to cooperate with this beautiful Hu Meili. In any case, the heart of Tao was going to be sold, so selling it to Hu Meili was no different from selling it to someone else. More importantly, Lin Fei could see that Hu Meili was quite ambitious. As for why she had such great ambitions, Lin Fei didn't know. This had nothing to do with him. He only wanted the great Tao core and the natural medicinal ingredients. It would be best if he could get some divine trees as well. It all depended on how Hu Meili gave this answer. Lin Fei laughed, "You don't have to be in a hurry. Take your time to consider. I can give you 3 days to think about it." Hu Meili's heart sank again. She knew that this was really a test. Daoist Lin, 3 days is too long. As the president of the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce, I don't need to think for that long. I can give you an answer now. Hu Meili took a deep breath. She knew that if she was given 3 days to think about it, something might go wrong during this time. The final result would be that the heart of the great Tao would leave him. This was something that Hu Meili didn't want to see. It didn't matter at other times, but this was definitely not the time. Our Chamber of Commerce can take out 50,000 heart of the great Tao fragments. This is our limit. Apart from that, we can also give you 10 500,000-year-old natural medicinal ingredients. Of course, the most important thing is that we have a divine tree. Although it isn't very famous, it is still in the top 100 divine trees. This is the price that I can offer to Daoist Lin. Lin Fei knew that this Hu Meili wouldn't let him down. This answer scroll was not bad. He knew that it wasn't easy to obtain heart of the great Tao fragments. Not every Chamber of Commerce had that many in stock. It wasn't hard to imagine that the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce had probably collected 50,000 heart of the great Tao fragments for a long time. The natural medicinal ingredients were a little easier. Of course, what interested Lin Fei the most was this divine tree. It was actually in the top 100 divine trees. It seemed that this Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce knew a lot of things. They even knew about this divine tree. This was a lot better than other things. Hu Meili's heart was also a little uneasy. It was as if she was waiting for the verdict. This was the best thing that she could take out. Her palms started to sweat slowly. She had never been so nervous before. Although the person in front of her didn't look strong, he made Hu Meili feel a little moved. This was a very difficult person to deal with. Congratulations. This is your second cooperation. There shouldn't be any problems. Lin Fei smiled and extended his hand. Hu Meili was momentarily dazed. Her eyes lit up and she also extended her hand to shake Lin Fei's. Just at this moment, there was a clang. The door was pushed open and a young man walked in. This was an imposing young man. His entire body was overbearing and invincible. Just one look at him would make one want to kneel down. What a good president to actually have a private meeting with someone here. I have learned a lot. The moment this person came over, a cold light shot towards Lin Fei. This cold light wasn't simple. It was obvious that it was a killing move. It looked like he was treating him like an ant that could be killed at will. Lin Fei raised his hand and grabbed the cold light with his 5 fingers. He gently squeezed and with a crack, it broke into pieces. Scram. This isn't a place for you to talk. He turned his hand and hit the cold light fragment back. A ring lit up around the young man's body. A path actually appeared and he directly blocked it. This made him a little surprised. I never thought that there would be an expert here. Interesting, really interesting. You even dare to meet my woman in private. You're dead. Hu Meili, who was at the side, was also anxious. Her face turned cold. Xiong Badian, what nonsense are you spouting? Who's your woman? This is my Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce's customer. Do you understand? Seeing that the transaction was about to succeed, she didn't expect to meet Xiong Badian. This made Hu Meili very worried. She also disliked Xiong Badian even more. Xiong Badian laughed out loud. Your customer, I think he's someone you're meeting in private. Chapter 4482. Get out, get out. You're not welcome here. Hu Meili pointed at the door and said coldly. Xiong Badian laughed. Get out? Why should I? Since he's a guest, I'm a guest too. What do you think? Unless your Dark Spirit Merchant Group wishes to continue operating in this area, otherwise, you should be clear about the consequences. Hu Meili was so angry that she was trembling. She knew Xiong Baishan's background. He wasn't someone the Dark Spirit Trade Association could afford to offend. Lin Fei was here to cooperate with the Dark Spirit Trade Association. After all, the Dark Spirit Trade Association wasn't a big trade association, but it had a strong background. It had some foundation and could keep a low profile. He didn't expect something like this to happen at this time. The guy called Xiong Badian was actually quite capable. He had cultivated a great Dao at such a young age. No wonder Hu Meili was so afraid. Lin Fei could feel the murderous intent in his eyes. This kid wanted to kill him. The murderous intent was very obvious. I advise you to listen to this great beauty and obediently scram from here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite, said Lin Fei with a faint smile. Because I hate it when people disturb me. Even though the person in front of him had cultivated a great Dao, in Lin Fei's eyes, it wasn't anything special. He didn't take it too seriously. Xiong Badian laughed again. Interesting, really interesting. It's rare to see someone who dares to talk to me like that. You're just a golden core cultivator. Even if you're at the peak of your golden core, you wouldn't dare. Xiong Badian took a step forward and the circular great Dao behind him covered everything. The void around him turned into stone. It turned out that Xiong Baishan's great Dao was the petrification great Dao. It was a very special great Dao. Within the range of this great Dao, anything would be petrified and all life would be stripped away. You can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use my petrification technique. Petrification rippled over continuously. Even the void was petrified. However, when it was about to reach Lin Fei, it was blocked by a layer of power. Only cracking sounds could be heard. Xiong Baishan's petrifying power could not penetrate through and was blocked just like that. I don't think your Dao is that great. You can't even take care of me, a golden core cultivator. How dare you brag here? Lin Fei laughed. He raised his fist and punched out. Wherever the punch passed, the petrified Xiong Badian raised both his hands and blocked the punch. However, he was forced to take 3 steps back as a result. With every step he took, the ground beneath his feet cracked. After 3 steps, the entire place was in shambles. Xiong Baishan's gaze changed as he stared coldly at Yifutian. I didn't expect you to be so strong at the peak of the Golden Core realm. Interesting, very interesting. I, Xiong Badian, will remember you. After saying that, Xiong Badian turned around and left. Hu Meili heaved a sigh of relief after he left. He turned to Lin Fei and thanked him. Thank you, Dao friend Lin. Xiong Badian is a lunatic. I will definitely settle this matter today and not let him find trouble with you. Hu Meili hated Xiong Badian to the core. Lin Fei smiled and shook his head. You won't be able to settle this matter. Based on this brat's mentality, he will definitely kill me. He hasn't made a move yet because he hasn't figured out my background. Once he does, he will make a move. No one can let him live after suffering a loss. Lin Fei had seen his fair share of people. Hence, this brat didn't make a move just now because he couldn't handle Yifutian. He would either go back to investigate Yi Futian or call for reinforcements. Lin Fei was leaning towards the second option. Lin Fei's identity wasn't something that anyone could find out. Even if Xiong Badian had an impressive background, it wouldn't be easy. Hence, the possibility of him finding help was the highest, with a 90% chance of success. Oh yes, where did this brat come from? I think he's quite capable. He didn't even put your Black Nether Chamber of Commerce in his eyes. You're really a failure as the president of Black Nether Chamber of Commerce. Hu Meili also smiled bitterly and said, there's nothing we can do about it. This young master Xiong Baishan's background isn't small because his father is a Saint King Realm master. That is, the Saint King Realm above the Void Transformation Realm. Think about how capable this Xiong Badian is. Lin Fei didn't expect that this young master Xiong Baishan's background would be so great. He turned out to be a Saint King Realm master above the Void Transformation Realm. One had to know that not everyone could cultivate to the Saint King Realm successfully. If one wanted to become a Saint King Realm master, one had to fuse two grand Daoists into a single principle. Only then could one become a Saint King Realm master. Our Black Nether Chamber of Commerce used to be a force on Xiong Baishan's side. Later on, we became independent. I didn't expect that Xiong Badian would chase after us. This time, I, Hu Meili, have implicated fellow Daoist Lin. I, Hu Meili, have truly let you down. Hu Meili said guiltily. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. I didn't expect President Hu to have such a suitor. With such a suitor, I don't think you need to open your Black Nether Chamber of Commerce anymore. Just follow him. It'll be much better than your current life. Hu Meili could also hear Lin Fei's ridicule. She wasn't angry. That Xiong Badian, even if I die, it's impossible for me to become his woman. Since Xiong Badian is here, then his master should also be here. While fellow Daoist Lin hasn't set his eyes on you yet, it's better for you to leave here first to avoid any worries. Hu Meili was really thinking for Lin Fei's sake. Xiong Baishan's background wasn't small, and Hu Meili was well aware of it. This time, Xiong Badian was most likely here because of her. Lin Fei didn't really care. So what if Xiong Badian was strong? Moreover, he could see that there was something wrong with Xiong Badian. Actually, there's no need to be afraid. Xiong Badian wouldn't kill me so easily. Who knows, he might even beg me later. Lin Fei laughed. Hu Meili was filled with question marks. At this moment, Xiong Baishan's face was gloomy and even a little crazy. Xiong Badian knew that this person was most likely Hu Meili's client. However, Xiong Badian wanted to let Hu Meili know that even if it was a client, it was up to him. Eliminating a few clients would also let him know that not everyone could reject the woman that he, Xiong Badian, fancied. Immediately, go and find those people for me. Isn't this kid just a little capable? Let's see how long he can last. Xiong Badian was indeed a little fearful. To be able to resist his great Tao of petrification, this wasn't something that just anyone could do. Therefore, he decided to find a few experts to slowly play with him. It was really rare to see someone with such backbone. Chapter 4483. Young Master, this kid is out. It seems like he wants to escape. Hu Meili is also leading the way. Xiong Badian was sitting in the opposite inn. His subordinates saw Lin Fei coming out. Of course, Hu Meili was there too. Her red robe was the easiest to recognize. Xiong Badian smiled coldly. I thought this kid was brave. I didn't expect him to be so cowardly. It seems like he is prepared to leave. Did he ask me? Xiong Baishan's face was very pale. He had suffered a small loss. His petrification could freeze anyone, let alone a golden core cultivator. But this guy was terrifyingly strong. He was even more certain that he was a golden core cultivator. To be able to break his petrification, such a person must have a powerful background. Do you want me to bring people to stop him? His subordinate asked softly. Xiong Badian took a sip of tea and waved his hand. No need. Let's follow him. I want to see where he can escape to. It's better to fight outside when there are fewer people. I can't say that I bullied him with numbers. Xiong Badian wasn't old. He was only a few hundred years old. That's right. A few hundred years old. His potential was also very powerful. He had already cultivated a great Dao and was an insightful emptiness realm expert. Xiong Badian stood up and chased with his subordinates. Dao friend Lin, where are we going? Hu Meili had been following Lin Fei out, and she had some doubts in her heart. Lin Fei smiled and said, of course it's to give him a place to make his move. Don't you think that there are too many people there? If we really fight, a lot of people will die. After all, I love peace, so it's better to fight somewhere else. Hu Meili burst into laughter. Her smile was as bright as a flower. This was the first time she heard such words. As a cultivator, Hu Meili was used to life and death. It was rare to see someone like Lin Fei speaking like that. She was surprised and felt that Lin Fei was getting more and more interesting. If you can't find a suitable place to fight, why don't you go to the Hades illusion? That place is deserted and quiet. Netherworld fantasy? Lin Fei furrowed his brows. It sounds like a dangerous place. Hu Meili smiled and said, yes, it is a dangerous place. However, this 9U illusory realm is not dangerous at all. The dangers inside have all been cleared by someone. Now, it is just a small training field. Alright, let's go to the 9th Hell illusory realm. You lead the way. Xiong Badian followed behind unhurriedly. Young master, they should be heading towards the 9 Nether illusory realm. Could it be that the 9 Nether illusory realm has this kid's helpers? Xiong Badian said disdainfully, what kind of helpers can this brat have? Even if he has helpers, so what? Don't tell me that I don't have subordinates. Are you kidding me? None of the people Xiong Badian, have ever lived to see the sun on the second day. The Netherworld illusory realm was indeed a huge illusory realm. The illusions inside had basically been broken by someone. After entering, Lin Fei felt that this place was quite big. It was the perfect time to strike. Thus, he simply stopped. Let's just wait here for them to come. Just here? Hu Meili looked at the surrounding empty space. If we were to really fight, this place is a little unsuitable. It doesn't matter. What I want is for this place to be empty. This way, no one will pay attention to us. Don't you think so? Hu Meili was even more confused about what Lin Fei was trying to do. Do you really intend to fight with Xiong Badian? I heard that Xiong Badian has a Sage King's treasure with him. It is extremely powerful and can kill insightful emptiness realm experts. Lin Fei laughed, I have already told you that I like peace. Why would I fight to the death with him? I just want to chat with him about some things. Chat about some things? Hu Meili didn't dare to believe it. In the end, she kept her thoughts to herself. She intended to see what the situation would be like in the end. In less than 10 minutes, Xiong Badian came down with his subordinates. Compared to before, there were 2 more old men behind him. These 2 old men were calm and their eyes were cold. No trace of emotion could be seen. However, when their eyes fell on Lin Fei, their murderous intent intensified. Run. Why aren't you running anymore? Hu Meili, you really know how to choose a place. I think this place is not bad. Why don't we make it more convenient and have some fun here? Xiong Badian laughed. At the same time, the people behind him took out a flagpole. Instantly, layers of ripples appeared in the 9 Nether illusory realm, forming a formation. Hu Meili, who was at the side, was a little anxious when she saw the formation. Not good. This is the Daoist Heaven formation. It can isolate everything and form an independent vacuum zone. This is bad. Hu Meili was still very knowledgeable. Therefore, she could recognize that this was the Daoist Heaven formation. It was also a very powerful formation. It seemed that Xiong Badian had brought this formation out. If it was an ordinary person, they really wouldn't be able to do it. Lin Fei could naturally see that this formation was very ordinary. It was no wonder that this guy was so confident to follow them. He even brought 2 insightful void experts with him. It seemed that they were in the late insightful void realm. This young master Xiong Badian really had a great background. The Sage King's father actually arranged for such experts to follow him. It was enough for him to do whatever he wanted in the spiritual realm. Xiong Badian, you're so despicable. Since you're following us, aren't you afraid of embarrassing your father, the Sage King? Hu Meili also knew how to play tricks. Xiong Baishan's face turned slightly cold. After all, if this matter with someone and a little golden core expert were to spread, it would indeed be embarrassing for his father. Shut up. So what if I'm bullying the weak? There's no one else here. I also have the Daoist heaven formation. Do you think anyone else will come and save you? Only the heavens, the earth, and me know. Do you think anyone else will know? Lin Fei looked at Xiong Badian indifferently. I didn't expect you to really come. It seems that you found help, and 2 insightful void experts. But do you really think you can deal with me? Xiong Badian took a step forward and laughed out loud. It's you. Previously, I just didn't go all out. Now, I'll let you see what regret is. The 2 insightful void old men at the side immediately attacked. As soon as they attacked, Lin Fei felt that the great Tao of these 2 was very powerful. The great Tao of one of them was a little fierce. It turned out to be void corrosion. It was very powerful. It broke the body. There was a crackling sound in the void. As for the other old man's great Tao, it was a little special. It could actually instantly suck out a part of the energy of heaven and earth. Even a part of Lin Fei's body was sucked out. It was indeed an eye-opener. They really doted on him to the bone. Ordinary people really didn't have this ability. Chapter 4484. The 2 powerhouses that Xiong Badian brought were indeed very powerful. Lin Fei felt a great deal of pressure when he made his move. One was a corrosive great path, and the other was a great path that drained energy. No matter which one it was, they were both very powerful. Especially now that they were working together. No one would be able to take it. When Hu Meili saw this scene, she broke out in a cold sweat. The powerhouses that Xiong Badian brought were really too powerful. She would not be a match for any one of them, let alone 2 of them working together. Chairman Hu, you will see him being tortured to death by my subordinates later. Don't worry, I will keep him alive. I will let him know that anyone who gets close to you will not have a good ending. Xiong Badian snorted coldly. With these 2 elite subordinates, he was not afraid that this lad would survive. Both of them had cultivated a great Tao. However, this great Tao was no ordinary great Tao. Based on their calculations, it could be a 7th level great path. Therefore, this lad would not be able to take it no matter what he was capable of. Xiong Badian did not attack. He wanted to see what else this lad could do to withstand the attacks of his 2 subordinates. Lin Fei seemed to be under some pressure, but in fact, he was not. The corrosive great path did not even manage to penetrate the surface of his body before it was taken down. After all, Yi Xian's body was not that easy to break. As for the other one that drained energy, it was not a taboo. If it was an ordinary person, draining a portion of energy from their body would indeed affect their strength. But the energy in Lin Fei's body was indeed a little more vigorous. Therefore, it could not be drained at all. After a series of attacks, the 2 were a little surprised. They looked at each other. Surprisingly, they did not let this lad lose. Instead, he looked like he was fine. They could not help but feel a little anxious. They had patted their chests and promised to take down this lad. When the time came, they would bring him to their young master and teach him a lesson. This was a little different from what they had imagined. Therefore, they attacked even more violently. They even drained energy 3 times in a row. The old man's face was a little pale. As for the other, he had pushed the great Tao of corrosion to the limit, but it still seemed like he was unable to cause any harm to Lin Fei. I don't think the people you brought are good. This can't even be considered a warm-up exercise. Lin Fei shook his head slightly. His figure flickered and instantly broke through the corrosive path. With a single punch, there were hundreds of punches in the air. It landed on the two of them. Both of them activated their great path defenses, but as soon as they were activated, cracking sounds could be heard. Then, the two of them were sent flying. The two of you only have some ability in the Great Tao. But against me, you are a little lacking. You should be glad that I am still in a good mood. Otherwise, they wouldn't be like this. Lin Fei smiled at Xiong Badian. Didn't you say that you weren't satisfied yet? Then let's have a good fight. He threw a punch. Xiong Badian blocked. In the end, a huge palm appeared and landed on Xiong Baishan's body. Then, a knee landed on Xiong Baishan's body. Xiong Badian was sent flying. A ball of power kept exploding in his body. Then, Lin Fei appeared behind him. He clenched his fist and there was a loud rumbling sound. Xiong Badian was smashed into the ground. The ground cracked. The two old men had just gotten up when they saw an invisible sword light sweep over. They were sent flying. Even if they were Great Tao experts, they weren't a match for Lin Fei at this moment. Lin Fei's foundation was too strong, and it wasn't something they could fight against. Lin Fei grabbed Xiong Badian from the ground again. He casually picked it up and knocked it on the ground like a stick, again and again. So what if you brought subordinates? In my eyes, you are just that. You are amazing to have cultivated a great Tao, and you are amazing to have a strong father. In my eyes, you are nothing. There was another loud rumbling sound. The surroundings had become extremely messy, and even Hu Meili couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Her beautiful eyes were filled with surprise. She never thought that Lin Fei, who looked like a golden core, would be so terrifyingly strong. It was really unbelievable that a golden core expert could beat a great Tao expert. She couldn't believe it was true. When did such a super expert appear in the spiritual world? That's right. If such a person wasn't a super expert, then what was he? If he entered the nascent soul realm, he wouldn't just be able to kill great Tao experts. Xiong Badian didn't know how many times he had been attacked. He was completely exhausted and laid on the ground, looking up at the sky. He had never felt that he had lost so quickly and in such a pathetic manner. Even his life was in the hands of his opponent. But why was his opponent just a guy at the peak of the golden core? Why was that? This was the most difficult thing for Xiong Badian to accept. You will definitely regret attacking me like this. I will definitely gather experts to tear you into pieces. Even at this time, Xiong Badian was still very arrogant. Of course, he was a little guilty, but he couldn't let go of his pride. Yi Xiaolong kicked Xiong Baishan's body again. This guy smashed down heavily in an arc. The ground caved in again. Half of his body had sunk into the ground. Lin Fei came in front of him unhurriedly. To be honest, it would be a waste of time to kill someone like you. You should be glad that you met me. If you didn't meet me, you wouldn't be able to live for long. Lin Fei chuckled. Xiong Badian, who was originally angry, suddenly changed his expression. He seemed to have heard something. Nonsense. How can I not be alive? No one in the spiritual world dares to kill me unless they are willing to offend my father. Lin Fei squatted down and patted Xiong Baishan's face. Are you sure? You brat, I'm not saying that you can only live for half a year at most. By then, you will be dead. If it was someone else who said this, Xiong Badian might not believe it. But Xiong Badian had to consider this person's words. Could it be that he really couldn't save his life? If you're not sure, then I can remind you that you only have half a year left to live. No, that's not right. After fighting with me just now, I estimate that you only have 2 or 3 months left. If you don't believe me, you can take a look for yourself. Hu Meili was also surprised. Chapter 4485. Xiong Badian didn't really believe it at first, but now he was a little hesitant. It seemed like there was no need for this person to lie to him. If he wanted to kill him with his strength, it would be a piece of cake. But if he wanted to use underhanded methods, then there was no need. I guess you still have doubts in your heart. After all, my words sound like I'm trying to trick you. But you can try. Lin Fei smiled and said, this method of testing is quite simple. If you don't know, I can teach you one. I guarantee that you will know the condition of your body. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment. I'll believe you this time. If you dare to lie to me, I have a sage ruler's treasure in my hands. I will definitely make you suffer. This was Xiong Baishan's only source of confidence. Other than the sage ruler's treasure, there was really nothing else that could defeat this person. Then listen carefully. I'll pass on a little technique to you now. See for yourself if your life will be affected. Lin Fei said word by word. He was neither hurried nor slow. It was only a few hundred words, but it was filled with a mysterious aura. Be it Hu Meili or Xiong Badian, they were in disbelief and finally understood. This person really had a powerful background. A secret technique like this was really valuable. More importantly, not many people could master it. Lin Fei had a lot of secret techniques like this. So what if he took one out? Xiong Badian was stunned again. Then he started to comprehend this technique. In just a short time, he had completely mastered it. He started to check on his condition. His face was originally pale, but then it turned a little black. Finally, it turned green and his entire face was filled with anger. Despicable fella, someone actually dared to lay a hand on me. Xiong Badian roared. Through this technique, Xiong Badian could see the situation clearly. He had indeed been schemed against and he didn't know. That was the hardest thing to accept. Xiong Badian did not have any doubts. Even he didn't have a technique like this. Even his father couldn't find a technique like this. However, this person was able to casually take it out. It could be imagined that he should have many such techniques. Do you believe me now? You were indeed schemed against. There's no helping it. People like you have many brothers and sisters. It's hard to guarantee that you won't be schemed against. Fortunately, you met me. Otherwise, you'd be dead. Xiong Badian suddenly struggled to get up. Senior, save me, I only have 2 months left. If you don't save me, I will really die. Xiong Badian was very clear that he must have been schemed against by his siblings. As for how he was schemed against, he had no idea at all. Right now, he was in a very bad situation. He didn't have much lifespan left. He only had 2 months left. That was the worst part. 2 months was neither long nor short, but it could pass in the blink of an eye. Xiong Badian could not find a way to break his technique. Because he only had 2 months left to live, and the person in front of him could see that. Xiong Badian naturally hoped to get help from the other party. Lin Fei chuckled, now you know fear. I'm just reminding you that I can't do anything about your lifespan. Xiong Badian instantly felt a little desperate. He had pinned all his hopes on the other party. Senior, I know I was wrong. I shouldn't have done it. Please save me. As long as you can save me, I'm willing to give you everything I have without hesitation. In order to survive, Xiong Badian went all out. As for going back to find his siblings, he definitely wouldn't be able to find them. To be able to steal his lifespan without anyone noticing, it was naturally not something that he could easily track down. Even if he cried to his father, it would be useless. His father, as a Saint King Realm Master, never cared about such trivial things. He even encouraged brothers and sisters to fight against each other. Just like raising a gu, the most powerful one in the end would inherit everything. Xiong Badian knew this since he was very young, so it was useless for him to go back. He would be ridiculed as a waste. Right now, the only person worthy of his help was the person in front of him. Perhaps this person had a way. This was his only chance. Lin Fei didn't expect Xiong Badian to be so quick-witted. He immediately understood. He was indeed a little interested in this Xiong Badian. The other party was the son of a Saint King Realm Master. In this spirit world, Lin Fei didn't mind leaving a few more clues. And this Xiong Badian was a very good choice. Hu Meili, who was behind him, didn't expect Xiong Badian to be schemed against. The son of a Saint King Realm Master only had 2 months left to live. She didn't even dare to think about it. In particular, the other party was a Paradise Realm Master who had cultivated a great Dao. Therefore, Hu Meili was even more curious about this person called Lin Fei. It was as if he was shrouded in a mysterious veil. Like this veil, Hu Meili very much wanted to uncover it and see what this person's origins were. I really can't help you. After all, I don't have much lifespan left. Even if you take out something, it may not be to my liking. Xiong Badian wasn't stupid. As the son of a saint king, his mind was quite sharp. He immediately understood what was going on. I don't know what senior wants. As long as you want it, I will definitely help you get it. I'm not good at many things, but I have a wide network. Who doesn't give me face? If you don't believe me, you can ask President Hu. At this time, Xiong Badian even changed the way he addressed her. He didn't dare to directly call the other party Hu Meili. Hu Meili nodded and spoke for Xiong Badian. What he said is right. In terms of connections, even I am not as good as Xiong Badian. He knows more secrets than I do. If fellow Daoist Lin has any problems, you can ask him. He definitely won't let you down. Xiong Badian breathed a sigh of relief. He was secretly glad that he hadn't completely offended this Hu Meili. Otherwise, if she said a few bad things about him, all his previous efforts would have been in vain. Lin Fei really liked this Xiong Badian. It was good to have a quick mind. Although Lin Fei had obtained a lot of Dao heart fragments in this dark nether chamber of commerce, it was still too little. It was far from meeting Lin Fei's requirements. Therefore, he had to obtain more Dao heart fragments. Then, if I want to make Dao heart fragments, as well as heaven and earth herbs that are hundreds of thousands of years old, do you have any way to get them? Chapter 4486. Xiong Baishan's brain reacted quickly. If he didn't react quickly, he might not have a chance at all. So Senior wants the Dao heart fragment and mature world herbs. That's easy, that's easy. Xiong Badian nodded repeatedly. How could there be any hesitation? The more he hesitated, the worse the situation would be. Give me 5 days, no, give me 3 days. I'll get you the Dao heart fragment and world herbs. Xiong Badian seemed to be afraid that Lin Fan would go back on his word, so he hurriedly said. Lin Fei said, all right, I'll wait for you in this black nether chamber of commerce. When you bring the things here, as long as I'm satisfied, I'll think of some ways to extend your life. At least you won't die in 2 months. The sun is very beautiful and the spiritual world is very interesting. What do you think? Xiong Badian nodded repeatedly, turned around, and left. Fellow Daoist Lin, your methods are really impressive. Xiong Badian is the son of a Saint King realm, but I didn't expect him to be scared by you so easily. Now he's even helping you search for things. Are you looking down on our black nether chamber of commerce? Hu Meili walked over, revealing a charming smile. Lin Fei laughed, isn't it because your black nether chamber of commerce is afraid that you can't take it out, so you can only ask someone else? If you can take it out, then we'll naturally have a deal. Lin Fei didn't say it too clearly. He believed that Hu Meili would definitely understand. As expected. After Lin Fei said this, Hu Meili's expression changed a little. It was indeed a little different. Hu Meili was a smart woman, so of course she could tell. She didn't expect that this Lin Fei really needed the Dao heart fragment and world herbs again. Could it be that this fellow is really studying the fragment of the heart of Great Dao? No one would dare to do such a thing. He had already negotiated with him, yet he actually wanted even more fragments of the heart of the Great Dao. This person was too mysterious. Then I'll try my best to help you collect them in the next 3 days. What do you think? Lin Fei smiled, with a great beauty helping me collect the fragments of the Great Dao heart, I naturally have no objections. However, I will have to stay at your dark spirit merchant group for 3 days. You won't find it troublesome, right? Hu Meili shook her head. Of course it's no trouble at all. You are an esteemed guest. Even I feel honored to have you come to our dark nether chamber of commerce. Hu Meili really hoped that Lin Fei could stay in their dark nether chamber of commerce for a few days. Only such a distinguished guest could be kept. More importantly, Lin Fei still had a Dao heart in his possession. He had to get it. Now that he had the fragment of the great Dao core, he had to collect the worldly medicinal ingredients. Just like that, Lin Fei moved into the dark spirit merchant group. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The first to arrive was Hu Meili. She had finally collected the Dao core fragment, as well as the medicinal ingredients. He did not expect the beauty to be so fast. 50,000 fragments of the great Dao core, 10 500,000-year-old herbs, and even a divine tree. As soon as Hu Meili came in, Lin Fei felt it. Even the tree of life was rippling. He also rejoiced that he came to the right place. This Hu Meili indeed had her own ideas. Her speed of doing things was also quite fast. 50,000 fragments of the great Dao core could really condense quite a number of great Dao cores. Moreover, it could carry out continuous fusion. This was what Lin Fei was interested in. A Tier 9 great Dao core was really useless. Those that could be taken out had to be fused more than a few times. That was the best. Unlike the two experts by Xiong Baishan's side, they had definitely passed this great Dao more than once. Hence, this allowed Lin Fei to see the unusualness of this fused great Dao core. If this fused into a Tier 1 great Dao core, it would definitely be priceless. Hu Meili also spent a very long time to gather all these things. After all, the time was too short. If she was given a little more time, it would definitely be easier than it was now. Fortunately, she had finally completed the mission this time. Hu Meili had been thinking about this Tier 9 great Dao core constantly. Dao friend Lin, the things that you wanted, I have gathered them for you. Take a look yourself. Hu Meili took out a storage ring and placed it in front of Lin Fei. Lin Fei casually glanced at it. I am very satisfied with the things that you have gathered. It seems like this cooperation is quite enjoyable. Lin Fei also took out the great Dao core and handed it to Hu Meili. Hu Meili carefully received it. It was genuine and honest. She heaved a sigh of relief and quickly kept it. Thank you, Dao friend Lin. You have brought such a good thing for our dark spirit chamber of commerce. I thank you on behalf of the entire chamber of commerce. Although a Tier 9 great Dao core was nothing. However, such a great Dao core was something that many people dreamed of. Many nascent soul realm experts couldn't break through because they couldn't cultivate a great Dao core. However, if one had a complete great Dao core, they could casually refine it and become an insightful emptiness realm expert. Not only would their lifespan increase, but their strength would also increase. Their future potential would be limited, but they would still be an insightful emptiness realm expert. If they obtained another great Dao core, they could still fuse it. They could still find a way out in the future. After Lin Fei received the storage item, he didn't absorb it immediately. Instead, he put it away. Because there was still one person who didn't appear, and that was Xiong Batian. The agreement was for 3 days. Today was the 3rd day. It was time to see if Xiong Batian would come. As he waited, it was almost afternoon. Hu Meili brought over dishes. They were all exquisite and could be considered the specialty of this place. Dao friend Lin, will Xiong Batian not come? Hu Meili said. Lin Fei leisurely tasted the delicacies. To be honest, the food tasted good. At least Lin Fei liked it. Xiong Batian will definitely come because he really only has 2 months to live. Do you think he won't come? This time, Lin Fei was sure to eat Xiong Batian. Unless he really didn't care about his 2 months of life. As long as he wanted to continue living, he would definitely come. When the time came, he would regret it. As expected. In the evening, Xiong Batian came. However, when Hu Meili saw Xiong Batian, she was a little surprised and even a little shocked. How did you end up like this? It turned out that Xiong Batian was in a sorry state. Even his complexion had deteriorated. It seemed like he didn't have 2 months left and was on the verge of death. "Senior, you have to save me. I've already brought you the item. If you don't save me, I'm really done for. I only have 3 days left to live." Xiong Badian knelt down with a plop the moment he came over and cried out in disappointment. Even if Hu Meili was beside him, it was the same. Xiong Badian presented the ring with both hands. Chapter 4487. Xiong Badian was indeed in a sorry state. It was as though he had been ambushed, and even his life force was extremely weak. Hu Meili might not be able to tell, but Lin Fei could see it clearly. This Xiong Badian was definitely ambushed, and it might even be one of his brothers and sisters. What a pitiful fellow. Looks like you're quite trustworthy. You came back in 3 days. If you were half a minute late, I would have left. Lin Fei smiled. Xiong Badian hurriedly said, "The things are all in the ring. Senior, please take a look. This is the best I can do. I believe you will be satisfied." Xiong Badian did not dare to guarantee anything. He did not expect to be ambushed when he went back to collect things. In the end, he finally managed to break out of the encirclement, but instead, he felt the taste of death. This feeling of death was getting closer and closer to him, and there was even a deathly aura around him. This deathly aura was very obvious, and this made Xiong Badian even more afraid and anxious. He was very careful along the way. Finally, he arrived at the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce and saw Senior Lin Fei. He could finally heave a sigh of relief. He was afraid that if he was late, the other party would leave, and he would really be dead. Lin Fei picked up the ring, and wanted to see how capable this Xiong Badian was to be able to get what he wanted for him. Even though he had obtained 50,000 fragments of the Great Dao Heart from Hu Meili, and some natural herbs, it was still too little for Lin Fei. If Lin Fei wanted to have a stronger Great Dao Heart, he would have to keep fusing and fusing. Therefore, he needed a huge number. When he sent his spiritual sense into the ring, Lin Fei secretly took in a breath of cold air. He was a little shocked by this fellow. Good heavens, he actually took out so many fragments of the Great Dao Heart. This fellow couldn't have dug out a few forbidden areas, right? It turned out that there were a total of 100,000 fragments of the Great Dao Heart. There were all sorts of them. Apart from that, he also saw the natural herbs. The natural herbs were all at least 100,000 years old. There were 20 to 30 that were 100,000 to 1 million years old. And there were actually as many as 10 that were more than 1 million years old, which was quite a lot more than Hu Meili. After all, medicinal herbs that were tens of thousands of years old to hundreds of thousands of years old naturally had different effects. Those that were over 1 million years old could be counted on one's fingers. Not everyone could get their hands on it. Even if one wanted to buy it, one would need a huge sum of middle or upper rank spirit stones. Lin Fei knew that he did not have the ability to get his hands on it. This time, he really admired Xiong Badian. Sure enough, he was capable. Apart from these two things, what interested Lin Fei the most was, this guy actually put a piece of wood in the ring. This piece of wood was not very long, only about 2 meters or so, and it gave off an ancient aura. However, to Lin Fei, this piece of wood filled Lin Fei with excitement. It was actually a piece of heavenly divine wood, and it was a complete one at that. It had not been refined at all. This was what made Lin Fei the most excited. From the start, he never thought that Xiong Badian would be able to get him the original version of heavenly divine wood. Although Lin Fei had obtained quite a few items refined from the sky-piercing divine wood, these sky-piercing divine woods had all lost their original power. It had become completely different. And now, this original piece of heavenly divine wood was the most original, and there were no changes at all. He did not know who collected it back then. This heavenly divine wood was better than other things. This was what Lin Fei cared about the most, and even the tree of life showed some fluctuations. It seemed that this Xiong Badian really did something right for once. At this moment, Xiong Badian was feeling uneasy. For this item, he had spent a lot of effort, and in the end, he was ambushed. It was not easy for him to escape to this dark spirit chamber of commerce, and he was almost completely finished. He could not hold on any longer. His lifespan was not long now, so at this time, he was more looking forward to it than anyone else, and more nervous than anyone else. What if this thing was not enough? Xiong Badian had never cared so much before. In the past, Xiong Badian did not need to worry at all. But now, he had no choice but to worry, because if he was not careful, he would really die here. His bright future would be completely gone, and he did not even have the chance to seek revenge on his brothers and sisters. Although he did not know which of his brothers and sisters did it, Xiong Badian more or less knew something about the situation. Maybe it was one of them? This time, the items you took were not bad, and still caught my eye, especially the last piece of heavenly divine wood. You are quite capable, kid. Lin Fei smiled. This smile gave Xiong Badian a chance to heave a sigh of relief. He was not afraid of anything else, but he was afraid that Lin Fei would say that he was not satisfied with the item, and then he would be completely hopeless. Senior, it's good that you like it. I also got the heavenly divine wood from somewhere else, and it was not easy. Xiong Badian did not dare to be complacent at this time. Seeing that you're so diligent, I'll give you a hand. The answer that Xiong Badian took out was indeed quite satisfactory to Lin Fei. Naturally, he did not mind helping Xiong Badian. As for whether Xiong Badian could live longer in the future, it would naturally depend on Xiong Beishan's ability. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a few water droplets instantly fell into Xiong Beishan's body. Xiong Badian did not resist at all, and in the blink of an eye, his entire body looked much better. Even the deathly aura on his body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Even Hu Meili, who was standing at the side, was very shocked. Such a huge change was simply unbelievable. Furthermore, it was done by the hands of a young man, and she almost screamed out loud. Fortunately, she managed to control herself in the end. Xiong Badian also exclaimed in surprise, "Finally, I can no longer feel the deathly aura in my body, I can finally live for a long time." Xiong Badian had never been so happy. Originally, he had already felt the deathly aura. The deathly aura had disappeared completely. Even his injuries seemed to have recovered. Don't be too happy too early, your current lifespan is only 10 years, after 10 years, you will still die, unless you break through and become a Saint King Master, otherwise, there is no hope. Lin Fei's words were like a basin of cold water poured over Xiong Beishan's head. It made his whole heart feel cold. Xiong Badian was so happy just now that he really forgot that his lifespan was limited, and it was impossible for him to break through to the Saint King realm. His whole face immediately fell. But in the blink of an eye, he recovered. Senior, you have great divine ability, if I can help you obtain these things, then can you let me live longer? Xiong Badian was not afraid of losing face at this time. Chapter 4488. Xiong Beishan's reaction was indeed fast because he was a smart person. He knew that if he wanted to extend his lifespan, he might have to rely on this senior in front of him. Otherwise, he would definitely die. He knew that things that could increase one's lifespan were extremely rare. Pitifully few. Even his father might not have much on hand. Even if he had it, he would not take it out easily, let alone buy it elsewhere. In any auction, as long as these treasures of life appeared, it would definitely cause people to act like fools, and it might even cause a storm of carnage. This kind of thing was not unheard of, but it was very common. Although Xiong Beishan's father was a Saint King, and his father was an expert among Saint Kings, it was impossible for him to obtain life energy. But this person in front of him had mysterious means, and in the blink of an eye, he had gained 10 years of lifespan. 10 years, he did not dare to imagine. It felt good to be alive. Therefore, Xiong Badian knew very well what he should do. I'm a little tired now. When I come out, I'll have a good chat with you. Think about what to tell me. Lin Fei naturally did not intend to waste time after obtaining the fragment of the great Tao heart, the heaven and earth herbs, and the most important divine wood. In the spiritual world, danger was everywhere, and improving one's strength was the best guarantee. Xianxia did not dare to ask any more, and left obediently. Even Hu Meili did the same. Daoist Lin, if you have any instructions, please don't hesitate to tell me. Hu Meili and Xianxia left, not daring to stay in the courtyard. President Hu, I'm really sorry for what happened before. I won't pester you anymore. People like me are not qualified. Xianxia also learned to bow his head at this time. He did not know what kind of relationship Hu Meili had with Senior Lin, but he had to admit that Senior Lin had a good impression of Hu Meili. Xianxia took out a box of pills. This is a small token of my appreciation. Take it as my apology. I hope President Hu doesn't mind. When Hu Meili saw the box and smelled a trace of fragrance, she could not help but be shocked. This was a good pill. Even if you had the money, you wouldn't necessarily be able to buy it. Only saint rulers would have it. Who would have thought that Xianxia would be willing to give it to him? Hu Meili didn't have a good impression of Xianxia, but her impression of him changed a lot because of this gift. She knew that Xianxia had something to ask of her. Thus, he accepted the gift without hesitation. If he didn't accept it, Xianxia would probably be unable to eat or sleep well. Xianxia indeed had such thoughts. As long as Hu Meili didn't accept it, she would feel a little upset. Fortunately, Hu Meili finally accepted it, so there was nothing to worry about. President Hu, it's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't even know when I would have died. I hope we can cooperate well in the future. Xianxia was indeed very grateful to Hu Meili. If not for this matter, how would he have known that he had been schemed against? He even accidentally got to know such a powerful senior. Up till now, Xianxia still couldn't tell the origins of this senior. This senior was truly a little mysterious. At the same time, in the room, Lin Fei set up a series of techniques. It could be seen that the power in the room was hidden in the void for a long time. If someone came in at this time, they would definitely be killed instantly. Even an insightful emptiness realm expert wouldn't stand a chance, unless it was Tian Dongshu. They might be able to hold on for a while, but other experts would definitely die if they came in. This was also one of Lin Fei's trump cards. He really wasn't afraid that someone would barge in. Moreover, this was the Dark Spirit Trade Association. He believed that Hu Meili would definitely arrange for people to keep an eye on this place. Initially, I thought it would take a long time to get the heavenly wood. I didn't expect it to be so easy. This Xianxia really has a background. These few drops of heavenly water of life were not wasted at all. Among these items, the heavenly wood was Lin Fei's favorite. It was definitely a really good item. Therefore, Lin Fei immediately let the tree of life refine the heavenly wood. From start to finish, it only took half an hour's time. This section of the heavenly wood was completely refined. The benefits were obvious. First, the tree of life had grown a lot taller, and its leaves were luxuriant. More importantly, it was producing more and more heavenly water of life. Originally, it was only a few dozen drops. Now, it had broken through to 200 drops. In other words, it could produce 200 drops of heavenly water of life a day. This was definitely a huge improvement. Looks like I still underestimated the heavenly wood's effect on the tree of life. It actually increased the production of heavenly water of life by a lot. It reached 200 drops in one go. That's a bit scary. This was beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Being able to produce 200 drops of heavenly water of life a day would accumulate to a terrifying number over time. Whether it was in a fight or at any time, it could keep Lin Fei in peak condition. This kind of gain was definitely worth it. After refining the heavenly wood, Lin Fei began to refine the Heart of Tao fragment. Compared to other items, the Heart of Tao fragment was quite promising. However, its effects were much worse than the heavenly wood. The tree of life had also grown a lot taller. This did not increase the heavenly water of life. It only strengthened Lin Fei's foundation. His fleshly body had also become much stronger. Of course, the most important thing was the Heart of Tao condensed on the tree of life. In total, he had produced more than 2,000 Heart of Tao from 150,000 Heart of Tao fragments. Of course, they were all Tier 9 Heart of Tao. To Lin Fei, these Heart of Tao were really useless. He might as well fuse them. Over 2,000 Heart of Tao were fused together. Lin Fei's harvest was not bad. He actually obtained a Tier 3 Heart of Tao. There were also several Tier 5 and Tier 6 Heart of Tao. These Heart of Tao were clearly much better than the Tier 9 Heart of Tao. His power attribute had also become stronger. Of course, this was not perfect. Lin Fei still felt that it was a little lacking. However, if he sold these Heart of Tao, he could definitely fetch a good price. It's a pity that I'm walking the great Tao of body refinement, and there's also this life-sizer sword. So, these Heart of Tao really aren't of much help to me. After this round of fusing, Lin Fei also noticed some problems. The tree of life's fusion was completely random. It would not be like what Lin Fei imagined at all. Hence, this was all dependent on luck. However, looking at it now, Lin Fei's luck was not very good. Chapter 4489. Lin Fei did not continue researching as there was no point in doing so. Fortunately, he had already obtained a rank 3 Heart of Tao. This was a good item. No matter which nascent soul cultivator refined it, they would definitely be able to create a powerful enlightenment stage expert. At the very least, they would be in the middle stage of enlightenment stage. This was the benefit of the Heart of Tao. The higher the grade of the Heart of Tao, the stronger it would be. After all, the higher the attributes, the stronger the Heart of Tao was. What Lin Fei needed to do was simple. He needed to find out from Xiong Badian where the heavenly wood came from. That was the most important thing. It was indeed a huge improvement for the Tree of Life to produce 200 drops of God Water of Life. How could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? It was absolutely impossible. Therefore, he had to find out from Xiong Badian what was going on. He definitely could not miss it. He knew that Xiong Badian would definitely know. 3 days passed in a row. Xiong Badian had been waiting for this senior to come out. He did not dare to leave. He had 10 years of lifespan now, but the moment he fought, his lifespan would be depleted faster and faster. Deep in his heart, he thoroughly hated his brothers and sisters. If they hadn't schemed against him, he wouldn't be in such a terrible state. Senior Lin has come out. He wants you to go over. Just like that, he waited. Xiong Badian finally saw Hu Meili. She was still dressed in a red robe, looking strong and beautiful. Xiong Badian hurriedly stood up. Thank you, President Hu, I will go over now. Oh right, how is Senior feeling? Can you tell me about it? Xiong Badian knew that he had to get close. Although he did not know what this senior was going to do with so many Heart of Tao fragments, Xiong Badian still had to think about it. If the senior was in a bad mood, he would have to talk to him. Hu Meili gave him some face this time. My mood is all right. With that, Xiong Badian was completely at ease. As long as the senior was in a good mood, then everything else wouldn't be a problem. Xiong Badian kept his arrogance and came to the courtyard of the senior. Senior, I heard that you were looking for me. What instructions do you have for me? Xiong Badian was very proactive. He had to take responsibility for this matter first. Lin Fei glanced at Xiong Badian. This guy had 10 years of lifespan, and his complexion had recovered quite a bit. He wasn't as ugly as before. He pointed to the side and said, sit down and talk. How would Xiong Badian dare to sit in front of Lin Fei? I'll just stand. After all, you're my senior. It wouldn't look good for me to sit next to you. Lin Fei didn't say anything else. Tell me, where did you get the Great Tao Heart Fragment and the Heavenly Wood? Xiong Badian had already guessed it, but he never thought that he would actually ask about the fragment of the Great Tao Heart and the Heavenly Tree. Fortunately, he had already thought about it. I obtained this fragment of the Tao Heart and the Heavenly Divine Wood from Chaos City. That's the place with the most items, as it's a special place in our spirit realm. Xiong Badian did not hide anything and spoke honestly. He was very detailed, as if he was afraid that Lin Fei would not know. Lin Fei really didn't know that there was such a place in the spirit realm. Chaos City? Once he heard these 3 words, he knew that this place was very different. This Chaos City was built by a holy king. This holy king is called the Holy King of Chaos. He's not the only holy king in the entire Chaos City. There are 3 other holy kings who are very powerful. And this holy king of chaos is said to be breaking through to a higher realm. He'll become a top-notch powerhouse in the spirit realm with just one more step. After searching in the river of memories, Lin Fei really found records about Chaos City. He really did find a record of Chaos City. There was indeed such a place in the spirit realm. This Chaos City was very special. Whether it was the human race or the demon race, they were all wary of this Chaos City. This was because this holy king of chaos was very powerful. He was considered a top-notch powerhouse among the holy kings. He had always been guarding Chaos City. That place was a chaotic place, and if one wanted to stand firm there, one would need to have strength. Without strength, one couldn't stand firm at all. If one went there, one would be killed. As such, anyone who was wanted in Chaos City would head to Chaos City. Because they could protect their lives there, anyone who entered Chaos City had to abide by the rules. Otherwise, they would be killed. Even the major forces on the human race's side didn't dare to offend this holy king of chaos. Fortunately, this holy king of chaos didn't have any ambition. Other than this Chaos City, he had no interest in anything else. Therefore, this Chaos City became a special place over time. After looking through the information, Lin Fei frowned slightly. Are you sure that place still has the heavenly divine wood and the great Tao heart fragment? Although Lin Fei knew there was a place called Chaos City, he wasn't very clear about the specific situation. It seemed like Xiong Badian was very clear about this matter. Xiong Badian hurriedly said, Chaos City is a very special place. The Chaos Chamber of Commerce has countless things. Most of them are treasures obtained by killing and burning. They are all sold there. I bought the heavenly divine wood there. Not only can you buy these things there, but you can also buy slaves. Whether it's golden core or nascent soul, or even a crippled paradise realm, you can buy them as long as you have spirit stones. Therefore, Chaos City has another name, the world of the rich. Lin Fei was not surprised at all by such a statement. As long as you have spirit stones, you can really live a life that ordinary people couldn't live anywhere. Lin Fei asked a few more things and was even more interested in Chaos City. According to Xiong Badian, Chaos City still had the heavenly divine wood. This was something he knew, but it wasn't cheap. Xiong Badian spent more than half of his wealth to get these things. Therefore, it was impossible to go to Chaos City to buy spirit stones. Lin Fei pondered for a while. He really had to have some wealth to go to Chaos City. Although Lin Fei had quite a lot of wealth now, it might not be enough to go to Chaos City. Seems like I have to sell a few more great Tao hearts. Only then can I gather a large sum of money. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive in Chaos City. Sell the great Tao heart. The first thing Lin Fei thought of was Hu Meili. However, he had just sold a rank 9 great Tao heart. If he sold another one, he might be suspected by Hu Meili. Lin Fei quickly suppressed this thought. He already had layers of veils on his body. What was there to be afraid of if Hu Meili suspected him again? After all, his current strength wasn't that simple. Go and ask President Hu to come in. I have something to talk to her. Chapter 4490. It's here, Xiong Badian must be hiding here. I heard that there's a place called the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. At the same time, a group of 5 people arrived outside the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. They were sizing up the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. These people were all dressed in black cloaks and their faces could not be seen clearly, but the cold aura they exuded was extremely cold. Everyone could feel it. If Xiong Badian was here, he would definitely be able to recognize them. These were the 5 people who chased after Xiong Badian all the way. They had thought that they would succeed in what they were determined to do. But who would have thought that Xiong Badian was so cunning and had so many treasures in his hands, causing them to fail? After some investigation, they found out that this guy ran to the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce and hid there for a few days. They waited outside for a long time, but he did not come out. In the end, they decided to come to the Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce to get rid of Xiong Badian. As long as they really got rid of Xiong Badian, they would be able to get 30 million middle-grade spirit stones. That would be 6 million middle-grade spirit stones for each person. No one could refuse such a huge temptation. They could not refuse. Outsiders could not either. My people have confirmed that Xiong Badian is in this Dark Spirit Chamber of Commerce. Let's go straight to him. Even if they react, they won't be able to stop the 5 of us. The 5 black-cloaked figures then disappeared. Layers of ripples appeared in the space, as if they had never appeared before. Hu Meili was a little surprised after hearing Xiong Badian's words. Daoist Lin wants to see me? This was a little different from what Hu Meili had expected. But on second thought, Hu Meili seemed to have thought of something. Maybe the matter of going in this time had something to do with Xiong Badian. This was something that Hu Meili had an intuition about. I'm guessing, maybe Senior is short of money. Xiong Badian hesitated for a moment, then whispered. Then he closed his eyes and rested. When Hu Meili heard this, she completely understood what was going on. She looked at Xiong Badian gratefully. She turned around and walked inside. These few days, Hu Meili had been in a good mood. The heart of Dao had already been used, and it really allowed her nascent soul to break through to the void insight realm. Although it was only at the early void insight realm, she had mastered the power of the Dao, which was not something that nascent soul could resist. This was a huge chasm that not everyone could cross. Hu Meili could not help but feel a little excited. She seemed to have guessed it. When he entered the courtyard, he saw Lin Fei with a faint smile on his face. Senior Lin, I heard you were looking for me. Lin Fei also got straight to the point. I know that president who is a very smart president and a great beauty. I don't know if you're interested in the Dao heart, I've been short on spirit stones recently. Hu Meili suppressed the excitement in her heart. She knew it would be like this. He didn't expect Xiong Badian to be right. This Senior Lin Fei was really lacking in spirit stones. Senior Lin, it's Hu Meili's honor that you're interested in me. Isn't it just spirit stones? Don't hesitate to ask, I will definitely help you gather it. Not to mention anything else, the Dark Nether Chamber of Commerce can gather at least 80 million middle-grade spirit stones for you. If Senior wants more upper-grade spirit stones, I can also gather some, but not much, just 2 or 3 million upper-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei really didn't think that much. He didn't expect this Hu Meili to be so rich. No, it should be said that the Dark Nether Chamber of Commerce was a little rich, to actually be able to take out so many middle-grade spirit stones. Of course, they definitely had some reservations. Lin Fei didn't really care about this, he just wanted middle-grade spirit stones. It would be even better if there were upper-grade spirit stones. Lin Fei waved his hand and took out a few Dao hearts. They were all rank 9. As for the others, he didn't take them out, he was afraid that Hu Meili wouldn't be able to handle it. Even so, Hu Meili's expression changed. She was glad that she met a benefactor. Lin Fei was her benefactor in life. A Dao heart could create an insightful emptiness realm expert. These Dao hearts would be a few insightful emptiness realm experts. She didn't even dare to think about it. Thank you, Senior Lin, for thinking so highly of me. I will immediately gather 100 million middle-grade spirit stones for you. Hu Meili wouldn't take advantage of him. As soon as she saw these Dao hearts, she immediately raised the number of middle-grade spirit stones to 100 million. 100 million middle-grade spirit stones was considered a huge number. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Hu Meili's actions, she was indeed a person that he had a good impression of. And in the next second, a fluctuation came from the void. Xiong Badian, who was originally resting with his eyes closed, was suddenly attacked by 5 experts. The 5 black experts were very strong. The power of the 5 great Dao gathered together and formed a strange attack, instantly causing Xiong Badian to fall into a dead end. Xiong Badian was almost in despair. "Senior, save me." When the 5 black-robed men heard this, they couldn't wait to kill Xiong Badian. Whether there was a senior or not, they had to kill Xiong Badian first. The great Dao defense on Xiong Badian's body broke in an instant, not even a breath of time. Xiong Badian was scared out of his wits. Xiong Badian had seen the capabilities of these 5 people. Because he had been chased by them, he only had that little lifespan left. His heart was filled with hatred. He didn't expect them to still dare to chase him, and even attack him in broad daylight. This was something that Xiong Badian didn't expect. The only thing left in his mind was that Senior Lin, and only he could save his life. Seeing that the killer move was about to land on him, killing him, a ripple appeared and covered Xiong Badian. "You guys are a little too much to kill under my eyes." A voice that was neither soft nor loud rang in the minds of the 5 black-robed men. The 5 of them let out a muffled groan. After a gust of wind blew over, the 5 of them looked at each other and left in an instant. Drops of fresh blood splattered on the ground. The moment the 5 of them disappeared, Xiong Badian collapsed to the ground. Hu Meili rushed out too, and when she saw the pathetic Xiong Badian, her face was filled with anger. How dare they barge into the Dark Spirit Trade Union to kill people? I will definitely not let them off. This was equivalent to slapping Hu Meili in the face. If Xiong Badian were to really die in this trade union, Hu Meili would be in big trouble. Lin Fei didn't do much, and with just a light move, he forced the 5 of them to leave. Xiong Badian is really suffering, to actually chase us all the way here. No wonder he didn't leave, these people are probably guarding outside. Xiong Badian staggered in. He knelt in front of Lin Fei. "Thank you for saving me, Senior. I want to spend 100 million, please send me back." Chapter 4491. Xiong Badian's small request made Lin Fei a little surprised. In fact, he was not very surprised by this small request. He could also see that Xiong Badian must have been quite frightened. Otherwise, he would not have made such a request. The important thing was that 100 million mid-grade spirit stones really made Lin Fei have some ideas. Who asked him to be short of spirit stones recently? With spirit stones, things would naturally be easier. He could also get 100 million mid-grade spirit stones from Hu Meili. To Lin Fei, it was definitely not too much. He definitely had to go to Chaos City. The more spirit stones, the better. Xiong Badian seemed to be worried that Lin Fei had other ideas and added another sentence. Going to my place in Chaos City is actually not contradictory. It can be said to be along the way. It's just a little detour. Of course, Lin Fei wanted to go to Chaos City. That place had the most primitive heavenly wood. No matter what, he had to make a trip there. I don't believe that sending you back is worth 100 million mid-grade spirit stones. If you have any ideas, just say it. Of course, Lin Fei did not believe Xiong Badian's words. 100 million to escort, no matter who it was, would be tempted. There were a lot of dangers along the way. Of course, to Lin Fei, this little bit of danger was nothing. What he cared about was whether Xiong Badian was hiding something else. If Lin Fei couldn't figure this out, he wouldn't be escorting Xiong Badian. At this moment, Xiong Badian also gritted his teeth. I would like to ask Senior to help me complete a training mission while escorting me, so that I can sit on the successor's position. As long as I sit on this successor's position, not to mention 100 million mid-grade spirit stones, I can even help you get 300 to 500 million mid-grade spirit stones. In a forest outside the Dark Spirit Trade Union, 5 people fell out. These 5 people were the 5 people who attacked previously. At this moment, there was a sword wound on their bodies. As it swept across their bodies, drops of fresh blood continuously dripped down. These people were all overshadowed, and their faces were filled with fear. I didn't expect Dark Spirit Trade Association to have such an expert. He managed to injure us with just one move. If the 5 of them work together, they wouldn't have to be afraid even if they encountered someone in the middle or late stage of the insightful void realm, unless that person had cultivated 2 great Daoists. Up until now, they really hadn't encountered such a thing, but this young man made them feel the aura of death the moment he attacked. This was something that hadn't happened before, so they couldn't sit still. After all, they had accepted the mission to eliminate Xianxia. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to get his hands on the spirit stone. What do we do now? That guy is very strong. Even if we joined hands, we still wouldn't be a match for him. We were just a little bit off. Speaking of this, they gritted their teeth. It was indeed a pity. If they were given a little more time, they would definitely be able to heavily injure Xianxia. After all, they knew that Xianxia did not have much lifespan left. As long as Xianxia dared to resist, they wouldn't even need to kill him. It was a pity that they failed at the last moment. It was a pity. That Xianxia can't possibly hide here forever. He will definitely go back. You should know that the successor selection of the Xiong clan is about to begin. Unless Xianxia is willing to miss this opportunity, we can just wait outside. But for safety's sake, we have to find some experts here. That way, we will have a chance to eliminate Xianxia. As they recuperated, they sent a message to the organization. This wasn't a small matter, so they had to prepare for a rainy day. Lin Fei knew that Xianxia had some ulterior motives. He looked over coldly. Xianxia lowered his head. "Senior, please help me. As long as you can escort me back and help me obtain the successor position, I will definitely reward you handsomely." Hu Meili, who was at the side, knew about this matter. "Senior Lin, there are indeed rumors that the Xiong clan is going to compete for the successor position. This is no different from choosing a crown prince. However, Xianxia has a lot of brothers and sisters. He has 30 to 40 brothers and sisters. Each of them has a certain amount of power, so the competition is very intense." Lin Fei wasn't very surprised. However, he didn't like Xianxia, so he tricked him. "It's not that I can't send you back, but 100 million is too little. I want 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones. As long as you can afford it, I'll send you back and help you get the qualifications to be the successor." Lin Fei had nothing to do anyway. Moreover, he was going to Chaos City, so he naturally hoped to have more spirit stones. With more spirit stones, he would be able to do well in Chaos City. Now, it was up to Xianxia to take out something that could move him. Even though 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones weren't a lot, they could stop 90% of the people if he wanted to take them out. Even Hu Meili secretly sucked in a breath of cold air after hearing it. Xianxia also took a deep breath. "Senior, don't worry. As long as I can become the successor, I will help you gather 500 million mid-grade spirit stones and 50 million high-grade spirit stones. This is my promise to you, Xianxia." Xianxia also threw caution to the wind. This time, he had suffered a heavy loss. However, if he had the help of a senior, he might be able to turn his luck around. Therefore, he was prepared to take a gamble. Lin Fei laughed. "If you can't get the successor position, wouldn't I have come here for nothing?" Xianxia shook his head. "Even if I can't get the successor position, I will return my life to you. Anyway, it's all thanks to you that I'm still alive." Lin Fei looked at Xianxia. "You're quite straightforward. You even know to return my life. However, I like what you said. I'll accompany you then. However, not now, but in a few days." Hu Meili vaguely guessed something. "Senior, could it be that you want to catch all the assassins outside in one fell swoop?" Lin Fei poured himself another cup of tea. "I heard that assassins are quite rich. Now that I'm a pauper, I naturally have to have some ideas. I can only say that they're unlucky." Xianxia, who was listening at the side, also felt relieved and said, "They will definitely come. He took the spirit stones from us brothers and sisters, so he will definitely gather his men. At most, in 3 to 5 days, they will definitely be waiting outside." Hu Meili also broke out in cold sweat for these people. They had really offended someone. Now that he was being targeted by someone, if he left now, he could still live. However, if he really stayed outside, he would definitely die. Hu Meili felt that those people would definitely be guarding outside. Then I'll arrange for someone to watch their every move. Lin Fei shook his head. No need. As long as they stay outside, it doesn't matter if they watch or not. Anyway, they're still here. Chapter 4492. Lin Fei stayed at the Black Spirit Chamber of Commerce for another 5 days. During these 5 days, the entire Heiyu Mountain would be quiet. Hu Meili was also very busy. She gathered 100 million mid-grade spirit stones for Lin Fei and successfully obtained the Great Path Hearts. After obtaining the Great Path Hearts, Hu Meili disappeared again. No one knew what Hu Meili went to do. Lin Fei was not very interested in this. He already knew that there were people outside. There were quite a few of them. There were more than a dozen of them, and they all hid their auras very well. However, after they were hit by Lin Fei's sword, they had already left behind Lin Fei's means. They could clearly sense the traces of those people. Okay, everyone is here. We can go now. After all, I still have to go to Chaos City. Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. Xiong Badian had been waiting outside. Xiong Badian heaved a sigh of relief. After all, none of those people outside were easy to deal with. Now, he was a commander without an army. These people could make him suffer a lot if they attacked. Now that they were leaving, Xiong Badian was finally relieved. Nothing could make him feel more relaxed than this. Because the day was getting closer and closer. There was a forest outside the Black Spirit Chamber of Commerce. At this time, there were more than a dozen experts hiding outside the forest. These people were all here to kill Xiong Badian. Some of them were especially good at defense. They were the best to use them to stall that young man. They knew that Xiong Badian would definitely come out. He would definitely not wait that long. Otherwise, he would miss the opportunity to be the successor. One had to know that Sage King was the top powerhouse in the spiritual world. There were only a few Sage Kings in the entire spiritual world, but any Sage King had great influence. And the Xiong family's influence was naturally not small. Therefore, the selection of the successor was even stricter. Therefore, as long as Xiong Badian wanted to be the successor and lead the entire Xiong family, he would definitely come out. Once he became the successor of the Xiong family, he would definitely become a Sage King within 100 years. Otherwise, he would not be able to lead the family at all. This situation was not only happening in the Xiong family. It was the same in other families. I can feel Xiong Baishan's aura. He's coming out. Everyone, keep a close eye on him. Lin Fei and Xiong Badian came out. He could sense those auras. As for Xiong Badian, he was filled with confidence. He had really met a benefactor. Lin Fei laughed as he walked into the woods. Since you're already here, why bother hiding? Isn't this unnecessary? Lin Fei smiled faintly. Xiong Badian stood beside Lin Fei, and in the next breath, the dozen experts instantly took action. A huge formation came crashing down. At the same time, a huge bell came crashing down. Clearly, they wanted to trap Lin Fei first. The remaining people immediately charged towards Xiong Badian. It was another close-range assassination. Their teamwork was very good, and the power was even greater than the last time. No matter who saw it, they would secretly suck in a breath of cold air. Xiong Badian wasn't as flustered as before. After all, Senior Lin was here. With Senior Lin here, he definitely wouldn't be in trouble. Xiong Badian was filled with confidence in Lin Fei. Lin Fei glanced at them calmly. It's fine if you guys left, but it's a pity that you guys aren't smart. I can only say that you guys are unlucky. Coincidentally, I'm in need of money, so I can only think of something from you. When the people who attacked heard this, they were all stunned. They thought for a long time. They didn't understand why this person would say such a thing to them. They were all assassins. Was he going to rob them of their belongings? Wasn't that a little too much? No one had ever dared to speak to them like that. However, as soon as this person made his move, they felt a dangerous aura blow past them. It was chilly. Immediately, they felt that something was wrong. That was because they didn't feel such a chilly feeling usually. When they lowered their heads to look at themselves, they realized that they had been split into two and were falling off one by one. They didn't even see how he did it. In the end, they were just corpses. Plop plop plop. One by one, the corpses fell onto the ground. The scene was filled with the stench of blood. Xianxia took in a breath of cold air. He knew that Senior Lin was strong, but he didn't expect him to kill all the assassins in the blink of an eye. Since I've accepted your money, I naturally have to help you vent your anger. I wonder if my price is acceptable? Lin Fei laughed and teased. World Dominator nodded subconsciously. Senior Lin, you're really mighty. These assassins are famous for being cruel. I didn't expect them to be defeated. Xianxia said, and his actions didn't slow down. He took all the rings off their bodies. Even the treasures he had on him were stowed away, not missing a single one. He placed them in front of Lin Fei. Xianxia didn't expect that the people who were chasing after him would die just like that. This feeling was really great. Lin Fei waved his hand and kept the rings. He then checked them. Needless to say, these people were quite profitable. He had earned a total of 10 million middle-grade spirit stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a profit. The matter is settled. Lead the way. Lin Fei and Xianxia left the Dark Spirit Merchant Union. When Hu Meili returned and heard the news, she sighed. Looks like this Xianxia is really lucky to have encountered such an opportunity. I'm afraid he might even have the chance to become the future successor of the Xiong clan. Even he himself is a little surprised. Hu Meili's intuition had always been accurate. She felt that the possibility was quite high. No matter what, Xianxia was really lucky this time. With Xianxia leading the way, Lin Fei passed through a few counties and finally arrived at Tianxia County. Tianxia County was one of the stronger counties. Xiong family was located in Tianxia County. However, this Saint King wasn't the ruler of Tianxia County. There were a few Saint Kings in Tianxia County. After Lin Fei entered Tianxia County, he felt a few strong auras. If they weren't Saint Kings, what else could they be? It gave one a palpitating feeling. As for the rest, there wasn't anything else. It seems like this county is quite strong. It's much stronger than the one I brought back then. Lin Fei laughed. After reaching Tianxia County, Xianxia felt more at ease. Although there were some troubles along the way, they were easily resolved. Therefore, Xianxia was very grateful to Lin Fei from the bottom of his heart. Without him, he would have been finished. Not to mention appearing here, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those assassins. Senior, that is my family. Chapter 4493. Xianxia's clan was very big, unlike the other clans, which were all in a big city. Xianxia's clan built a big city. The name of the city was Xiongfeng City. It was also very big in Tianxia Prefecture. When he entered within 1,000 miles of Xiongfeng City, Lin Fei felt waves of pressure. It turned out to be a super formation. Senior, we can only walk on the official road because there are formations set up within 1,000 miles. The deeper we go, the greater the pressure. Also, there are people from my clan who are constantly patrolling. Even if you are a disciple of the Xiong clan, you have to obey the rules. As long as you come within 300 miles of Xiongfeng City, you will be attacked by the Xiong clan. Xianxia said apologetically. After entering this place, Lin Fei knew that this Xiongfeng City was quite strong. In this Xiongfeng City, Lin Fei felt a total of 2 strong auras. This meant that there were 2 sage kings in this Xiongfeng City. One was Xianxia's father, and the other was a sage king who was slightly weaker. He could vaguely display the strength of a sage king. Therefore, this Xiongfeng city was very strong. With such a strong backing, Xiong indeed had the capital to be arrogant. After all, no one was willing to offend a sage king. No, it was two sage kings. A sage king could destroy a first-rate force. As long as the first-rate force did not have a sage king, it would not have any ability to resist. But with a sage king, it was different. Of course, no first-rate force would be willing to offend a sage king. The revenge of a sage king was very scary. Therefore, under normal circumstances, sage kings would not easily attack each other. But if they were to attack, it would definitely be a fight to the death. Lin Fei landed. Xiong took out his communication talisman. It didn't take long before another team arrived. When this team arrived, they half-knelt in front of Xiong. "Senior, these are my people." Seeing that it was full, Lin Fei smiled. This guy had some foundation. No wonder his brothers and sisters wanted to attack him. This team was quite strong. The 5 people in front were all insightful emptiness realm experts. Even though they were both at the early stage of the insightful void realm, it was still not easy. After all, not everyone could grasp the power of the great Tao. When they came over and saw young master, they were all delighted. The time was getting closer and closer, but their young master had yet to return. They had also heard rumors that they wanted to assassinate their young master. However, when they saw the young man beside him, they understood. Perhaps it was this young man who protected her all the way back. Xiong personally brought over a demonic beast mount. "Senior, please take a seat first." Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and sat down. After that, Xiong sat on another mount. He headed for Xiongfeng City. The 5 insightful emptiness realm experts behind Xiong looked at each other. "Do you know who this young man is?" "I really don't know. However, it looks like young master is very respectful towards this person. I can't tell how strong this person is." The 5 of them were the most outstanding people by Xiong Baishan's side. She had always brought them with her. This time, he actually brought a young man with him. This made them a little unhappy. Especially since this person seemed to be a golden core realm cultivator. This made them even more confused. However, in front of young master, they didn't dare to show any changes in their expressions. Not long later, Lin Fei arrived at the entrance of Xiongfeng City. This city was built with black stones and looked like a ferocious beast. It gave a strong visual impact. Just from this, Lin Fei could tell that as a king sage, he was ambitious. Of course, it wasn't a small matter to be able to build a city in the Xianxia province. He entered Xiongfeng City. Lin Fei realized that it was very lively here. When Xiong returned, he was as relaxed as a tiger returning to the forest. The pressure on his body also disappeared. Xiong kept introducing information about Xiongfeng City. Not long later, a residence appeared in front of him. "This is my residence. It's absolutely safe." So Xiong had his own residence and didn't live with his family. At this moment, there was a long queue at the entrance of the residence. The news of Xiong returning to Xiongfeng City spread immediately. After all, Xiong was loved by the king sage. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to seeing if they could become the successor. However, when they heard that he hadn't returned for a long time, they couldn't help but worry. Everyone knew that the king sage's brothers and sisters weren't easy to negotiate with. They would play tricks from time to time, but the king sage allowed it. Therefore, when Xiong didn't return, everyone thought that something had happened. Now that he was back, they realized that the fight would become more interesting. Lin Fei stayed in one of the courtyards in the residence. The courtyard was very quiet. No one would disturb him. Ever since he came, Xiong had been busy with things and going in and out of the residence. Lin Fei didn't really care about this. He just needed to help Xiong when the time came. Since he was paid to do things, and since Lin Fei didn't have any money on him, he naturally wouldn't miss such an opportunity. While Xiong Badian was busy, the few insightful emptiness realm experts had some ideas. This was because Xiong Badian had treated this young man with the highest level of hospitality. It was something that they had never enjoyed before. Therefore, they naturally had some ideas in their hearts. On this day, Xiong Badian wasn't at home, so they came together to have a good chat with the young man. Actually, they were just testing him. If he was really a golden elixir expert, they wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. After all, they were the most important people to the young master, not an outsider. They had no choice. Following young master Xiong Badian gave them a good life, good benefits, good resources, and fast cultivation. If someone else had the upper hand, they would want to kill them. Therefore, they came together today. Once they entered the courtyard, they saw Lin Fei sitting under a tree and drinking tea. He wasn't in a hurry and was very calm. The more he was like this, the more they disliked him. This was because they could smell the fragrance. This was a spiritual tea that was worth 1,000,000 per gram. Even they couldn't bear to drink it, let alone a whole pot. Not to mention a whole pot of it. This kind of differential treatment made them even more angry and unwilling. Why? They wanted to come in even more.